Chapter 326 Cut Down. When Melcher and VS barged into engineering, they turned slightly and approached a ramp which gave a commanding view of the entire compartment. While Melcher took up a prime position to shoot down all of the huddled exoskeleton-suited intruders, VS looked around the chamber for any signs of sabotage. He spotted two alarming observations. First, they placed something that looked a lot like explosives on the FTL drive. VS found it funny that the boarding party went through the trouble of affixing its exterior with explosives when they could easily wreck it with a hefty kick from their exoskeletons. Second, a Vision Tech specialist seemed to be digging deep into the central control console. The corpse of the previous head engineer bleeding out next to the console must have granted them access to the controls. Or they might have hacked its outdated security settings. Whatever the case, VS had to deal with both these dangers quickly. The reason why he accompanied Melcher into engineering was because he was deeply afraid of just these kinds of tricks. The moment the hostiles realized they couldn't hold their position, they wouldn't hesitate to destroy the power reactor or the FTL drive, or induce them in a manner that would blow up the entire Happy Jelly. VS bumped Melcher's combat suit and gestured towards the FTL drive. He held up his old laser pistol to show his cousin that he could handle himself. Even if Melcher held some misgivings about his presence here, the stealth augment had almost run its course. No time for second guesses. Go! Once the stealth augment ran out of power, VS sprinted for the FTL drive while Melcher pulled the trigger of the Amastendera. Another massive, long-duration laser beam extended out of the barrel of the Mastercraft weapon. Melcher ran the entire beam along the engineering bay like a scythe cutting through wheat. More than half-dozen armored boarders lost their lives when the super-powered laser beam cut right through their military-grade exoskeleton armor. Entire bodies split in half along with their armor and any gear they carried. Instantly, Melcher neutralized over two-thirds of the threat in the compartment. To their credit, the survivors responded swiftly to Melcher's sudden appearance. They snapped their rifles and wrist-mounted lasers at his position and barraged his position until the ramp became filled with holes. Ack! While Melcher had already begun to run, he still got hit by their uncannily accurate return fire. His light combat suit suffered a nasty series of burns and crater marks, wearing away the thin layers of armor until he dove into cover behind a thick enclosure. One of the Visions lifted up a launcher and fired a series of grenades at Melcher's position, causing him to jump away in haste. All the while, he fired shorter bursts of high-powered beams straight through the cover of his opponents. At this power setting, nothing could stand in the way of the Amastendera. Though its power reserves rapidly drained and its heat capacity started to get overwhelmed, Melcher icily took out one exoskeleton soldier after another. If he had to resort to his standard laser rifle, he might have needed to strike the same location 5 times in a row to get through the thick infantry-scaled armor. Though the Visions put up a good fight, their numbers rapidly dwindled to the extent where they sought to activate their failsafes. The commanding officer of the boarding party sent out a signal and expected an explosion, only to be met with nothing of the sorts. I disarmed the explosives! VS yelled to Melcher as he detached the last explosive charge from the exterior of the FTL drive and threw it in a random corner. Though the charges still posed a threat, he successfully disabled their receivers. Right now, he ran towards the console and shot at the tech specialist who had been forced to disengage from the controls. Damn it, this gun is really no comparison to the Amastendera. VS cursed as he engaged in a stale and anemic standoff against the specialist. The Vision Tech specialist obviously received more training than VS, and he slowly got the upper hand. He already struck V's hazard suit a number of times, which melted away a significant slice of civilian-grade armor. Compared to how Melcher systematically dismantled the Vision soldiers, the fight between VS and the tech specialists resembled a kiddie fight. VS became increasingly suppressed to the point where he didn't dare to emerge from cover. "Melker! Help me out here!" Seconds later, a bright beam of gold punched through the tech specialist's cover and vaporized his entire torso. His combat suit posed no impediment at all against the fury of a mastercraft weapon. The casual shot had taken almost no effort at all, though Melker got into a sticky situation when the survivors tried to retreat from the engineering bay. As he chased after the stragglers, VS approached the command console and tried to restore power to the Happy Jelly. "Come on, don't tell me you've given up the ghost!" Though VS only understood half of what the command console spat out, he still figured out that engineering had become a mess. The tech specialist had been rooting through the core settings doing who knew what. In addition, the earlier battle also ruined many secondary systems in the engineering bay. It was a miracle that Melker's liberal use of the Amistendera hadn't struck anything vital like the engine, fuel supply, or FTL drive. Still, his work aboard large vessels like the Happy Jelly and the Gregarious Wrath had given him plenty of pointers on how these vehicles worked. After a couple of minutes of kludging, he managed to spool up the power reactors and reconnect them to the rest of the carrier. As VS worked the controls, the motley crew led by Fada finally showed up. The whalers stopped in their track as soon as they saw the carnage. Wide stretches of scorch marks and molten alloys crisscrossed the entire chamber. What upset them the most was spotting the fallen corpses of the intimidating exoskeleton soldiers. Ordinarily, an entire squad of heavily armed Visions would have chewed up the whalers pretty good. The fact that VS and Melker took them out alone while getting only scratches in return spoke wonders. "Fada, stay here and reinforce the engineering bay. I don't know if this is the only batch of Visions aboard the Jelly. Remain alert." "On it," Fada nodded. He didn't quibble with VS because he knew that their survival relied on holding engineering. The lights switched from red to neutral aboard the entire ship. The Happy Jelly woke from her forceful slumber. Not only did VS restore the lights and life support systems, he also restored communications. He instantly contacted the bridge. "Walter here. What's going down at engineering?" "Everyone's dead here. The Visions kill everyone off and tried to sabotage the entire place, but Melker and I have taken care of them. I don't know how many Visions remain, but engineering is safe for the time being." "Good work, Larkin's son. We're getting our bearings back on the bridge, but as far as we're aware of, there are still a couple of uninvited guests aboard the ship. We're already sending out some men to sweep them up." "What's the situation outside?" VS suddenly asked. "Not good. The Mech Legion has shed all pretenses. Many ships are drifting away without power, while their missile mechs are pounding upon the fleet carriers of the Mech Corps." VS summoned up a plot of the local space and saw that the formerly neat arrangement of fleets had descended into a very divergent picture. The Mech Legion largely maintained cohesion, but much of the Allied ships of the Mech Corps suffered from sabotage. A handful of ships regained control, but dozens more blew up as their power reactors overloaded. While the Visions had caught the Mech Corps flat-footed, the Brighters launched their own surprise. A handful of ships at the vanguard of the Mech Legion fleet ran into deadly stealth mines. Though the Mech Legion fleet swiftly changed course, the mines followed with them and turned into impromptu missiles that felled a number of smaller combat carriers. The mines briefly disrupted the Mech Legion's tempo, allowing the Brighters to catch their breath. The battle transitioned from an ambush into a messy slugging match. The Vision Grand Chasers led the charge and clashed against the brighter Volari Starhawks in the middle of the no man's land. Other Mech regiments stuck to their fleets and engaged in a heated exchange of long-range fire. From his limited tactical knowledge of battles in space, VS tentatively concluded that neither side had gained a decisive lead. Though the Mech Legion maintained a substantial advantage, their starting gambit focused mostly on the rabble that surrounded the ships of the Mech Corps. It mattered little if some tiny outfit like Walter's whalers lost control of their ships, as the core strength of the Bright Republic's fleet still remained intact. The battle has turned into a slugging match. This is madness. If VS was in charge, he would have pulled away. Neither side benefited from the losses they suffered. Ships lost propulsion and mechs continued to be obliterated in the cruel millstone of generational hatred. Neither side had issued a formal declaration of war, but already they were going at it as if their entire state was at stake. Walter growled on the other side of the communication channel. Madness or not, we're in the thick of it now. The first thing we need to do is get back in formation. We've drifted off course and we need to turn back around. Can you take charge in engineering? I'll do the best I can, but I have no clue what I'm doing. Hang on for now while I round up all of the engineers who are still alive. Make sure that nothing breaks in the meanwhile. That was easier said than done. The Amistendera had inflicted a lot of collateral damage. VS called over a floating toolbox and began to clean up some of the damaged systems and prevent them from degrading even further. In the meantime, a couple of engineers stationed elsewhere on the Happy Jelly entered the engineering bay and took stock of all of the damage. VS looked up from his repair job. How's the damage? Can the Happy Jelly still fly? The ship engineers reluctantly nodded. If we divert some power from other systems, she can still keep up with the fleet. I'm not so sure about jumping into FTL. The system that's responsible for calculating our navigational plots is cut in half. That didn't prevent them from transitioning into FTL, but if they made any mistake in calculation, they risked getting lost in the sea of higher dimensions. They could end up thousands of light years away from their original destination, or get sucked into a random stellar body like a star or a black hole. Let's worry about that later. For now, we have a ship to repair and a battle to survive. Everyone proceeded to put out the fires and assess the exact damage. From what VS had seen so far, the Happy Jelly still had a lot of fight left in her. Most of her basic functions such as her in-system thrusters and her FTL drives sustained no damage, so there was no need to evacuate as of yet. Once Melker returned, VS put down his tool and approached his cousin. How's the rest of the ship? Did you catch the stragglers? We cornered them in the cargo bay. Because of all the reactive exotics stored in that compartment, I couldn't shoot off my laser pistol willy-nilly. It took a decent amount of effort to flank them and assault them from multiple directions. Melker had no need to tell VS how that final stand ended. With the Amistendera, the Visions stood no chance even if they took a couple of containers of exotics hostage. I think we don't have to worry about hostile borders at this point. Both fleets are hammering each other apart with Mech right now. I'd feel safer if you hopped inside the Stanislaw and stationed yourself at the hangar bay's hatch. The idea sounded a bit weak, but they couldn't employ the Stanislaw in any other way since it lacked a flight system. Melker nodded inside his helmet and turned around. I'll get on it. Wait a moment. Give me back my Amistendera. Chapter 327 Hatred. With only a little less than half a day away until they could transition into FTL, the two military fleets had already fallen out. The amount of damage inflicted on both sides surpassed the value of billions of credits. Mechs continued to be destroyed at an unsustainable rate. Sometimes, a combat carrier or two sustained major damage that caused them to drift out of formation. These losses were much more severe because the carriers had been constructed with premium materials that made them many times more expensive than a regular mech. The loss of so much strategic assets on both sides grew more frigid once the expert mechs started showing up. The handful of expert pilots like Venerable Stanton Drake fought above the general battle as their mechs possessed the capacity to inflict ruinous damage against a group of standard mechs. the fire worm especially received a lot of attention from divisions. They couldn't afford to let the fire worm devastate a huge swathe of the Mech Legion's ships with its wide-area flamethrowers. Despite the intense clashes, either side expected the battle to end quickly. Most fights between expert mechs lasted at least an hour or more if they held back their trump cards. For now, the experts mainly tried to constrain their counterparts from the other side. This put the onus of the battle on the masses of regular mech pilots. Melcher, who stationed his Stanislaw next to the open hangar hatch of the Happy Jelly, mainly stood by and shot down any stray missile that flickered in his view. As a small and rusty converted carrier, the Happy Jelly hardly attracted any attention from the Mech Legion. The two average mechs that guarded the carrier also impressed no one. Dietrich piloted his old Harrier and kept his mech's rifle in a tight grip as he looked at the explosions happening in the distance. "This is crazy!" Walter's whalers experienced a handful of large battles before on the glowing planet. The pirates never really put up a decent fight due to their lack of discipline, training, and quality. This was different. The Mech Legion consisted of several ducal regiments of similar quality to their counterparts of the Republic. Highly ambitious commoners made up the rank and file, while officers trained from birth to command and lead these mechs were hungry to earn merits. As long as commoners destroyed 10 mechs without losing their own, they'd be elevated to knights, which was the first and lowest rank of nobility within the Vija kingdom. Once a commoner became a knight, many privileges and opportunities fell into their laps. Thus, the mech pilots of the Mech Legion fought with much greater passion than the Mech Corps. The Bright Republic's mech pilots mainly served out of duty, and while they enjoyed a fair amount of rewards for each mech they took out, they paled in comparison. "Larkin's son! Focus on the squad of cannoneers. They're trying to take out our carriers!" Ganso Larkinson listened to the instructions of his captain and shifted the Vedra's rifle until it lined up with the cannoneers. Even from this distance, he managed to cripple 2 mechs at once before they pulled back. "Man, your aim is getting better and better," one of his colleagues praised. The shots of the rifleman mechs barely scarred the armor plating of the cannoneer mechs. Another volley of lasers spat out of the Vedra's laser rifle. This time, Ganso managed to nail a swordsman mech in the back just as it was about to assail a defenseless mech from the Volari Starhawks. To be honest, Ganso could barely explain why he improved all of a sudden. Many of his peers gained an edge after cutting their teeth against the pirates, but Ganso had changed more drastically than most. Every time a mech pilot asked him how he did it, he responded with the same answer. "Shooting down a regular mech is easier than trying to scratch an expert mech." Compared to that expert light mech that got chased away by the fireworm, every other mech moved so slow to his senses. It was as if every mech had collectively decided to cut their speed in half. In those circumstances, Ganso had been able to nail down every moving target no matter what kind of tricks they pulled off. Unknown to him, a handful of observant officers of the Volari Starhawks marked him out as a possible expert pilot candidate. Still, no matter how many mechs he mowed down, Ganso was only one pilot among tens of thousands. His contribution hardly shifted the tenuous balance between the sides. The battle between the Grand Chasers and the Volari Starhawks grew increasingly more heated. As the only 2 mech regiments to clash against each other in close range, the amount of casualties quickly piled up on both sides. All it took was one mistake to take out a mech. The differences between the 2 regiments quickly became apparent. The Grand Chasers had left their bulky heavy mechs behind to guard their motherships in the main fleet of the Mech Legion. Freed from the burden of their sluggish ships and heavy mechs, the mechs of the Grand Chasers tried to fly in circles around their adversaries. Their squads primarily consisted of light mechs. Each of them might not pack a lot of punch, but as long as enough mechs focused their fire upon the same target, they could systematically dismantle their opponents in quick succession. Still, The Volari Starhawks refused to be their punching backs. Medium mechs made up most of their numbers, so they used that to their advantage to bowl through the harassing fire and disrupt the rhythm of the circling mechs. Meanwhile, the Happy Jelly sneakily slipped back into formation. The Mech Corps had assigned them in the periphery of the main fleet along with the rest of the ships from the Whalers and the Blood Claws. Some of those ships suffered various mishaps due to sabotage. The Whalers lost one ship entirely while the Blood Claws lost 6. This frustrated the two gangs to no end. Many of those ships had been laden with exotics that could have been sold for a decent fortune. Their profitability took a sharp dive after sustaining such a loss. "How is it possible for us to lose so many ships?" VS asked in the open. "Only 15 or so exoskeleton soldiers boarded our carrier. I doubt the other ships faced more than that. How could the Visions get the drop on us with such a minimal investment?" No one in the engineering bay dared to answer his question. In truth, everyone knew that they'd been complacent at the possibility of a stealth insertion. They paid dearly for their lax approach against stealth insertions. The battle had raged over an hour now. Thousands of mechs had met their end along the trail the fleets left behind. A couple of stray and derelict ships spun off into nowhere, though in many cases their crew and cargo had been transferred onto other ships if they survived. As a mech designer who'd been raised away from the Larkin sons who'd been indoctrinated into serving the Republic, VS increasingly grew disgusted about the battle. Neither sides fought for any strategic reason other than to try and take their adversaries down a notch. It was as if the Mech Legion and the Mech Corps consisted of two school children with an unreconciled grudge against each other. No matter how many times you tried to lecture them, they still came to blows if they were put in the same room. "So many people are killed and so many mechs are destroyed at this moment," he lamented to himself as he kept an eye on the information being fed to the command console. The engineers had made some critical repairs that brought back the functionality of some of the more salvageable damaged components. The Happy Jelly now regained ample power to keep her thrusters active at full capacity while keeping enough juice to run her other systems like life support. VS didn't even need to lend a hand with the repairs anymore, so he stuck to the command console and paid attention to the battle outside while he inspected the various incomprehensible databases for any signs of sabotage. "I don't know what the tech specialist did, but I can't track down anything that looks amiss." His computer science skill mainly focused on mastering the programming of a mech. The programming that ran a large vessel like the Happy Jelly might use the same type of languages, but its structure was at least 10 times more complex. Every element of the Happy Jelly's programming had been applied in a different direction from what VS was accustomed to with mechs. In short, VS had no clue what he was doing. Neither did anyone else, for that matter. When VS asked someone to take over his post, the engineers replied that only the head engineer figured the system out. Everyone else treated the programming like an alien artifact. He shook his head. "Idiots." To be fair, the Happy Jelly did lose most of their most competent engineers. The remaining survivors lacked the experience and knowledge to work in engineering. Instead, they'd been tasked with watching over the less important systems like the oxygen replenisher and water recycler. These kinds of figures yearned for simple jobs where all they had to do was to sleep on the job or play some games on their comm. The only times they got off their lazy butts was if something had actually broken down. Thus, VS had no choice but to remain at the engineering bay for a time. While the surviving engineers required no further motivation as their lives were already at stake, he occasionally had to warn them if they tried anything dangerous or wrong. The relative lack of excitement continued for another hour. The battle outside died down as the Volari Starhawks and the Grand Chasers pulled back at the same time. They sustained too many casualties in one bout, and most of their mechs had started overheating from the intense exertion of their weapons and flight systems. VS suddenly received a comm message. Get over to the hangar bay. The Harrier has just returned and it's in really bad shape. Dietrich. VS left the command console and walked out of the engineering bay. He ran through the corridors in his hazard with his Amistendera kept safe within a pocket. Once he reached the hangar bay, he took a look at the steaming mess of junk the Harrier had been reduced to. A handful of mech technicians brought in heavy cutting tools and started grinding through the cockpit area. What happened to the Harrier? Is Dietrich still alive? He's alive, but the data says he has a concussion. A mech technician responded quickly as he tried to bore through the cockpit. VS shook his head and made a choice. That will take too long. Let me try something. Once he floated above the cockpit, VS mentally recalled the schematics of the mech. The Harrier featured a typical reverse V cockpit system where the thick, robust chest patang swiveled outward. This left open a gap near the neck area where a mech pilot would be able to enter and exit the hatch at the top of the cockpit. This type of entry system gained a bad reputation because it was easy to jam the swivel procedure. Right now, the Harrier not only missed an arm and a leg, it also suffered severe explosive trauma evidenced by the cratering frontal armor. This is going to be a little tricky. VS did not bother with a plasma cutter. Who needed those heavy tools when he already had possessed a much more potent weapon? He retrieved his Amistendera and dialed the power setting to a medium-intensity burn. He aimed the barrel of the pistol at the damaged chest armor and pulled the trigger. The laser slowly melted through the Harrier's uncompressed armor plating. Even though the uncompressed armor lacked any notable attributes, the mech technician still called out in alarm. How powerful is that gun? Is this a new type of laser cutter? Where can I buy one? You idiot. It's not a tool, but a weapon. Do you think any compact laser pistol can outperform a plasma cutter? Ouch. You didn't have to hit my head. Once VS carefully burned through the frontal plating, he called over a couple of aging bots to remove the excess debris. Once the bots peeled away the last layers, VS came face to face with Dietrich's limp body. Hang on there, Dietrich! Help is coming! A pair of homegrown medics climbed on top of the prone Harrier and carefully crawled over to the cockpit. He's suffered more than a concussion. We need to take him to the med bay. The medics efficiently removed the unconscious Dietrich from the piloting seat and laid him down on a floating stretcher. In less than 2 minutes, they secured the little boss and guided his stretcher towards the med bay. Chapter 328 Loop. In a battle between forces comprised of over 1 division, the worth of a single mech had been reduced to almost nothing. Mechs continued to fall and ships sustained more and more damage. The willingness to fight on and inflict more casualties to the opponents continued to burn unabated. From the initial explosive start, the battle had turned into a lower-intensity battle of attrition. The two fleets widened the distance between each other and started rotating their spent mechs in and out of their carriers in order to replenish or perform some emergency repairs. Even though the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion worked their mechs and mech pilots to the bone, they only had each other in their sights. No matter how much they suffered, as long as their enemies suffered with them, their willingness to get back in space remained steady. The momentous battle had a profound effect on VS, especially when Dietrich returned with wounds. Will he make a recovery? He's still in one piece, someone said. That's good, right? When a cockpit is breached, the pilot is always dead. Dietrich only got away with a couple of hard bumps, so he should be back on his feet in no time. VS truly hoped his friend would recover. The whalers had suffered enough on the glowing planet, and losing another ship from the Vision sneak attack put them in a very somber mood. He left the hangar bay and returned to engineering before stepping up to the command console again. Once he activated the plot of the local space, he noted that the two fleets still hadn't shown any signs of retreating. From his observations of this battle, he made two conclusions. First, the mercenary corps and gangs stood no chance against a military force. While the mechs of the Mech Legion didn't always trump over the mechs of the private sector, the level of training, discipline, and coordination became a huge force multiplier that mowed down any undisciplined group of mechs. No wonder Dietrich hadn't made it. As far as the Mech Legion is concerned, he's a lone wolf with nobody else to back him up. Second, the battle also showcased that the best mechs didn't always prevail. Some of the bigger outfits like the Blood Claws fielded advanced mechs piloted by their best champions. These mechs cost about the same as the Bloodbeak and featured compressed armor and a robust flight system. They should have stolen the show when they faced a squad of cheaper Vision mechs, but in actuality the opposite happened. The Mech Legion had no scruples in ganging up on these elites with an abundance of frontline space mechs. These frontline space mechs utilized designs that barely looked like mechs. They resembled spacecraft with arms, as their legs had been made redundant entirely. Instead, the designers extended the waist and stuffed some extra thrusters to enhance their forward acceleration. VS estimated that frontline space mechs like these shouldn't cost more than 15 million credits. On the plot, 8 of them managed to isolate an advanced mech from its escorts. They pelted the unfortunate mech from all sides and quickly overwhelmed its defenses, shooting it into pieces. The unlucky mech pilot managed to eject in time, but the Mech Legion didn't let it off and sent out a single frontline space mech to tear it to shreds. Numbers and skill matter more than quality in a large-scale battle like this. The value of an advanced is marginal in these circumstances. At best, a commech with compressed armor lasted a little longer in battle. If the pilot didn't possess the skill to back up his daring, even a commech wouldn't be able to save his life. VS understood now why the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion utilized frontline mechs and employed regular mech pilots with no prospect of advancing into a higher tier. He also understood why the military let go of the advanced mech pilots who possessed some talent. It's better to form a large, cohesive force than a smaller number of unruly elites. The entire battle lit up a light inside his mind. His conception of mechs and their use on the battlefield evolved to take into account a new kind of situation. Even though VS had read the theory on the use of mechs in massive battlefields, he almost entirely forgot about it. Only when he truly came in touch with mass death and slaughter did he admit that he'd been wrong. He kind of understood the system's insistence on proliferating his designs. A top mech designer should not only aim to design the most exquisite mechs for the most elite pilots, but they should also be able to design affordable mechs for the common mech pilots. Witnessing hours-long struggle fanned his desire to design a cheaper mech. The quality and performance between the different bottom-tier designs varied wildly. VS had already seen the worst in the mechs of the whalers. The designs utilized by the Mech Corps and Mech Legion possessed a lot more refinement without letting the cost get out of control. Seeing them in action taught VS a lot about how the mech pilots squeezed every bit of potential out of their modest mechs. From moving in unison to focusing their fire, the importance of teamwork could not be overstated. He also understood why mech pilots enjoyed much more prestige than the mech designers who made their machines. The differences between mechs don't matter that much compared to the training of the mech pilots who use them. Just when VS thought this battle would continue until the losses grew to an unsustainable level, a sudden accident on the battlefield changed the entire equation. The Mech Legion occasionally launched a volley of torpedoes at the ships of the Mech Corps. Most of the time, the Volari Starhawks and the other regiments of the Mech Corps whittled them down before they impacted a ship, but the extended engagement had reduced their number to half. In those circumstances, the Mech Corps still expected to be able to shoot down the torpedo volleys. Yet the Mech Legion didn't send out a regular volley this time. They held back beforehand to lull the Mech Corps in a sense of complacency. Their next volley carried 50% more torpedoes this time. The moment the Visions launched their latest volley, the Mech Corps knew they'd fallen into a trap. Many Mechs of the Volari Starhawks tried to disentangle from their dance with the Grand Chasers, but failed to break away. The Grand Chasers knew that this was their coup de grace and did all they could to bind the Starhawks in place. The other regiments that hovered close to the fleet went in action to take out the torpedoes. While they felled a fair number of explosive payloads, it was never enough as the surviving torpedoes filtered through the dense rain of fire. Even though a handful of ranged Mechs hastily emerged from the carriers to help out their comrades, a couple of torpedoes still made it through in the end. 4 ships suffered severe damage. One torpedo missed its mark due to being subjected by an intense amount of ECM. However, its programming forced it to continue on with its terminal flight, and just happened to strike a nearby ship. The damaged ship just happened to be a transport carrying a large-scale dimensional smoother. The moment the ship blew up, a strange pulse of space-time racked the impact site. The immediate area around the wreckage deformed in some way. The Mechs nearest to the damaged site splintered apart into tiny hand-sized pieces as if their Mechs ran through an indestructible net. The disaster spooked the Mech Corps, and the brass quickly issued a call for a general retreat. The massive fleet comprised of the ships from the Bright Republic finally moved away from their Vision counterparts. The Volari Starhawks pulled back as well. Though some of the Grand Chasers showed signs of moving in pursuit, they received orders to pull back as well. As the distance quickly widened, the Mechs stopped shooting each other, as their shots increasingly missed the mark. Why did they retreat all of a sudden? He understood why the Mech Corps retreated in the face of such a disaster. Without the dimensional smoother keeping the local spacetime stable, they risked getting felled by another anomaly. They had to rearrange their formation as quickly as possible, and that took time. The Mech Legion should have pushed their advantage and exploit the opening revealed by the Mech Corps. Then, he looked at the live feed of the area in space where the dimensional smoother had been torn apart. Debris thrown away from the explosion halted their outward expansion and started to reverse. The site of the explosion thrummed and vibrated as if a singularity came into being. Instead, something more miraculous happened. Time seemed to reverse as the broken parts converged into one. A blast reappeared, but this time it started outwards and compressed inward like an implosion. The debris lost their deformations and slotted back into a single whole transport, as if it had never been destroyed in the first place. The torpedo that struck it got restored as well, but it traveled away from the previously doomed ship as if time continued to rewind. What? VS scratched his head. Had the ship really been restored to whole, just like that? Then the torpedo slowed down mid-flight, before traveling forward as if time had been flipped in the right direction again. The torpedo juked back and forth as if it dodged a storm of counterfire and made a drastic turn as it got affected by ECM before impacting the transport yet again. The exact same explosion happened and the ship got destroyed in the exact same way. Besides having been left behind by the fleet, nothing appeared to have changed. Moments later, time reversed yet again, and the debris pulled back together until the ship came back to life. The torpedo that fell traveled outwards again as hale as if it had just been launched. A spike of fear ran through his spine as VS continued to watch the same event happening over and over again. Of all the things he expected when a dimensional smoother got destroyed, he never realized it could actually lead to a strange loop in time. What the hell is a dimensional smoother made of? VS had the conception that humanity had been playing with fire when they came up with such a device. Although its ability to force space and time to remain stable proved useful, the dangers resulting from improper use scared the living light out of his soul. When VS thought about the attempts to overload the dimensional smoothers aboard the gregarious Wrath, he broke out a nervous sweat. No wonder the Mech Corps pulled out so quickly. Even the Mech Legion wanted nothing to do with the anomaly despite already passing it by. Their excessive caution indicated that the anomaly might expand and engulf others into this seemingly endless time loop. At least they stopped fighting. The battle might have made sense to the higher-ups, but VS always worried about getting the happy jelly shot out from underneath him. As a former transport vessel, it lacked the toughness and structural integrity of a purpose-built combat carrier. Even a single mech acting out alone would be able to cripple the jelly. The two fleets continued to drift apart, going in slightly different directions as they made their way out of the glowing zone. One remarkable thing happened as they made their final leg of the journey. Rescue parties from both sides flew back and descended on the debris field to pull out any survivors that had been left behind. A handful of transports also grabbed some of the smaller intact containers and brought them back to their fleets. VS found it remarkable that the rescue parties went out of their way to avoid each other. Not a single mech or shuttle clashed against each other. It seemed that even if the Republic and the Kingdom hated each other's guts, they still possessed some sense of humanity. This should be the end of this campaign. After 70 days of traveling, fighting, and making a profit, the survivors would finally return home with their booty. Chapter 329 Booty. VS half expected some kind of surprise to spring in front of his face. Maybe a fleet of pirates would transition out of FTL nearby, or maybe the Visions wanted to go for a second round. Only until the entire fleet flew beyond the edge of the glowing zone and transitioned into FTL did he relax. It's really over now. The motley Republican fleet had split up into smaller detachments that each flew in a different direction. Most of the ships of the Mech Corps navigated towards Bentheim, including all of their transports that had been stuffed with high-value ores. The Happy Jelly received the same navigational data and jumped with the diminished fleet along with many of the other outfits that chose to join in. Right now, none of them looked to be in a shape to fight. Everyone was bone-tired and they used up too much of their mechs and supplies to defend their own valuable cargo. After half a day of travel, VS finally left the engineering bay and sought out Walter. He found him on the bridge, wearing a pensive face. "Hi, Walter." "Larkin's son. What are you here for?" "I wanted to ask how we are dealing with the cargo. We made it out with a lot of exotics." Before they went on this expedition, VS had negotiated a 10% cut on the earnings. Naturally, as he offered his services as an individual, the money would flow in his personal accounts instead of his company accounts. Walter nodded in response. "I just got off the line with the Mech Corps. They want me to sell my hull to them once we reach Bentheim." "What kind of prices are they offering?" "I had someone check the market prices. They're lower than the official prices and the black market prices. We'll be forced to sell the goods at a 30% discount if we take this deal." VS frowned at that. "That sounds scummy. What are they offering in return?" "Nothing. Well, there's one thing. We can get rid of our hot potatoes. Don't forget that everyone already knows we've made it off with billions of credits worth of exotics. What do you think will happen if we want to wait for a better price and store it in some kind of warehouse in Bentheim or Cloudy Curtain? A whole bunch of untraceable mechs will descend on it and steal all our hard-earned valuables away." Too much wealth wasn't always a good thing if you didn't have the strength to protect your assets. With how prolific the campaign had been, a large number of vultures must have already gathered in and around Bentheim. Any outfit that showed any carelessness would instantly be robbed of their possessions. Walter's whalers had never been anything more than a gang that ruled over a single rural planet. They lost a large portion of their men and mech, so their strength was at an all-time low just when they made it off with an enormous harvest. Such a combination easily bred disaster. "Isn't there any other party who will offer a better price for our goods?" They all shut me down when I called," Walter admitted with furrowed brows. "Even the black market is refusing to listen to my offers." There was only one reason why no one else dared to engage in the trade. They'd been warned off by the Mech Corps. VS understood what went on as he listened to Walter. "The exotics we've harvested from the glowing planet are strategic materials. Even if the Mech Corps won't incorporate them into their own mechs, they can still make a handsome profit by selling them to the Friday Coalition or some cross-star sector trading company. The Mech Corps doesn't want us to sell our exotics to the Visions or the pirates. It will strengthen their enemies even further if we trade with someone outside of the Republic." They really had no choice but to accept the unfair conditions proposed by the Mech Corps. VS actually admired them for pulling off this stunt. They extorted them out of their exotics, but at least they didn't offer too much of a discount. As Walter put it, 30% is not worth falling out with the Mech Corps. The Mech Corps offered different rates on different types and qualities of exotics. While it had been easy for the whalers to tally the amount and variety of exotics, it was a lot more difficult to judge their quality. They'd need a professional to nail down their exact value. Even if VS knew a thing or two about exotics, he wouldn't claim to be a specialist in raw exotic ores. Due to the differences in quality, VS and Walter found it hard to estimate a final price on their harvest. "Depending on how much higher grade stuff is mixed in with the junk exotics, we can earn around 17 to 35 billion credits." This was a massive profit, and it could have been more if the whalers hadn't lost a ship. The whalers instantly turned into billionaires while VS could look forward to a decent payday as well, not that he needed it. He already received the most important rewards from the system. Still, the euphoria of earning all of those credits quickly made way for skepticism. "Your gang is one of the smaller outfits that profited from the glowing planet. The Blood Claws must have earned at least 10 times as much, and the Mech Corps themselves at least 1,000 times this sum." "What's your point?" Walter scratched his graying head. "A lot of people and a lot of organizations are getting rich overnight. They also happen to have lost a lot of mechs and men. As you just mentioned, getting into possession of a lot of wealth but not enough means to defend it all will only invite calamity. The first thing everyone will do is spend all of their money on strengthening their forces." Now he understood the point that VS was trying to make. Everyone will jack up their prices. "Ha! That's bad for us, but good for you." Now that they were on their way back to civilized space, VS began to think like a businessman again. He knew that the aftermath of the campaign would have profound effects on the local economy. As he left the bridge to return to his bunk, VS thought about who ultimately gained an advantage of the brief campaign. The biggest winners should be MTA, who lent the dimensional smoothers to the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion. VS suspected that the price of these things shouldn't be small. As the glowing planet became known when it drifted through the Republic's territory, the Mech Corps was able to mobilize more forces and more allies. In turn, this meant they made more profit than their Vision counterparts. Losing a dimensional smoother should hurt a lot. Even if the Mech Legion was at fault for destroying the lone device, the ultimate responsibility lay with the Republic who lent it in the first place. The MTA would demand a lot of compensation for their lost machine. No wonder they're so overbearing this time. They want to make up for their losses. Still, all these things happened in the background. Despite the pain, the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion would definitely begin to invest their earnings into improving their battle capabilities. The other gangs and mercenary corps would follow suit as well. What was the use of a padded bank account when then they only returned with half their mechs and ships? Still, VS predicted that a lot of people would retire in the coming months. Why would these mercenaries and gang members continue to fight like beggars when they already received enough money to retire like kings? He expected many of them to apply for citizenship at the Friday Coalition. Some of the partners of the coalition, like the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group, welcomed immigration from the poorer states as long as they brought enough benefits. That's going to be bad, VS thought grimly as he walked down the corridors of the Happy Jelly. Fewer mercenaries means less customers. Still, he didn't think that a lot of people would succeed in applying to the coalition. All of that money had to be split up in the group. The larger the organization, the more they earned, but the more they had to split up their booty as well. Only the upper ranks should earn enough to retire in the coalition. Thinking about the ripple effects of all of this major influx in spending gave VS a headache. Besides predicting a rise in inflation and a couple of other consequences, he didn't dare to make any further assumptions. That reminds me, the LMC should have set up a robust financial department by now. His CFO Mech should have already analyzed the upcoming shifts in the economy. Now that there's no restriction to using the galactic net, I should check up on how my company is faring. VS vaguely thought that his company should be making a brisk amount of sales. Even though he hadn't kept tabs on every black beak that had been deployed on the glowing planet, if he took Fada's black beak as a measure, then the model line should have performed well. Even as the cheap and rickety mechs of the whalers started to fall apart from all of the stress and fatigue, the black beak still performed close to its prime. This should be a given, as VS had explicitly designed the black beak to excel in long, grueling wars. Once he returned to his bunk, he checked up on Lucky's egg before jumping into his bed. He brought up his comm and searched the latest news on the LMC. Living Mech Company rising like a rocket. Revenue is estimated to surpass 4 billion credits. In bed with the LMC, Vaughn Industrial signs licensing contract to produce the increasingly prominent Blackbeak design. What's the difference? Let this mech expert tell you the difference between the bronze, silver, and gold label mechs of the LMC. What a steal! Previous owner of a limited edition Marcus Aurelius mech designed by V.S. Larkinson sold for 250 million credits. In between the trivial bits of news, V.S. came across an alarming piece of news. They signed an agreement with Vaughn Industrial. When the topic came up in the previous board meeting, V.S. firmly rejected the option to allow Vaughn to produce his bronze label Blackbeaks. The LMC eventually partnered up with Mr. Neverland's Elemental Mech Engineering instead. Although their first copies of the Blackbeak suffered from a couple of faults, they eventually straightened out their production and produced mechs worthy of his name, if only barely. At least the EME put some heart in their products. What he saw at Vaughn Industrial's massive manufacturing complex didn't disgust him, but they came close in doing so. Vaughn pursued the limits in scale, precision, and efficiency, and did everything in its power to eliminate the human factor out of their high-volume fabrication processes. That's not to say it's the wrong approach, but it doesn't fit with my design philosophy. Even if he designed a couple of cheaper frontline mechs, he would still try to fabricate them according to his preferred methods. VS wanted the LMC to be known as a company that sold mechs that came to life. Producing lifeless lumps of alloys directly contradicted the vision he laid out for his company. What should I do about this? He knew that such a decision must have been approved by an overwhelming majority of the board. His grandfather Benjamin alone should have been able to stop this decision in its tracks. Since the company went through with it anyway, indicated that the Larkinson estate at least tacitly assented to the move. They don't understand my intentions. It might have been his fault for not conveying his vision properly. The Larkinsons had never really been short on money, but they probably started seeing the benefits once they realized they could milk their 25% shares in his company. He didn't blame them for being greedy. I'm going to have to set some rules when I return. Chapter 330 Profits. When VS delved into the galactic net and called up a limited summary of the LMC's earnings, he became surprised how much it had earned since he left for the glowing planet. The LMC itself made a good chunk of profit by selling over 30 silver label black beaks at elevated prices. The profit margin went up over time as Marcella likely took advantage of the increased demand of the silver label model. Right now, the company made around 30 million credits per mech in gross profits. To put that into perspective, if VS extrapolated this performance to an entire year, the company could easily rake in over 5 billion credits in profits with its own production alone. It's too bad we aren't producing the black beaks fast enough. VS shook his head. Even if the LMC possessed a fantastic production line, it could only do so much. Fabricating one comic like the black beak was the best that the LMC could achieve. I should consider adding another production line in the near future. This bottleneck is really starting to annoy me. He also wanted to reduce his reliance on third-party manufacturers, though he guessed he'd never be able to get rid of them. The more his designs caught on, the more people wanted to buy his products. Many other manufacturers possessed a head start compared to the LMC in investing in their production capacity. In the short and medium term, it made more sense to license his designs to third parties. However, VS believed that ultimately the LMC would catch up when it reinvested its profits into adding new production lines. The profits I'm earning from the licensing deals will help a lot. Compared to the insane profit margins of the silver label black beaks, the bronze label versions obviously earn the LMC a trickle of money. Elemental Mech Engineering sold just over 100 mechs each month and paid the LMC 2.5 million credits per sale. In a business perspective, the EMI profited big at the expense of the LMC, as the third party only had to hand over a flat fee per mech while being able to jack up its prices to take advantage of the increased demand for the entire product line. VS, Marcella and his company had done the heavy lifting to promote the black beak design. He risked his reputation and Melinda's life by accepting a public design duel against Michael Dumont. Still, as much as VS could harp on EMI's freeloading, the company at least produced decent mechs. The reviews and comments on their products had generally been positive, and nobody complained about the minor imperfections they still hadn't been able to eliminate. The LMC would be set to earn about 3 billion credits per year in licensing fees from the EMI. This was a very tidy income stream considering that VS and his company didn't need to lift a finger to earn this sum. If the EMI already made a modest contribution to his company's earnings, then the newer income stream from Vaughn really ratcheted it up. Vaughn Industrial had hit the ground running as soon as they signed the licensing contract about a month ago. They allocated a significant amount of production lines to the first batches of black beaks. Impressively enough, almost none of the copies featured any faults or imperfections. This enabled them to sell their bronze label black beaks at a slightly higher price than EMI. More remarkable was that Vaughn Industrial skipped the local markets entirely. Instead of selling their mechs in Bentheim alongside the offerings of the LMC and the EMI, Vaughn had made the bold decision to export it across the Republic's borders. Vaughn had actually managed to sell the black beak in the Ilvain Protectorate of all places. I thought those religious nutjobs always turned up their noses against foreign mechs. Bordering on the far side of the Bright Republic's borders, the Ilvain Protectorate was a rather peculiar third-rate state. Similar to the Hexarchic hegemony, the government instituted a strong religious regime, practically brainwashing its citizens from birth. The Ilvainans grew up to be a closed and xenophobic bunch. This happened to make their state a favored recruiting ground for the CFA, who constantly needed new blood to crew their warships. Compared to their passion for warships, the Ilvainans were less impressed with mechs. Even though they understood their necessity and oriented a significant part of their society to mechs, they only maintained a robust defense force and had never shown any signs of aggression. This pretty much made them one of the best neighbors of the Bright Republic. The Ilvanans would never ally themselves with the Visions and attack the Republic from two fronts. Vaughn isn't satisfied with exporting the Black Beaks to the Ilvanans alone. They're also starting to break grounds in other foreign markets. VS didn't know what to think about their ambitious actions. They basically preempted the LMC by expanding into the foreign markets first. Would the LMC still have room left to sell their own products once they finally got around to exporting their own products across the border? The conflicts of interests that resulted in such a clash might upend their entire relationship. On the other hand, Vaughn also did the heavy lifting in creating a demand for the product line outside the Republic. It feels weird for my company to be the freeloader this time. In any case, the relatively high volume of production already netted the LMC a lot of money. Regardless if the Mech sold or not, Vaughn had to pay the licensing fees upon producing a model. This already netted the LMC around 700 million credits. Vaughn already showed signs of ramping up their production even further, but even if it maintained the same level of production, they still had to pay over 8 billion credits to his company on an annual basis. Compared to what VS earned from his contributions on the glowing planet, the LMC generated at least 5 times as much money. They didn't even need to risk their lives, he muttered. This was such a drastic rise in profits, especially since the LMC didn't incur that much expenses. The LMC would have earned a multitude more money if it didn't have to rely on third-party manufacturers to compensate for its inadequate production capacity. Considering the ridiculous amount of licensing fees that Vaughn Industrial transferred to the LMC, VS found it hard to stay angry at the board. While it didn't appear that VS was short on money, he knew that things might change once the war started in earnest. In addition, he also needed to accumulate a lot of money to take part in the introduction of the next generation of Mechs less than 9 years from now. The first licenses always cost the most. Even a war chest of 100 billion credits wouldn't be sufficient to get a hold of a single next-gen component license. License costs usually halved after a year or two, but by then the initial investors had gained a decisive first-mover advantage in the rebooted Mech market. Once these investors gained a lead, it was hard to knock them down from their pedestals. Still, thanks to his earnings, the LMC was well on track to take part in the coming race. All of this is thanks to my Black Beak design. Without his skills and his expensive and exclusive component licenses, he'd never be able to design a mech that could stand on its own in the mech industry. Both of these factors comprised the core ingredients to the success of his design. He didn't grow too conceited at his design's amazing performance. It had taken a lot of work to gather all the ingredients. Without risking his life on graining 4, VS would have likely continued to piddle in the mud with the increasingly aging Mark Antony Mark II design. Only by stepping out of his comfort zone and do the jobs that others were afraid of doing did he elevate himself above his peers. I kind of understand Master Olson's perspective now. He always understood that going on expeditions increased a mech designer's perspective and polished their skills. Yet enriching his perspective only formed half of the benefits. The other half consisted of material rewards. The harvest made on the expedition along with the rewards given by others for completing a mission played a crucial role in accelerating his career. Right now, besides padding his personal bank account with a couple of extra billion credits, VS also fulfilled a mission from the Clifford Society. He already sent the logs of the whalers to one of their addresses. Once the Society confirmed their authenticity, VS would be credited with another 200 merits. He could do a lot with such a generous amount of merits, from acquiring exclusive coalition licenses to buying premium production equipment. He also earned big from the system. While the golden lottery tickets were a bit iffy, he did gain the amazing Amistendra laser pistol from the random draw. That weapon alone was worth more than the annual profit of a major mech manufacturer. Although the system hadn't managed to recover it to its prime state, its ridiculous power and capacity meant that VS feared no threat on foot. The Transcendence Pill also formed a unique reward. Ordinarily, he should have only been able to get his hands on such a pill much later on when he became a journeyman mech designer. To be able to upgrade his mental parameters beyond the human limit so early would definitely help him advance much faster. As for the mysterious special upgrade voucher machine, VS browsed his inventory and scanned its description again. Special upgrade voucher machine. This voucher can be applied to any object that fits the definition machine and will comprehensively upgrade them to a higher rank. The smaller the machine, the more extensive the upgrade. This voucher is less effective on advanced and complex machines. From what VS understood of the brief description, he could apply the voucher to anything from his Amastendra to the Barracuda. It just wouldn't be very effective if he used the voucher on those two machines. The Amastendra is so advanced the system categorizes it with the rank of Supreme. I've never seen a Supreme ranked item before in my life. Even the old Lucky is only rated gold by the system. As for the Barracuda, she consisted of several millions of tons of both regular and exotic alloys. Perhaps the entire energy of the voucher would only be able to improve its acceleration by 1% or something. In conclusion, the voucher failed to match his expectations. As expected of the system. From the golden lottery tickets to the limited capabilities of the upgrade voucher, the system really pulled the wool over its eyes. It surely profited big when it absorbed the strange diamond-like jewel that VS had recovered from the skull of that long-dead giant. What's up with the giant anyway? The entire glowing planet had been weird from the start. From destroying ships with space-time anomalies, to messing up the energy cells with the overcharge phenomenon, everything about the planet pointed to a sense that it didn't welcome any visitors. Its temper tantrum upon stealing the jewel only reinforced that idea. All of these happenings prompted VS to ask a very absurd question. Is the planet alive? VS didn't dare to guess the answer. He had only scratched the surface of the glowing planet's origins and didn't wish to make a faulty assumption. At least he left all of its horrors behind. Of all the awful things that happened to him, meeting the ghost that wore his mother's face was the worst. He never really made up his mind about his mother. Malicious or not, the dead should have moved on from this reality, or at least stay out of sight of their descendants. I'm glad I won't have to see her again. The happy jelly traveled several light years away from the glowing planet by now. There was no way he would encounter the ghost again. Would he? Chapter 331 Ambitions. Traveling to Bentheim took a lot less time and effort than trying to navigate towards the glowing planet. A lone planet swinging through space without a star or anything else that could act as a lighthouse meant that ships had to be really close to make the final jump. In contrast, the Bentheim system formed the largest lighthouse in this stretch of space. Even an outdated ship like the Happy Jelly could easily fix in its coordinates from the border of the Bright Republic. The journey lasted 6 days in total. When the Mech Corps and many of the outfits that allied with the Republic arrived at the edge of the star system, everyone let out a relieved breath. They had finally reached safe harbor. Anything could happen in space. An unlikely chance still existed that an unknown group figured out their route and intercepted them midway by disturbing the local space along the route with a strong and intense gravitic field. Just like how the passage of the glowing passage had pulled a trade convoy out of FTL, an artificial gravity field could achieve the same effects. Nothing of the sort came to pass, which let many people put down their worries. Their ships and their harvests also enjoyed the protection of the Mech Corps within the system. Virtually every outfit accepted the same deal the whalers had signed, so their cargo already belonged to the Republic. A handful of ships refused to follow the vast majority of the ships towards the inner system. Instead, they jumped back into FTL as soon as their FTL drives finished cycling. The idiots. They're going to get ambushed a couple of light years away, I bet, VS remarked to Melker as he transferred to the Barracuda. They might have something up their sleeves. Those who are confident they can sell their payloads by themselves won't be taking the standard trade routes. Pirates will have a hard time trying to predict their routes. Now that they arrived to safety, VS parted ways with the whalers. The Barracuda flew close to the Happy Jelly in order to receive the Stanislaw and a shuttle carrying the two Larkin sons. During the previous campaign, the Mech Corps employed the Barracuda as a forward scout. They stationed the corvette in the surrounding star systems in order to keep tabs of any ships that used those planets as their stops. The job didn't sound glamorous, but it had to be done. At least it put the Barracuda well out of the way of any battles. Nimble as she might be, she could not take a lot of hits. VS first entered Captain Silvestra's office. Besides listening to her report, he also wanted her input on something else. Captain, you and your crew have been exemplary employees to me so far. Considering the rapid growth of the LMC, your responsibilities will only increase in the future. Therefore, in addition to the hazard pay you're owed, I'm also setting aside a pot worth several million credits to be spent on training. I have plans, and I need a capable crew to run my ship. The woman blinked. That's very generous of you, sir. This is much more than what we are owed. Nonsense. I've already dragged the Barracuda into 2 perilous expeditions. I can't promise you there won't be another one in the future. Even if she's mainly used as a scout, it doesn't change the fact that I'm subjecting you to a lot of danger. Admittedly, this isn't what we've expected when we initially agreed to work with a mech designer, the captain reluctantly said, though VS faintly suspected she acted timid on purpose. We started our careers in the civilian sector by entertaining men aboard yachts. At no point have we ever trained to serve in a war theater. VS extended his hand. Hence the training. If you agree to keep working for me, I'll promise you and your women won't be earning a pittance in my service. While I consider doubling your salaries, I think it's better for all of us if you shore up your skills. The captain rapped her fingers on her desk. I'll have to discuss it with the girls. Even if you haven't approached us with an offer, I was planning to suggest something myself. Not all of us are cut out for the battlefield. You won't be able to avoid a fight. The Bright Republic and the Vigia Kingdom is already in a state of war, they just haven't declared it yet. That battle between the two fleets. His memories of that day sometimes gave him nightmares. He became especially spooked when he recalled that strange time loop that came into being when a torpedo destroyed the transport carrying a dimensional smoother. It will take some time for us to consider our options. I'll have a final answer for you within a week. That's fine. Once he finished his discussion with Silvestra, VS left her office and entered the tiny observation room that served as a lounge. Melker had thrown his body onto a sofa and currently stared at the stars shining from beyond the transparent panels covering the upper deck of the corvette. Melker. VS. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Melker turned his head, facing VS with his opaque blue visor. What do you want to know? When the Larkin sons sent you to serve as my bodyguard, did they give you additional instructions? For example, if I do anything that would severely harm their interests, are you obliged to do something about it? Nothing of the sorts. Melker firmly shrugged his head. What do you think we are, the Gage dynasty? Riella and I have only been assigned to protect you and guard your life, something which is hard to do when you are constantly throwing yourself in reckless adventures by the way. As far as I'm concerned, you're the biggest danger to yourself. Thanks for the compliment. I think. VS chuckled. While I'm not sure whether you are pretending or not, I do want to say that I trust you regardless. You don't seem like a guy who'd stab me in the back. His cousin smirked at him. Are you sure about that? I am. Even though you don't talk all that much, you never shed the impression that you're a man of honor. I'm not a night mech pilot, you know. You're a perfect fit for a knight if you aren't so good at ranged combat. I take it you didn't come here to talk about my loyalties and mech inclinations. Spit it out. What do you really have in mind? All right, I have two priorities in mind, and they're kind of connected. As you might have heard, the LMC is doing really well now. The truth is that it's entered into an explosive growth phase. I'm expecting the company to earn well over 10 billion credits in the current fiscal year. That's some serious money, Melker replied with awe. This is only the second year you began to do business, right? Are all mech designers so rich? Of course not. I'm something of an outlier here. I'm really good at my job. Right. VS couldn't say he had the system to thank for his rapid growth. This allowed him to catch up and exceed his peers who studied in prestigious schools in second-rate states like the Friday Coalition. If not for the system, VS would have gone bankrupt almost immediately after receiving his father's indebted assets. While that wouldn't ruin his life, he'd be forced to toil as a factory supervisor or something instead of fulfilling his dream of designing mechs. He unconsciously recalled the time he visited a museum on Moira's Paradise. The Oceanic Planets Museum featured an amusing exhibit of a mirror that purported to show the viewer of his reflection from another reality. VS came across himself as a loser. He quickly shook his head. That dready future hadn't come to pass. Instead, he became a successful mech designer and businessman who earned more than 99% of the rest of the Republic. He truly belonged to the upper echelon of the Republic now that he helmed a multi-billion credit company. And this was just the start. His ambitions stretched much further, and to accomplish his plans, he needed reliable people at his side. Let me get to the point. VS pulled his mind back to the present. Currently, I've signed a contract with Sanyal Ablin to provide security for my premises. They've done a decent job so far, and they're also involved with designing and constructing the LMC's new manufacturing complex. However, I can't take them along whenever I go out on another adventure, as you say. They don't offer those kinds of services. It's too risky, they say. It also embroiled the supposedly neutral security company in a lot of political messes. Only mercenaries dared to accept these kinds of duties, and only at great cost. Even then, their trustworthiness would always be rather fluid. I'm looking to establish a personal force that works solely under my name. I want you to create one from scratch. This time, Melker became fully alert. He stopped relaxing against the sofa and immediately sat upright. Why are you setting up a personal force? He asked with genuine puzzlement. Doesn't it make more sense to slap together a company security force? The difference between the two was that one force worked for an individual, and the other owed their loyalties to the entire company. The Bright Republic treated the two very differently. A company's security force often followed a strict regime, and they always followed orders from a group of decision-makers. Mech pilots considered a career into company security forces to be a stable, low-risk track. While they didn't earn as much as mercenaries, at least they'd be able to live with their families all year round. In contrast, the Republic often treated a personal security force as a group of thugs. To be fair, personal forces often ended up proving their bad reputations as they enforced their employers' private dealings. And now, VS just suggested that he had need of his own group of ruffians. This did not inspire a lot of confidence in Melker. It's not what you think, VS quickly added. The reason why I want a personal force is because I'm planning to go on my own expeditions in the future. It's hard to compel a company security force to follow me into far-flung territories. That makes a lot of sense. But why are you so insistent on raising your own force? Because I'm a big shot now. I should act like it. I'm tired of being left out of the loop. I've also had it with being treated like a foot soldier. Since I have all of this money, I figured why not invest in my own mechs and ships? I want to take back some control over my life. I don't want to be left at the whims of the mistakes that other people have made. VS already laid out a vision for his small but promising personal force. He'd put Captain Sylvester in charge of the ships and Melker in charge of the mechs. With the two of them working together, VS had a lot of faith they'd be able to whip a crew into shape. This is really big, VS. I have to think about it. I never considered going down this route after I left the Mech Corps. Look, Melker, I know you're reluctant right now, but think about my success so far. This is only my second year of operation. What heights do you think I'll be able to reach 10 years from now? What about 20 years? Even VS hardly dared to dream so big. By the time the next generation came into being, he'd almost certainly be a journeyman mech designer. The mech industry widely considered this stage as the first, foremost start of a mech designer's career. Novices and apprentices were still considered underage. The chances of someone getting stalled in these stages were extremely high. Only those who reached the enviable height of journeyman would finally be treated with consideration on par with an expert mech pilot. This put Melker to thought. Even if he didn't hold much hopes to advancing to expert mech pilot himself, working for a journeyman would open up a lot of doors for him. Perhaps he'd even be able to borrow V's influence to help him in his breakthroughs. Unlike Captain Sylvestre, Melker needed no further consideration. I'll do it. You can count me in. Chapter 332 Personal Force. In the age of mechs, wealth meant nothing on its own. The ability to leverage your wealth mattered more, because anyone could take it away by force. Many affluent people either formed their own fighting forces, or they joined an organization which already did. True safety lay in the power of the mech and the gun. Troublemakers sought out easy targets. Those with an abundance of wealth but not enough guards often parted with their assets rather quickly. VS had a number of groups to rely on. First, as the founder and CEO of the Living Mech Corporation, VS enjoyed a significant amount of protection from Sanyal Security Services. Their contract primarily tasked them with escorting VS as he traveled within secure Republican space. They also guarded the LMC's fixed assets such as the old workshop and the newer manufacturing complex under construction. While VS had an amiable relationship with Sanyal, he never trusted them quite completely. Even if SAS is a security company known for their neutrality, they're still a subsidiary of the Kansa clan of the coalition. If VS ever fell out with the Kansa clan, then the consequences for the LMC would be dire. It would be better for VS to fold the company entirely. SAS also worked primarily for the company, and not to VS as a person. While he could still ask for their assistance in company-related matters, they wouldn't oblige him if he wanted to go on a personal errand. Security companies firmly drew a line between security activities and mercenary activities. The only way to bolster his personal power was to raise his own force, which declared their loyalty to him, and him alone. While he could also employ a mercenary corps, he'd never be able to ensure their loyalties. It was the easy way out. Hiring a reputable mercenary corps saved him a lot of trouble, but the expenses added up the longer the contract lasted. Their main use was to fill a hole in your lineup, and to take care of some short and medium-term tasks. Anyone who relied on mercenary corps as their primary line of defense was woefully naive. Many people these days dreamt of piloting mechs. If they lacked the required neural aptitude, then they dreamt of being able to own or command a group of mechs. Right now, he had the will, funds, and talent necessary to make this dream into a reality. With Melker and Captain Sylvestre at the helm of his mechs and ships respectively, VS hoped to establish a small but capable personal force within the next 6 months. We're already in an unofficial state of war. With everything the Mech Legion is capable of, it's never too soon to raise my own force. Ordinarily, he'd have to file for a lot of permits and licenses to do so. This might hinder ordinary people, but with his current status, VS did not expect the government to put up any significant roadblocks. This was also the time where his favored status with the government made itself useful. This status allowed him to skip a lot of red tape and expedite the registration process of his own force. He easily filled in a couple of forms on the Galactic to get the ball rolling. He only stopped when the form asked for a name. It's gotta be something cool or professional. Those who wanted to cultivate a lot of contacts and wished to enter the nexus of power went for professional names that incorporated words like Guardians, Knights, or Defense Force. VS found those names to be bland and uninspiring. As a younger mech designer in the prime of his life, he could be forgiving if he used a more daring name for his personal force of mechs. It's not like I want to hobnob with all the politicians and business magnates. I'm not cut out for social influencing. If he wanted to gain someone's favor, he'd send someone else make connections on his behalf. What VS should be focusing on was designing mechs or doing stuff that improved his ability to design mechs. Anything else formed a distraction to him on his ambition to reach the pinnacle of mech design. A mech designer's personal force reflects his ideals on how his mechs should be used. It serves as an example to be admired and emulated by my customers. As such, the name should incorporate an aspirational aspect. Much like how ancient humans invented mythical characters such as Heracles and let themselves be inspired by them, so did VS had to come up with his own myth. This sounds kind of familiar. He already possessed a fair amount of experience with coming up with myths to blow some life into his images. The X Factor drew its strength from the imaginary realm, so VS always came up with vivid ideas to empower his mechs. Forming my own force is similar to designing a mech. It starts with a vision. The name will fall into place once I have a solid idea on what my force should be doing. He wanted his own personal force of mechs and ships in order to enable him to form his own expeditions. He had to admit he had taken a liking for adventure. As long as the reward sounded attractive enough, he was not afraid of taking risks. Through his adventures, he also wanted to see his designs at work. His personal force should employ as much of his designs as possible. He wanted his mech pilots to showcase the potential of his mechs under the most difficult circumstances. After all, much of the current momentum for the sales of his Black Beak came from the model's excellent performance on the glowing planet. Even with all of the hype and marketing, real examples remain the best driver for sales. He didn't want to spend too much time on forming a name. He picked his mind for possibilities and settled for one that sounded the coolest without going too far on the tacky side. VS chose to go for a name that reflected his design philosophy. He already did so for the LMC, and as his force would ideally be composed around his company's models, the two should definitely share a common bond. He decided upon a name: the Avatars of Myth. The name referred to his aspiration that his mech pilots could connect with the images attached to their mechs and commune with each other. In the most ideal case, his mech pilots became embodiments of myths and heroes that previously only existed within his mind. Thus, they are never fighting alone in their mechs. After he entered the extravagant-sounding name, VS quickly finished the rest of the forms. Now the government had to go over his application and provide the necessary permits. The next step happened after that. For now, I need to go back to business. The Barracuda flew ahead of the main fleet. With her tiny cargo space, she carried no cargo at all other than the Stanislaw. This posed no risks to the ship, so VS ordered Captain Sylvestre to deliver him to Bentheim as fast as possible. Once the ship touched down on the planet, VS took an armored shuttle from SAS to Marcella's office. While the LMC opened up a branch on Bentheim, VS knew no one who worked at that office, so he would rather consult a familiar friend. Once the shuttle and its escorts arrived in front of the office, VS entered the front doors, upon which a receptionist directed him directly to the elevator. "Took you long enough to come back home," Marcella remarked as she swiveled her chair from the impressive view out the window. "A lot has happened while you were gone." VS nodded lightly as he took a seat across her desk. "I've heard. I suppose you want to talk about Vaughan Industrial." The mere mention of that name soured his mood. "Did you agree to extending a licensing contract to Vaughan?" "I did, after some persuasion," Marcella admitted as she took on a slightly regretful expression. "You have to know it makes a lot of business sense to supplement your company's inadequate production capacity. There is no shame in admitting that the LMC is in the early stages of its growth. Every mech manufacturer that rose up to become behemoths have started small as well." VS thought that Marcella understood his vision, but he was wrong. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "My designs are not commodities to be copied blindly. What do the reviews say about Vaughan's products?" "They're mechanically sound. They are quite a hit in the Ilvain Protectorate, you know." "That's what you think, but in my eyes they are defective. They are missing a crucial ingredient that is characteristic in my products, and that is the human touch. VS craftsmanship is overrated. This is the age of mechs. The time where we need to commission a weapon from a blacksmith and expect a work of art is long past. I know that you want to do things in your own way, but if you want to be a successful businessman, then you need to make some compromises." "I don't believe that," VS replied. "There is a definite demand for quality mechs, and no, I don't consider anything that comes out of Vaughan Industrial to be of high quality. Many other mech manufacturers already pursue efficiency and standardization above all. My company doesn't have to follow suit." As they argued back and forth, it became evident that Marcella would never see eye to eye with VS. She always treated mechs as commodities. She merely pretended to appreciate them in order to woo her customers. "Mechs are products in our line of business," she said with a tone of finality. "Your job isn't to change the galaxy or upend the entire mech industry. Your job is to serve the mech pilots that fight on our behalf. My ideals don't conflict with that demand." "Well, you sure don't act like it. Just face it that you need Vaughan's help to tide the LMC over. You can always reinvest the fees you've received from Vaughan to expand your own production capacity. That's already in the roadmap. It's not as if I can spend my profits elsewhere at this time. I don't think I will need to divert a lot of money to design my next mech." Marcella's eyes shone. "So are you finally ready to design your next mech?" "I am. I've seen a lot of things on the glowing planet. I've got a number of designs in mind. Right now, I'm thinking about designing a rifleman mech." "That's great news!" The mech broker enthusiastically supported the idea. "Although they're not easy to design, rifleman mechs occupy the largest share of the mech market. It's about time you take a slice of that pie." In truth, VS did not choose to design a rifleman mech because he wanted to increase his sales. The LMC already had their hands full with the Blackbeak, and it would take months for demand to peak and decline. Unless the LMC quickly added new production lines, their production capacity remained at full capacity for the foreseeable time. Instead, VS wanted to design a mech for Melker. If his cousin were to lead the avatars of myth, then he needed to pilot a mech worthy of his future stature. The Stanislaus supplied by the Larkin Son estate was more of a workhorse mech than something that evoked prestige. It made for a fairly poor symbol and impressed nobody if they glanced at it. Rifleman mechs like these were a dime in a dozen. "Since I'm planning to design a rifleman mech, what can you tell me about the type, and what does the market want?" Even though he formed a vague idea of his next design, it didn't hurt to hear from an expert in the business. Chapter 333 Rifleman Mechs. Ah, Rifleman Mechs! I can tell you a lot about them. Marcella smiled as she leaned back on her comfortable chair. Ranged mechs form the dominant types of mechs in this day and age. Do you know why that is so? The advantages and tactical flexibility afforded by these weapons are too convenient. If not for the proliferation of heavily armored mechs that could close the gap and take them out up close, every mech would be a rifleman or a cannoneer. Despite this caveat, rifleman mechs formed the core of today's mech doctrine. The rifleman mechs among a unit of mechs dictated their actions. Rifleman mechs work best at medium range. Since they explicitly wield external rifles, they have the flexibility to drop their weapons and take up a backup knife, although it's highly inadvisable for them to do so. It's best they take out their opponents before they close in. And unless they are built to snipe, they aren't able to take out distant opponents. At that range, it would be easy for the target to hide behind cover or dodge incoming shots. VS tapped the desk with his fingers as he summed up his thoughts. Rifleman mechs can be divided into two general categories. You have the run-and gunners that are meant to fight and shoot on the move, and you have the marksman types that fire their weapons behind cover. A fair amount of people in the mech industry believe that's a false dichotomy. Rifleman mechs are vulnerable up close, so the best and most reliable way to fend off any melee mechs is if you can run and remain out of reach of any approaching mechs. Also, it is not as if these high-mobility mechs can remain stationary and use any existing cover to their advantage. I don't believe a mech can excel at both, and neither do I believe that a slow and sluggish rifleman mech is automatically a bad design. He once designed the 2-star Old Soul Rifleman Virtual Mech, which became a cult classic among the local gaming community. The Old Soul's rifle only possessed enough heat capacity to unleash a couple of shots, but all of them landed with a lot of power. Combined with its moderate stealth features, it functioned well in its niche as an ambush predator. Still, the Old Soul never caught on outside of Cloudy Curtain due to its extreme design choices. The way VS intended the mech to be used diverged too wildly from what everyone else thought rifleman mechs should be capable of. Even though VS had developed a love for this type of mech, it did not fit with what Melker and the market demanded. He could only give up on developing a real and modern version of the Old Soul. Marcella collected some reports from her terminal and transferred them to his comm. Read these when you have the time. They contain all of the recent sales charts and market trends for rifleman mechs. Right now, ballistic rifleman mechs are surging in sales. The second way to distinguish rifleman mechs was to look at their weapon types. In the Bright Republic, rifleman mechs either wielded lasers or ballistic rifles. Both of them took an equal share of the market. Some rifleman mechs possessed optimizations to wield either types without penalty. However, this typically resulted in slightly lower overall performance while costing drastically more, so most of the times, only elite mechs might come with this feature. That's odd. VS rubbed his chin. The next generation of mechs will be the golden age of lasers. Won't these outfits be better served if they can hire and train their laser specialists? These forces don't have the luxury to dream about their future. They have to secure their present first. Right now, mechs that incorporate laser-resistant armor plating are selling like hotcakes. Your Black Beak is among their number. Can you tell me why you chose to go for the Veltrex armor system? That's because I'm trying to future-proof my design. The Black Beak won't be too much out of date once the new generation of mechs arrive. Marcella pointed a finger at him. Well, you're not the only mech designer who thinks so. Every recent design is future-proofed against laser that it's quite a challenge to find a new design that's geared against withstanding kinetic and explosive damage. Now he understood her point. I see now. There's such a slant on laser-resistant mechs that ballistic rifleman mechs must be having their greatest time. If you aren't concerned with designing a mech for long-term viability, it's a good idea to design a mech that specializes in ballistic rifles. VS firmly shook his head. I can't do that for the moment. One of the reasons why I'm designing a rifleman mech is because I want to design the perfect machine for one of my relatives. He pilots a laser rifleman mech. I see. So you are doing it for another Larkin son. I do have a friend who's a decent shot with a ballistic rifle, but he pilots aerial mechs, and that's not something I've got a lot of confidence in designing at this moment. Dietrich's Harrier was in bad shape, and while it could be repaired, it would never return to its prime. VS would be more than happy to gift him with a mech of his own design, but the technical challenges of tackling this advance scared him off. Even though one of his earliest virtual designs also consisted of a ballistic rifle-wielding aerial mech, the Seraphim was based on a 400-year-old primitive Fantasia IIR design. Aerial mechs had come a long way since then. The vastly increased complexity of a current-gen aerial mech was not something that a dabbler of the arts could dip their toes in. VS first had to learn to crawl before he could learn to walk. Maybe it's easier if you laid out your vision. What kind of rifleman mech are you aiming to design? What kind, indeed? I admit I don't have a solid vision as of yet. I'm still figuring things out. For now, I've only set a couple of parameters. It's going to be land-bound, so no fancy flight systems with all the complexity associated with it. It also has be medium weight, but it should be fairly fast and agile. Finally, it should come with compressed armor. That final portion raised Marcella's interest. That's going to be fairly controversial, depending on your price point. If you are aiming for the same price tag as your Blackbeak models, then it's only barely acceptable. I know. It's not quite cost-effective to clad ranged mechs with expensive armor when they hardly form a hindrance due to their lack of thickness. Still, even a thin layer adds a lot to a rifleman mech's survivability. I think the trade-off is worth it even if the dominant market trend advises against such a design choice. So long as you are aware, she said. Marcella didn't seem very eager to argue the point even if she knew it didn't entirely make sense in the current market. Just be aware that the private market is used to spending up to 40 million credits for a premium rifleman mech at most. You can't charge the same exorbitant prices you charge for your night models because your buyers already know it costs a lot to add all of that armor. I'm not looking to design a mech that conforms to the market. This is a mech that I want my relative to excel in. As long as I succeed and design a good enough rifleman mech, I believe the market will be able to swallow a base price of 50 or 60 million credits. Good luck with that. VS sounded fairly ambitious when he made that boast, but he fully believed he was capable of reaching such a height. He possessed an abundant amount of skills and saved up an enormous amount of DP to spend on additional skills and masteries. He particularly looked forward to the latter. Their discussion lasted for another half hour before he had to go. As VS stood up and walked back to the elevator, he turned around and left some final parting words. About the decision to extend a licensing contract to Vaughn, I'll forgive your complicity this once. Don't let me hear you lead the LMC astray again. As a shareholder, I know you are only acting on behalf of your own interests, but don't forget who owns the majority. VS turned away and disappeared in the elevator, leaving Marcella slightly perplexed. Previously, if VS spoke at her with that tone, she'd dismiss it out of hand. In her eyes, he was a kid after all. It was impossible to feel threatened by a toddler. This time, VS had changed. It took a lot of guts to put a former mech pilot and war veteran like Marcella on guard. VS somehow managed to make her pressured, if only slightly. She grinned long after VS had left her office. Looks like the kid is growing up. VS had little else to do once he left Marcella's brokerage. He figured he could pay a visit at the LMC's branch office, but he had no involvement with what went on there. He remembered from his talks with Jake that the branch office primarily dealt with marketing and after-sales support. That's not something I can stick my head in at this time. He returned to the Barracuda and proceeded to set course for Cloudy Curtain. At this time, the grand return of the mass expedition to the glowing planet had riled up the entire Komodo star sector. The incredible harvests made a lot of other states jealous, especially the territories that the glowing planet had previously drifted past. Many states were green with envy at the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom to occupy a majority of the early harvests of the glowing planet. Prices of a number of exotics had already dropped a fair amount. Meanwhile, a large number of newly enriched outfits started placing mass orders for new mechs to replace their losses and bolster their numbers to reflect their newfound wealth. This newfound surge came just in time for mech manufacturers who feared that the previous spike of sales had already run its course. This new and explosive surge in demand shifted Benthime's mech industry into a newfound renaissance. Everyone is going crazy right now, VS said to the egg that held Lucky. He stroked its solid bone-like surface with care. How long are you going to take to level up? It's already more than a week. Hopefully, Lucky wouldn't take months to finish his evolution. He needed his pet to stand guard when he finally used up his Transcendence pill. Even though it was a little premature, VS looked forward to increasing one of his mental attributes past 2.0. Despite the excitement in the Benthime system, the Barracuda effortlessly transitioned into FTL at one of Benthime's Lagrange points. A brief journey later brought the Corvette at the edge of his home. A short time later, the Barracuda finally touched down at Cloudy Curtain Spaceport. Once he entered the armored shuttle, VS ordered it to bring him to the upcoming manufacturing complex. Once the shuttle and its escorts flew halfway around the rural planet, they eventually reached an expansive construction site. A massive site had been cleared in the middle of a lightly forested plain. Picturesque mountains surrounded the site in the distance, providing the location with an ample amount of peace and harmony underneath the planet's ever-present cloud cover. Dozens of contractors from Benthime worked together with the security and construction specialists of SAS to erect a majestic set of offices and fortifications above ground. Naturally, bots of various shapes and sizes did all the heavy lifting. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. VS knew that a lot more bots and people excavated and reinforced the chambers dug underneath the soil. All of the actual production happened several kilometers below ground, more than enough to shield the vulnerable production equipment against incidental raids and bombardment. Still, it won't do any good if a giant tunneling machine like the gregarious Wrath decides to knock on my doors. There was a limit to everything. VS believed that a tunneling machine the size of a capital ship should be rather unique. The Vesians wouldn't bother to deploy an equivalent war machine to mess up his production facilities. Not with Benthime next door. Chapter 334 Breathtaking. To think that he came so far. The expansive works covering a massive area in the middle of nowhere took away his breath. The great undertaking before him finally solidified the LMC's ascension from a small-time player into a serious medium-sized mech manufacturer. Even with billions of credits sloshing around in my bank accounts, it's only a bunch of numbers, VS remarked to Melker, who accompanied him and acted as a guard. Only by spending them can we make something of ourselves. If VS had been taken aback, then Melker was practically speechless. It was as if he couldn't believe his cousin earned more money than the Larkinson estate made in a decade. Melker couldn't be blamed. He spent a lot of time keeping an eye on his charge, and all he saw of VS was holing up in his office all the time and coming up with a magical new design after a few months. A design that became so successful that fueled an expansive manufacturing complex on a sleepy rural planet. How much does this all cost? The mech pilot asked. Well, the plan started at 500 million credits, but this looks a lot more elaborate than that. This must be another decision the board made in his absence. The changes hadn't affected the above-ground portion of the complex too much. It mainly featured more robust turrets and a few more beautifully designed office buildings. Construction bots also worked on planting an elegant courtyard in the center of the complex leading up to the entrance of the headquarters building. They stepped on a floater platform and slowly hovered over the dirt and incomplete paths before they arrived at the headquarters building. VS looked up at the 30-story tall building. The building had been completed early on, and looked empty but clean from the outside. The structure looked decorative, but hid a lot of defenses underneath its wide-windowed and white-walled facade. When VS commissioned the original plans to build a manufacturing complex, he wanted the architects to design a headquarters that reflected the company's values. It had look in a way that inspired his employees to value Mechs and treat them like assets at the very least. The architects clearly succeeded. As he passed through the tall double doors that loomed like gates, he entered an expansive atrium lighted from above. The colorful screens on the roof filtered the gloomy gray clouds in a subtle gradation of lights. Shortly after they entered, an older man arrived at the entrance. Jake Alton had finally tracked him down. VS! You've returned? VS walked back and met with Jake. It takes more than a freaky planet to kill me. I heard you fought directly against the Visions. Ha, don't worry, Melker took care of them in my stead. I had some close shaves, but we made it out okay. They made some small talk as they exited the empty HQ. Jake showed genuine concern about his safety, and admonished him not to go harrying off anytime soon. The relations between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom has hit rock bottom. The battle of the two fleets caused both sides to suffer a significant amount of casualties. Both are eager to avenge their losses. A declaration of war is imminent. I know. I was in that very battle, though only in the outskirts. He personally experienced the depth to which the two sides hated each other. The bad blood between the two states would never end until one side wiped out the other side. After VS assured Jake of his safety, the conversation took an unpleasant turn. Jake noted that VS was still bottling up his resentment, so he took the initiative to come clean. Look, VS, about the licensing contract to Vaughn, everyone from the Larkin Son estate was in favor of this move. Your grandfather had actually been the driving force of this decision. The Larkin Sons are in need of money. There was much for VS to criticize. First, did his grandfather really demand this initiative, or had the old fogies from the steering committee pushed him to support this move? Second, why would the Larkin Son estate be lacking money? They'd gone by since the founding of the Republic without any hiccups. Still, despite his many questions, VS felt no need to hash it out with Jake. I admit I'm very discontented about this partnership with Vaughn. I made it very clear that Vaughn is not a fit for the LMC. Their manufacturing methods are a disservice to a design like the Black Beak. Jake didn't understand what VS was saying. To a businessman and administrator like him, all Mechs were tools to be used and discarded at a whim. VS, can you at least admit that the contract with Vaughn has provided us with immediate short-term benefits? The licensing fees they are paying will easily be able to pay for the expansions the LMC desperately needs. We will be able to add 2 new production lines by the end of the fiscal year. VS really couldn't stand to hear any further rationalizations. You still crossed the line. This is my company, and my say matters the most. I can understand how much it hurts to miss all of those potential profits due to a lack of capacity, but you should have at least found another manufacturer that is similar to EME. Instead, the entire board and you treated my opinions with contempt and went ahead with Vaughn anyway. He rarely got angry, but when he did, everyone took notice. Jake halted in his tracks but refused to admit any fault. Disagree with me if you will, but I stand by our decision. In your sudden absence, the LMC still needs direction. Every member of the board agrees it makes a lot of sense to go to bed with a professional and capable mech manufacturer. The results speak for themselves. We are richer than ever before. That's the only reason why I haven't fired you. Maybe you should. After some time, VS calmed down. He didn't want to harp on this issue because the milk had already been spilled. Instead of continuing to ruin his relationship with his chief operating officer, he'd rather move on and adjust the course of the LMC from this point onwards. Jake, you're a good administrator, but you're not irreplaceable. I asked the Larkin Sun Estate to send some capable people, and I can do it again if needed. Your only value in my eyes is to act as a caretaker of the business side of the LMC. It is not your job to come up with your own initiatives and act outside your boundaries. Understood, the man replied with resignation. Jake appeared man enough to shoulder the responsibility of his decision. I suggest you remain within reach if you don't want something like this to happen again. It's easy to act like you're the boss, but decisions still have to be made even when you're absent. I'm not so sure I can follow your suggestion. When war breaks out, everything will change. Both of them fell silent at the grim possibility. Even Melker took notice. He'd been leaning to the side and stayed as inconspicuous as possible. All of the business talk hardly roused his interests. The war was a different matter, however. They smelled the gunpowder in the air. The first shots had already been fired. Now, they awaited the formal declaration of war, which should be very imminent now. Once the Bright Republic entered war footing, many things would change. Can brief me on the changes the company will go through once the Republic is at war? Jake filled him in on the drastic changes the LMC would go through. First and foremost, our ability to import materials will be somewhat curtailed. It's good that we are only producing a single model. Our resource needs aren't that elaborate or extensive, and we can source most of them from domestic suppliers. Prices will rise and quotas may be imposed, but other than that we can still do business. What about our sales? I've heard that the Republic will impose a lot of restrictions in this area. That's true. Jake nodded as they stepped on a lifter platform that brought them to a massive reinforced gate that led underground. Depending on the level of war mobilization, we'll be obliged to follow every instruction sent government. Failure to comply comes with severe penalties. They can even confiscate our assets if we flout their authority. That sounded very serious to VS. The last thing he wanted was for the government to take away his life's work. How often does that happen? More often than you think, but it's always the smaller players who fall victim to this scheme. The ministry in charge of supervising mech manufacturers analyze their capabilities and issue work orders such as manufacturing a certain amount of replacement parts of a vital mech design from the mech core. Do we get paid for it? Just enough to cover our costs plus depreciation. It's not a profitable venture, but at least we won't be bankrupting ourselves. The only problem is that inflation and resource shortages can run out of control if the war swings against our favor. Something like this had happened a few times throughout the Bright Republic's history. A lot of previously stable mech manufacturers went bankrupt once their business climate turned sour. What about conscription? We don't expect too much of our employees to be conscripted. The Bright Republic doesn't care about the ordinary mech technicians either, but they'll definitely consider snapping up a talented mech designer. I'm aware of that. I hope the LMC can continue to operate in line with my interests once I'm gone. I don't want a repeat of what happened before. I can't make any promises on that, VS. You should talk to your grandfather to set some ground rules. VS shook his head. Let's not retread this conversation. Agreed. Back to the topic at hand, if war erupts, what kind of limits will we face for our sales? We can still sell our mech to private parties, but they have to be vouched by the government before we can deliver our mechs. If the customer in question is a loyal citizen of the Republic, then they won't face too many restrictions. Even gangs aren't exempt from this as long as they pledge to defend their territory against the Visions. Even though the Bright Republic maintained a love-hate relationship with the gangs that plagued their planets, they still recognized their use as an auxiliary force against the greater threat. Different from the Republic, the Visions ruled their territory with an iron fist. While this has led to a significant amount of economic stagnation, it also ensured that gangs had no chance of rooting themselves in the underworld of the kingdom. Some people argue that the nobles secretly fill in the void left by the gangs. In essence, the nobility simultaneously occupied the light and gray areas of Vision society. In any case, the gangs knew that the Visions would wipe them out in time once they took control over a planet. This forced the gangs to flee or fight. Most chose the latter due to various reasons. Chief among them was that they'd be exiled from the Republic if they shirked their moral duty. So how will this affect our earnings? VS asked. It can be volatile. On one hand, the mercenary corps that agreed to work for the Republic receive allowances in case they lose their mechs. Depending on their performance, they'll be shopping around a lot. On the other hand, not every mercenary corps is eager to perform errands in hostile territory. These cowards will try to flee the Republic in substantial numbers. So there's going to be fewer customers? Correct, and those who remain will spend a little more. Overall, that sounded like a net loss to the LMC. Even if the mercenary corps decided to stay and fight the good fight, they'll only get the equivalent of pocket money from the government. That would be good enough to buy a couple of cheap frontline mechs, but it would take a lot more remuneration to buy an expensive black beak. Which market segment will be the most active one, then? If you're able to design a sub-20 million credit mech, then you're well placed to take advantage of the surge in sales in this segment. Unfortunately, VS did not have the time. He first had to design his premium rifleman mech before he considered anything else. Arming Melker with a quality mech was more important to him than trying to earn an extra buck from mercenaries that had fallen out of luck. Chapter 335 Underground Complex. VS continued to pick Jake's brain as they entered through the gates and boarded an elevator. The device slowly brought VS, Jake and Melker and some guards down into the depths of the tunnel that the construction companies dug out only a couple of months ago. What about the Mech Corps? VS asked. Occasionally, they license designs from external mech designers. They don't completely rely on models their research and development teams came up on their own. That's a complicated matter. Only exceptional designs fall under their consideration. As much as your Black Beak has impressed the market, it is still a design that's below their consideration. As much as VS believed in his own design, he had to admit that his work paled in comparison to those designed by an entire team of professionals. A senior mech designer helmed each design team under the employ of the Mech Corps. Such a high number of capable mech designers would always be able to surpass the work of a single apprentice mech designer. He sighed. I shouldn't get my hopes up then. VS was not so full of himself that he believed he could surpass the collective efforts of these all-star teams. Every member of a core design team boasted impressive track records. They made Michael Dumont look like the school dunce. They mostly consisted of older mech designers as well. It was generally believed you had to be in your late 30s to be an asset to the team. This meant that the backbone almost always consisted of established journeyman mech designers, each of whom possessed their own unique talents. The elevator descended fairly quickly. Several kilometers passed by in a single minute, but the inertial dampeners built into the elevator ensured a smooth ride for every passenger. It stopped once it reached the first underground floor. As they exited it, VS beheld a huge but largely hollow corridor. Several huge ally hatches led to other hollow chambers. This is the warehouse floor where the manufacturing complex will store the majority of their goods. It's placed in the uppermost floor to facilitate the movement of raw materials and end products. VS nodded at that. Some believed that the goods should be stored in the lowest floor, but VS thought this made more sense. It would take a lot of hassle to ship the goods several more kilometers underground. Once they looked around the empty chambers for a while, Jake led VS to the floors underneath. Each single floor had been separated by many stretches of soil in order to isolate each of them in case of an enemy breach. While this added to the cost, the extra safety was worth the added effort. I don't remember any of this in the original plan. How much extra will it cost to set up a secure underground complex? The total cost has increased from 500 million credits to 1.5 billion credits. The extra money is mostly spent on extra space and strengthening the tunnels. Not everyone in the board agreed to the price increase, but your grandfather is adamant about turning your little fief into castle. Again, his grandfather played a crucial role in enacting a change within his company. At least this time VS agreed with the decision. The company sat on a growing pile of cash. They might as well invest some of it on their manufacturing complex, which would serve as their crown jewel and the seat of the LMC. VS reminded himself that he needed to have a good talk with his grandfather anyway. Over the next couple of hours, Jake led him down the elevator and showed him the other underground floors that needed to be filled up with furnishings and equipment. The floor underneath the warehouse housed the underground offices. Backup systems ensured that almost any data stored in the offices above would be copied down below. In the event the structures above the ground got bombed, the survivors could still pick up their work in the underground offices. This floor can easily accommodate thousands of office workers, Jake boasted. For now, we won't be able to fill this office up to capacity if we're chased underground, but hopefully it will be a different story a couple of decades later. The office floor did not contain anything of interest to VS, so they moved to the next and most important floor. This is where the bulk of our manufacturing will take place. The halls are extra wide and deep, and each production line will be segregated in their own halls to prevent any unforeseen accidents from spilling over. VS looked at the empty halls and its alloy-plated walls. All of that cladding doesn't look cheap. It isn't, but it's necessary to safeguard the production lines and prevent any vibrations and signals from propagating into the other halls. They're well worth their cost. I love the abundant amount of space. A single hall alone takes up more space than double my old workshop. This would massively ease the fabrication process and ensure that materials could be delivered promptly without bumping into each other. A special jumbo-sized cargo elevator directly connected the manufacturing floor with the warehouse floor above. It was large enough to transport two heavy Mech side by side. The cargo elevator is stable and robust, but its speed leaves something to be desired, Jake said sheepishly. That's okay. Instead of making lots of smaller trips, we'll just have to make do with a couple of larger hauls. Once VS had his fill of the manufacturing floor, they moved downwards yet again. This time they arrived at what VS had intended to be his private Holy Land. I'm sure you don't need a description of this floor. It's much smaller than the floors above because only a handful of people will ever make use of the facilities here. They arrived at the lab and workshop floor. This would be the place where VS produced his future designs. Even though he didn't necessarily need a lot of space and toys to form a new design, it always helped to have more tools at hand. He shouldn't rely completely on the Mech Designer system to do his design work. VS planned to fill half of the rooms with some basic lab and workshop equipment. This alone would cost at least 100 million credits, but both the LMC and VS wouldn't lose any sleep on such a trivial amount of spending. The costs only ramped up hard when VS filled up the other half of the space. VS had composed a very extravagant shopping list that would cost several billions credits to obtain. This was because the best equipment could only be imported from the Ferde Coalition. Even though the lab and workshop floor took the least amount of space, it featured some of the highest level of defenses. Only the final floor below featured even more extensive security features. Let's stop by the last floor before we go. They had to enter a special, highly secure elevator to go down to the last floor. A massive alloy gate stood before their sights. This is the vault. As you can see, the front vault gates alone can withstand a typical mech squad for an entire day. The sheer amount of alloys incorporated in the construction makes it fairly troublesome to open it. Right now, many of the locks and security systems are not yet in place, so I won't be able to show you how it looks inside. That's a shame, but I've seen enough. VS nodded. Let's return to the old workshop. I have work to do. VS planned to utilize the vault to store anything of value that would have been stolen if he placed it on the warehouse floor. For now, he mainly planned to store any high-grade exotics and rare mechs that fell into his possession. More than an hour later, VS left the construction site and flew back to the outskirts of Freslin. Compared to the massive undertaking in the forest, his older workshop resembled a dollhouse. The two couldn't be more different. Even if VS was about to retire his old workshop, he would always remember it fondly. He started his business here, and produced his first mechs from these modest halls. Change was inevitable. VS and the LMC had to adjust with the times. A modest workshop couldn't keep up with the pace of their growth. Once VS arrived at his office, Gavin awaited him in front of the door. He flexed his feet up and down as he seemed anxious for some reason. The moment VS came into view, he smiled like a glittering sun. VS! I've been waiting for you for months! Do you know how agonizing it is to be without you? Haha, you don't need to be so happy. I don't swing that way. The mood suddenly turned a little awkward. Ahem, the reason why I'm here is because public is interested in you. Let's talk about it in my office, VS said, and turned around to dismiss Melker and the guards. Come on in and take a seat. Once they took their places, Gavin began to babble about the public's interest in VS. You're growing into a household name in Bentheim. Even the other major planets in the Republic, such as Rittersberg, has started to take note of you. You can't imagine how many news portals and publications have knocked on our doors with a request for an interview. You already missed the hottest period. VS regretted missing out on these prime opportunities. Several prestigious publications at the level of the Rimward Star Herald had approached the LMC for an interview or profile piece when the sales of the Blackbeak started to explode. These opportunities disappeared after the publications found out that VS took part in the Republic's expedition to the glowing planet. It was as if they expected that VS would perish on the hostile, war-torn planet. Can we approach them for another chance? That's not something we can do. They'll ignore us if we approach them on our own initiative. They can be petty like that, and some of the hype has died down by now. Gavin offered him a list of publications that still showed some interest in him and his company. Most of them consisted of regional and planetary publications. I don't see any major names on this list. VS sounded disappointed. Even if they don't have a wide reach, it's still very useful to engage with the publications that are highly circulated in our target segments. For example, the Bright Republic edition of Mercenary Central is the premier news magazine for mercenaries. Many mercenary commanders avidly read their weekly issue or catch their daily broadcast. Even VS had heard a lot about the mercenary publication. Mercenary Central is a fine choice. Let's add for consideration. After that, Gavin suggested a couple of other publications. VS rejected most of them because he didn't believe they would benefit his profile or boost his sales. Mech Mothers is one of the more widely circulated news portals in the Republic. It's widely aimed at the parents of mech pilots, and exert a significant influence on the mechs they pilot. No. I'm not going to engage with a bunch of parents, even if it's one of the most popular publications. What about Junior Dash? No. After rejecting a bunch of tangibly related publications, Gavin finally gave up. Besides an interview with Mercenary Central, VS rejected every other option. Gavin, I don't have the time to grandstand in front of the public. A couple of interviews are enough to put my name in the public sphere. A mech designer should let his designs do most of the talking. My Black Beak is doing excellently in that regard. His publicist and assistant sighed in defeat. Very well, boss. I'll take that under advisement. Do I have permission to allow your officers to be interviewed about the company? Many publications are happy if they can get a hold of your chief operating officer or chief financial officer. These are mostly the dry and boring ones that focus on business, of course. That should be okay as long as they keep their mouths shut on certain topics. That's great. You can send me a list of the things you don't want them to say, and I'll pass that on to Mr. Altern and Mrs. McCary. VS fobbed off most of the interviews because he only had a limited amount of time to design his rifleman mech. He wanted to devote his full attention to completing it in 3 months. I don't even know if I have that much time. The war will break out very soon. Chapter 336 War Footing. The war came sooner than VS had thought. The Vija Kingdom formally declared war against the Bright Republic, and followed suit by making an offensive thrust at Halcyon Point. That's where Uncle Ark is stationed. One of the most illustrious Larkin sons in active duty, Colonel Ark Larkin's son was one of the family's rare and precious expert pilots. Although he only experienced the tail end of the previous Bright Vija War, his hard work and lack of vices had steadily improved his skills until he broke through the threshold that had stumped so many of his fellow colleagues. Rare for an expert, Ark had also been gifted with an administrative talent. With his dependable leadership and a reputation for fairness, Ark had also managed to climb the chain of command without losing his edge as an expert mech pilot. Every member of the Larkin Sons regarded Ark with pride. Whenever the public thought of the Larkin Sons, they thought of Arkansas. Whenever the people thought of Ark, they thought of his family. Many people considered Ark to be a star that would shine as brightly as his father Benjamin. Like father, like son. The other 2 expert pilots of the Larkin Sons are senile. Only Ark is vigorous enough to have a hope at advancing to ace. Ha! Do you think it's easy to advance to an ace pilot? Besides their founding ancestor, none of them had ever gotten close to becoming an ace. I wonder if we'll see the birth of any new experts among the Larkin Sons. They pop up during every war so far. Ark's overall excellence landed him an important posting as the base commander of Halcyon Point. This was one of the most central and strategic star systems along the border between the 2 states. Even if the Vijans could easily bypass Halcyon Point and invade the other stars further into the Republic, the substantial amount of mech divisions stationed there could easily wreak havoc behind enemy lines. The necessity of maintaining supply lines and retreat to their rear lines meant that Halcyon Point could not be left alone by the Vijans. Even as the Vijans sent out several smaller forces out to raid the surrounding star systems, they focused their main thrust on the stubborn nail that kept constraining their strategic offensive. The Bright Republic had long known that the Vijans eyed the strategic star system. Both its placement and unique characteristics played a vital importance in keeping the surrounding territories in check. In fact, the Mech Corps had already reinforced Halcyon's Point during the Glowing Planet campaign. The main reason why they didn't send out any further reinforcements to the Glowing Planet was because they had been deeply afraid that the Mech Legion would exploit the moment the Republic diverted their attention from their border defenses. Due to the prevalence of observers in the star system, sporadic bits of news constantly leaked onto the galactic net. It was almost impossible to suppress the news and misinformation that emerged from the net. So far, VS found it difficult to distinguish between truth and lies. At least the overall trend isn't overwhelmingly in the favor of the Visions. As long as Halcyon Point stood strong, VS did not have to worry about Arkansas. The expert pilot could take care of himself, and if worse came to worst, he could easily fight his way out of enemy lines. What happened at the front lines right now had galvanized the entire Republic. While the older folk greeted the war with grim resignation, much of the younger generation looked forward to doing their part to defend their homes. VS met with Jake in his office the next day. His COO informed him of an important event. The Ministry of Economic Affairs has gotten in touch with us. Right now, they don't expect us to fulfill any obligations, but the LMC has been put into notice. We should expect to be called up to facilitate the production of supplies, spare parts, or even complete mechs any time now. This is bad news. We only have one mature production line. If the ministry wants us to produce some of their war material, we'll be forced to halt our commercial ventures. Exiting from the private market would have dire consequences for their market position. The LMC risked throwing away months of hard work. Jake had a suggestion for that. It's time we expand our production capacity. We have the funds to procure 2 or 3 more production lines. That's impossible unless you are looking at budget equipment, VS quickly replied. I don't want to settle for subpar equipment. At minimum, the production line should cost around 3 billion credits. At 3 billion credits, the combination of 3D printer, alloy compressor, chemical treatment machine and assembly system presented a fairly complete package. All 4 machines had to be good enough to shoulder the LMC's future production for the next 20 years. Jake retrieved a data pad and handed it over to VS. I'm not suggesting such a thing. Considering our performance and our growth, I've been huddling with Primrose Mech on and off for some time. We've ultimately came up with 2 different financing plans. This is leverage. The first plan amounted to borrowing lots of money. The LMC at this stage shone brightly, but it couldn't keep up with demand due to the bottleneck in production. Rather than wait until the company made enough profit to expand their production, why not move this decision forward and use other people's money to get the machines up and running now? Naturally, taking a loan also meant exposing the company to further risks. If their sales slumped all of a sudden to the point where they couldn't meet the repayment terms, they risked losing whatever they put up as collateral, such as his highly valuable reconstructed Dortmund printer. Although VS possessed a natural aversion to loans, he understood that he might not have much choice if he wanted to stay ahead of the curve. The LMC desperately needed more production lines, but it would take too much time to accumulate the necessary cash. There is also another plan on that pad. VS briefly browsed the other document. Selling my stock? Absolutely not. As a private company, outsiders found it difficult to place a value on the LMC. However, business analysts loved to speculate. Their estimates of the company's total worth had continually been adjusted upwards. Last VS had checked, the fortune tellers pinned the LMC to be worth around 15 to 30 billion credits. This was a huge amount. This was because it got a hold of a lot of expensive assets and licenses without incurring a huge amount of debt. The company also earned a lot of profits because its expenses were relatively modest if you left out depreciation. The only factor that doused investor enthusiasm was that the company heavily relied on VS. Once he stopped publishing successful designs, the LMCs would certainly collapse like a house of cards. Overall, investors preferred to put their money in mech companies that employed a variety of mech designers. Even if one designer produced a flop, the other designers could pick up the slack. Still, VS hated parting with his shares. This was his company. I'll put the first suggestion up for discussion at the next board meeting. You're right that we have to expand our production quickly, but we have to be careful not to chew off more than we can handle. Even if VS didn't take out a loan, his company would still follow an upward trajectory. They'd miss a lot of opportunities if they took the cautious route. Sometimes you needed to take the plunge. If he was okay with risking his life on expeditions, then he should not be too timid to allow the LMC to take some risks as well. Jake agreed with that sentiment. This is great news. I've also consulted with Chief Cyril and narrowed down a handful of choices for hardware to fill up our manufacturing floor. Take a look. VS browsed the third document on the pad. It contained a small list of different printers and other fabrication machines. He briefly ran over their specs and found them to be adequate, though they couldn't quite compare against his current setup. Their quality meets the standard, if only barely, he admitted. These production lines should be equivalent to what EME is running, right? That's correct. Your young friend Carlos has a deep understanding of their production lines when he acted as our liaison. It's a system that's similar to ours and it works. Why come up with our own when there's already a practical setup before our eyes? Well, there's a danger to blindly copying other people's setups. I'll take these models into further consideration. Right now, VS had little time to spare for these issues. Even if he found it necessary to expand the company's production, he could leave most of the work to his subordinates. As long as he held the final say, the situation wouldn't grow out of control. Once Jake left his office, VS sent the list of equipment back to his chief technician and ordered him to write up a report of what the best setup would be. Since he picked out all of the models, he should surely know which ones fit the company best. He handled some paperwork after that. The outbreak of war had changed the whole fabric of society in the Bright Republic. Some of the wartime provisions already came to being, which meant that the LMC had to change the way it operated to comply with the restrictions imposed on the company. The last thing the Republic wanted to see was a domestic company inadvertently supplying divisions. An important notice arrived in his comm. The government finally approved the establishment of the Avatars of Myth. That was fast! VS had the sense some bureaucrat rubber-stamped his application once they recognized his name. Him having a personal force was no different than he Larkin's sons forming their own fighting force. Even though the Avatars of Myth had officially come into being, the outfit didn't have any members as of yet. VS rectified this situation by calling up Melker to his office. Once his cousin arrived, VS showed him the approval notice. Avatars of Myth, huh? Melker mused, trying to sound out the name. I hate to say it, but your naming sense could use some work, because it sounds as if we're all trying to compensate for something. Both of them laughed a bit. In practice, the names hardly mattered as long as they remained recognizable. Outfits with sillier names constantly appeared every day, like the Freckled Ponies or the Barbecue Saints. In any case, now that we've passed the most important roadblock, I'd like to fill in our roster. VS continued. Let's start by gathering a cadre in a single basic squad of 8 mechs. It's easy for you to say so, but without any mechs of our own, I don't believe we can appeal any mech pilots that are skilled. The vast majority of mech designers didn't own a mech. Those that did often owned cheap rust buckets worth less than 10 million credits. VS had no need to incorporate such garbage mechs in his ranks. He wanted to form a crack troop of loyal soldiers, not a motley crew of mercenaries in all but name. 2 of the 8 mechs will consist of gold-labeled black beaks. As I come up with new designs, the Avatars of Myth will have first pick. Right now, a premium rifleman mech design is on its way. Melker frowned at VS. How long will it take? Around 3 months. That's too long. With the war breaking out, the mech pilots who are worth their pay are rapidly being snapped up by the Mech Corps or the other outfits. I'll have to move fast if I want to secure some talents. You have full authority to use whatever to entice these talents to the roster. Just make sure they're loyal. That is a given. As for the mechs, for now I'll release some funds for you to purchase some other mechs. I'm fine with filling out our roster with other designs as a temporary measure. What's my budget? Don't spend more than 30 million credits for each mech. What? Leaving out the 2 black beaks that VS would supply on his own, that meant that Melker suddenly possessed the power to spend 180 million credits. The mech pilot could hardly get a grip on the dizzying amount of money. He had never spent more than a couple of thousand credits at a time. Chapter 337 Intensive Competition. VS hardly blinked when he allocated 180 million credits to Melker. He used to be like his cousin. Now, he easily spent millions of credits like he was drinking water. As his career progressed and his company grew, he set his sights beyond the Bright Republic. Once his personal fortune and company funds both surpassed 1 billion credits, VS stopped equivocating about his bank balances. He could obtain practically anything for sale in the Bright Republic. This was also why he thoughtlessly delegated the matter of procuring new production equipment and mechs to his subordinates. Purchases of this level hardly excites me anymore. Even the selection of a new 3D printer worth several billion credits is a chore in my eyes. VS used to agonize over spending tens of thousands of credits, but in less than 2 years he grew to a height immeasurable to his previous self. This is progress. This is growth. His wealth extended not only to his credit balance, but also to his other so-called currencies. Due to the strong momentum behind the black beak, his design points broke through 200.000. I can't forget about my merits from the Clifford Society either. He currently possessed around 300 merits, which was a handsome sum for a knight of the society. For now, he hung on to those merits until he needed to purchase something exclusive from the coalition, such as a high-tech license or a supremely advanced production machine. I'm sitting on a lot of credits, DP and merits. For now, VS did not feel any sense of urgency to spend all of this wealth. 3 major priorities occupied his mind right now. First, I have to come up with a rifleman mech design within 3 months. Second, I need to get the avatars of Myth up and running. Third, I have to ingest my Transcendence pill as soon as possible, preferably before the Mech Corps comes calling. That last point proved to be the thorniest. According to the item's description, the pill could knock out VS for up to 88 days. This was far too long. I can easily design another original mech in that time. VS did not doubt the pill's abilities. Going under for 3 months or less in exchange for breaking the limits that humans back was a no-brainer to everyone else. The problem with me is that I'm too indispensable. After a long absence, the LMC required a steady presence. VS intended to be present in his company as he worked to design a rifleman mech. Disappearing for several weeks or months again would destabilize the company again and erode everyone's loyalties. VS summed it up in a single sentence. An absent boss is not worth putting forth your passion in your work. Besides, VS couldn't afford to go under unless Lucky finished his level-up process. His gem cat still hadn't roused himself from his egg. Occasionally, the bony egg emitted strange signals. The first couple of times it happened, Sass thought that someone tried to spy on the old workshop. Once they traced it back to Lucky's egg, VS had been forced to move the egg to a makeshift vault. The signals his cat kept emitting constantly tripped the alarms. I really miss you, Lucky. He hoped his cat finished his evolution soon. Until then, VS did not dare have any designs on his pill. VS got back to work. Once he finished his paperwork for the day, he turned his thoughts to designing a rifleman mech. I can recycle most of the components used in the Black Beak design, but I'll definitely have to supplement my licenses. At the very least, he had to obtain licenses for a laser rifle, a range targeting system, and a collection of minor auxiliary components designed to boost the accuracy of a mech. VS considered spending merits to obtain premium versions of these licenses, but he reconsidered after some time. The difference between laser rifles isn't so big. Laser rifles form the single most abundant category of mech arms. Practically every mech squad featured at least a single mech with a laser weapon. This ubiquity led to a lot of progress in the field of laser weaponry. Humanity had pretty much exhausted all of their latent potential. Making any further progress was excruciatingly hard. The market only got to taste a big jump in performance once they reached the next generation of mechs. The top designers and weapon manufacturers in the galaxy had managed to overhaul the conventional design of laser weapons and increase their power by 20% across the board. This was significant progress. The comprehensiveness of the new design meant that not only first-class mechs wielding laser rifles worth as much as an entire planet got to benefit from the power boost. Much of the innovations being released at the next generation could also be applied to the lowliest mech-sized laser rifles. Unfortunately, the Mech Corps kept the advancements to themselves and a handful of powerful developers for now. VS had no way of getting his hands on a next-gen weapon design. He would have to make do with current-gen offerings. An expensive laser rifle will drive up costs. If it's too advanced, then nobody on the field will be able to service such a weapon. VS had already familiarized himself with the mainstream second-class laser rifles developed by the Coalition for their own use. All of them took advantage of the properties of exotics abundant in Coalition space but scarce everywhere else. In order to fabricate a second-class laser rifle, VS had to get his hands on a reliable supply channel for these exotics. Even though third-class laser rifles couldn't hold a candle to the power of second-class weapons, VS still decided to go for a more basic weapon for this reason. He spent a couple of hours browsing the MTA's catalog for interesting component licenses. He bookmarked a couple of laser rifles and other components for later. Before he bought the licenses, he first had to set his vision and draw up a draft design. The components had to fit his vision, not the other way around. In order to develop a perfect vision, VS prepared to enlighten himself with this archetype with two different methods. The conventional method consisted of interviewing rifleman mech pilots. He planned to consult a number of people, including Melker and any mech pilots he managed to rope into the avatars of myth. The other method consisted of spending 40,000 DP on Rifleman Mech Mastery I. A chill ran through his body as VS thought about acquiring another mastery. For the span of a couple of days, the system would whisk his mind from his body and send it back in time and space and stuff it into someone else's body. What would it be like to occupy another body alongside the original mind? Would VS be able to come to an accord with the original occupant? I don't believe the system will lead me astray when I cough up 40,000 DP. Still, VS had to wait until Lucky came out of his shell before he cast his mind into the mind of another mech pilot. Last time, he didn't know a single thing about how the system conveyed a mastery to this mind, but now he knew that his actual body would be comatose and in stasis for several days. It was imperative that no one found out about his infirm condition during this time. If the avatars of myth had been ready to go, then VS could reluctantly hand over the responsibility of guarding his body to his group. As of now, the avatars didn't even have a second mech or mech pilot to its name. Melker warned VS that it would take at least a couple of weeks for him to interview possible candidates in Bentheim. I should go ask some people about their thoughts on laser rifleman mechs. While VS could call Melker, he preferred to leave him to his duties for the time being. Instead, he left his office and stepped into the workshop hall. Everything looked the same, though VS could vaguely sense some differences. The bots organized the gear and supplies a little tidier, and the mech technicians no longer appeared so green. A palpable sense of duty radiated in the air as everyone worked around the primary production line. "Chief Cyril!" VS called as he approached the chief technician. "How's the workshop?" The man grinned at VS. "It's better than last time. As you can see, everything is shaping up." The LMC continued to produce its silver-labeled black beaks in this workshop. Under the Cyril's solid leadership and Carlos' insights learned from EMI, they managed to optimize the fabrication process and cut down the time needed to assemble a model a little bit. "That sounds impressive." Compared to the hell he experienced with the whalers, his own company followed the opposite trend. Soon enough, the LMC's technical workforce would be able to rival those from EMI and other comparable mech manufacturers. VS was very thankful that the Larkin Sun estate sent Cyril to his company. "Anyway, the reason why I paid a visit is because I want to hear your perspective on laser rifleman mechs." "Rifleman, huh? That's the most prevalent mech type out there." The chief took a deep breath and guided VS away from the busy workshop floor. "So you're finally ready to dip your company into the business of selling these mechs?" "I am." "Follow me, then." They arrived at Cyril's office. Once he closed the door, he turned to VS. "Do you know how many rifleman mech models are for sale in the Republic?" "Thousands?" "Tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. Even if most designs remain unsold, and the vast majority only sell a single digit's worth of mechs, it still means you're going to face the stiffest competition imaginable." "I see. You're right about that." VS frowned as he tried to recall all of the great designs in the market. "Offensive knights are rare, so my black beak is easily able to squeeze its way into the market. I can't expect the same treatment for my next design." This was a very major problem. The amount of competition surrounding laser rifleman mechs led to brutal struggles among mech designers. Many designers went bankrupt because they failed to offer anything compelling. It was impossible to design a mech that surpassed the mainstream mech models sold by foreign transgalactic corporations. The amount of thought and optimization that goes into rifleman mechs has reached an insane height. It's not even possible for a mech designer from the Friday Coalition to come up with a better design from the same materials, so you should better give up on that ambition. Cyril basically told him that VS couldn't compete against the mainstream models by designing a comprehensively better mech. It just couldn't be done. "What about the domestic supply?" "There's a substantial split between original designs and variants of mainstream designs. Right now, variants are more popular." VS had an inkling why this happened. "Let me guess. The mainstream models are a little too expensive or burdensome to produce, so mech designers develop a local variant made out of materials that are easier to source." "That's exactly right. The single most important reason why mainstream models isn't monopolizing the entire mech market is that their design incorporates materials that can't easily be obtained in our star sector. Their designers are thousands of light years away, and they have to design a mech that can accommodate as many star sectors as possible. Incompatibilities are inevitable. That's where the variant designers come in. They license the mainstream models and they put their local spin on them so they can be produced and sold by their own companies." VS had to admit that it sounded like a foolproof avenue for success. As long as a mech designer bought the right production license, he would be able to sell an astounding amount of mechs in no time. Cyril pointed his finger at VS. "It's a good thing there aren't too many variant designers in the Republic. It's too expensive to license a mainstream mech design. Every variant designer who currently owns such licenses obtained them through connections or special circumstances. Not a single one of them paid credits for their licenses. Even the government can't afford such extravagance. Rumors floated around in the galactic net that the upfront cost of a single mainstream mech license cost as much as 10,000 billion credits. And that was only for an older design. How could VS compete against variants derived from these ultra-expensive designs? Chapter 338 Exceptional. Lucky's glowing egg reached a critical stage. Its bone-like surface sparkled and glistened. The pale blue glowing lines burned bright as the energies within spiked alarmingly. The spillover effects had reached such a volatile stage that SAS thought someone attacked the workshop. VS had to call back the incoming security guards before they mistook Lucky's egg as a bomb. "I'm busy with an experiment. Don't enter my office. I'll take all responsibility for this incident." With that answer, the guards reluctantly drew back, though they kept a vigilant eye on his office door. VS learned his lesson and deployed his privacy shield. No matter how many times the egg convulsed, not a wisp of it escaped the privacy shield's barrier. The egg began to radiate an eerie green glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. VS could feel the thrum deep within his bones. Even his internal energy cycle disrupted its quiet routine and started to follow the pulsing pattern. All of this astounded VS. His eyes opened wide as his sixth sense brushed against sensations that tasted a lot like raw emotion. The pulses kept accelerating until it reached a fever pitch. Just when the egg looked like it was about to explode, everything stopped when a crack appeared on the shell. A dainty bone-white paw emerged from the cracks. The violent activity had stopped as if a bomb had been defused at the very last second. Lucky's paws continued to crack open the egg that now seemed very brittle. Moments later, Lucky's head emerged from the widened crack. His curious eyes looked around until they centered around VS. "Meow!" Lucky rapidly broke away from the shell and glided over to VS, as if he weighed nothing at all. "Oof!" VS caught his cat in his arms and smiled at his pet. "You've finally leveled up!" Meow. Despite the drastic procedure, Lucky looked the same as always. His exterior plating still consisted of a substance that resembled high-grade Rorica's bone. This gave his cat an exotic appearance that couldn't help but draw people's eyes. Fortunately, Lucky didn't glow anymore, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. VS tried to spot any other changes but failed to see anything that stood out except for size. Lucky had grown a little bigger. It was almost imperceptible, but Lucky did indeed grow a centimeter longer. This did not represent too much of a change, but it indicated that Lucky might grow into a tiger someday. "I'd rather you stay small. You're easier to feed that way." VS nuzzled Lucky's belly with his face, prompting his cat to paw at him. "Ha ha ha, I'll have to enjoy this while I can." Meow meow. Once he finished cuddling his cat, he set Lucky down and inspected him with the vision granted by the system. Pet status. Name, Lucky. Owner, V.S. Larkinson. Rank, Exceptional, Exclusive. Level 3. Skills. Gem Excretion 3. Energy Clause 2. Gravity Manipulation I. Regeneration I. Sharp Senses I. Spirituality I. Overall, Lucky's evolution resulted in a substantial boost of strength. VS had no doubt that Lucky became more durable and his energy reserves grew deeper. Even if the system didn't enumerate his exact specs, VS already knew what to expect from the first time he leveled up. What was different was that Lucky's rank jumped from gold to exceptional. This obviously indicated that Lucky had become a more advanced mechanical pet. This also reflected in the skills that had been added to his status page. VS briefly went over the skills. Gem Excretion 3 spoke for itself. This was Lucky's foundational skill, and one that had the potential of bringing a lot of value to VS. The jump from Gem Excretion 2 to Gem Excretion 3 shouldn't be too substantial. Every gem that Lucky left in litter box only boosted a mech's performance by a couple of percentages. As long as Lucky kept leveling up, his gems would grow more formidable. At some point, VS would be able to harvest gems that boosted an attribute by as much as 20%. The power of Lucky's gems should truly come into being by then. Lucky's energy claws too also leveled up. While VS had no clue what had changed, they should be able to cut through even tougher materials or last a bit longer. The remaining skills all appeared to be new. VS tried to inspect them, but he found his borrowed power of observation to be limited. No matter how much he stared at those skills, the system refused to display a description of these novel additions. Oh, come on! Lucky's level up had put the cat at a higher pedestal. VS suspected that he lagged behind. Lucky advanced to level 3 while I'm still stuck as an apprentice mech designer. This put VS to thought. The road to journeyman was a difficult one. The most basic prerequisite had to do with his skills. The easiest and most direct way to satisfy this condition was to upgrade a skill to senior level. Apprentices rarely manage to reach such heights. It's easier to accumulate a lot of journeyman level skills than try to advance a single skill to the minimum standard of a vaunted senior. Still, what others might have difficulties with, to VS it was a matter of spending design points. Status: Name: VS Larkinson. Profession: Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations: None. Design points: 223,356. Attributes: Strength 1.3, Dexterity 0.8, Endurance 1.9, Intelligence 1.8, Creativity 1.9, Concentration 1.7, Neural aptitude F. Skills: Assembly, Journeyman, 3D Printer Proficiency 3, Assembler Proficiency 3. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Night Mech Mastery I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration 3, Energy Storage 4, Conductors 3. Mathematics, Journeyman. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging 3, Speed Tuning 4. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression 3. Metaphysics, Incompetent. Physics, Journeyman, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 4, Melee Weapon Optimization 4. Salvaging, Apprentice. Signals and Communications, Journeyman. Abilities: Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: a post-human mech designer with a random collection of skills. VS accumulated so many design points over the past couple of months due to the proliferation of his Blackbeak design. Both his virtual and physical mechs enjoyed commercial success. He found it interesting that he earned as much DP from his physical mechs than from their virtual copies. It was the first time he had experienced such a thing. The main reason for the Blackbeak's lack of popularity was that it couldn't deliver a powerful short-term performance. The Blackbeak's performance in the arena was rather dismal. It only redeemed itself in larger battles like the 50v50 war-torn instances. Luckily, the people who bought physical mechs prized the Blackbeak's strengths in toughness and endurance. Sales had spiked during the peak of the Glowing Planet campaign and only tailed off after its conclusion. According to the sales department's internal projections, demand for the bronze label Blackbeak would slowly decline as the limited demand for offensive knights continued to be met. While this meant that EME would soon lose their cash cow, the LMC enjoyed a better market position. The market finally recognizes the efforts I've made into ensuring the quality of my products. His gold label Mechs enjoyed widespread renown. They had become veritable collector items. All of the limited edition Mechs he sold at the Vintage Festival gained a substantial amount of value, the most expensive ones even straight up doubling in value. Even though the silver label Blackbeaks differed only minutely from their lesser bronze label counterparts, the mere fact that it carried the LMC's illustrious label had become an added benefit to his customers. This is exactly what I want. VS worked hard to associate his brand with quality and craftsmanship. He had to give up a lot of opportunities to earn a quick buck along the way, but the seeds had finally started to bear fruit. His current goal should be to reinforce this association by publishing more designs with the same level of quality. Once the local market got used to his standards, VS could then start with publishing more exotic designs without fearing any rejection. This will take a long time to ferment. First, I have to prove that the Blackbeak isn't a fluke by designing a successful rifleman mech design. VS turned his attention back to the system and entered the skills page. The projection shifted to an array of trees, all of which kept branching out like an endless river delta. Considering that he aimed to design a rifleman mech, VS focused on the fundamental skills that played the biggest role. Both mechanics and physics are vitally important to rifleman mech designs. Mechanics allowed VS to design a wholesome frame that synergized with the pilot and his piloting style. The design of a rifleman mech required a wholly different application of mechanics than with knights. Knights favored brute force and robustness. Their frames must withstand a lot of shock and should continue to function even if it suffered moderate damage. Rifleman mechs prioritize precision and finesse. Humanoid rifleman mechs should adhere closely to the human physique in order to maximize the transferability of a mech pilot's skill in marksmanship. Battle mechatronics applied to this as well, but VS should first upgrade its parent skills, hence why he eyed mechanics first. I can also go with physics. Physics delved more into the science of how a mech's components and weapons worked. Whereas mechanics dealt with mechs as a single system, physics broke it down into its constituent components. The largest benefit to upgrading physics was that VS would gain the qualification to tinker with mech-sized laser weapons. Even if he learned a fair bit about laser weapons by studying the forbidden research on gamma lasers, VS still possessed a shallow foundation compared to those underground scientists who dedicated their lives to this field. Upgrading his physics skill also enhanced his ability to optimize his designs. He would be able to program and utilize more complex mathematical models and adjust them on the fly based on his needs. He'd be able to gain some proficiency into some of the higher levels of physics and make more inroads into understanding the effects of highly energetic exotics. I've got two good choices. Which one should I pick? Each choice emphasized different aspects of a mech. The safest choice would be to upgrade his mechanics. A strong development required a strong foundation, and VS couldn't think of anything that could beat mechanics in terms of fundamentals. Still, VS did not lack for confidence in terms of mechanics. Despite his lack of sub-skills in this category, VS had developed his mechanics skill to a deeper level with the help of his master and his own personal experiences. He even dared to say that his mechanics could keep up with actual journeyman mech designers. Upgrading my physics presents more practical benefits. First, the ability to modify a laser rifle is a powerful one. Second, my ability to optimize my designs will also improve. VS focused mostly on the former, but the latter also had a lot of value. Better optimization allowed him to close the gap against the dominant mainstream designs and their many variants. The only downside to choosing physics was that VS might not be able to utilize its advantages with other mech types such as skirmishers. I can always upgrade my mechanics skill later on. Right now, physics is more useful to me. Upgrading a skill to senior level entailed learning at least 3 sub-skills and completing an upgrade mission. This mission may take some time. VS was worried that the system would serve him another multi-month mission. He already had a lot of tasks on his plate. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, he decided to bite the bullet and dump 100,000 DP into upgrading his physics to senior level. A mission prompt appeared. Upgrade mission. Mission: design and fabricate a functional gamma laser rifle. Difficulty: C rank. Prerequisites: Physics Journeyman. Description: the essence of a laser rifle revolves around converting energy into a form that causes damage to the target. Conventional laser weapons predominantly utilize the infrared portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. However, a mech designer should not be content with remaining within the boundaries of artificial rules. Explore the potential of laser weapons and design a gamma laser rifle by yourself. Then fabricate it and test the weapon to verify its performance. Reward: Physics Senior. The upgrade mission sounded simple. The system only assigned a difficulty of C to this task, and it didn't even come with a failure condition. The only problem was that VS could not let anyone find out what he was doing. Producing gamma laser weapons was as bad as dabbling with nuclear weapons. This is illegal. Chapter 339: Fear of the Taboo. The seriousness in which the MTA and CFA enforced the laws on taboo weapons frightened all of human space. Practically no one except the lawless dared to cross the 2 biggest organizations that collectively guarded over humanity. It was for their own protection. During the Age of Conquest, the humans who conquered the galaxy star by star possessed no bottom line. With their awesome capital ships, they showed no remorse in bombing highly populated alien planets to glass. Saturating a planet with thousands of nuclear missiles proved to be the quickest, easiest, and dirtiest method to wipe out an entire planet's worth of aliens. Over time, humanity began to be more creative as they sometimes wished to occupy a planet instead of turning it into a lifeless radioactive rock. They experimented with biological diseases and chemicals as well as radiation as a way to cleanse a planet without rendering it uninhabitable. The results were decidedly mixed, but that didn't lessen humanity's enthusiasm for these destructive toys. At the tail end of the Age of Conquest, humanity ceased to expand outwards and started to focus inwards. Internal contradictions constantly flared up, and the stagnant Terrans faced a revolt among their own ranks, which ultimately led to the birth of the new Rubarth Empire. These intense and highly destructive wars mainly happened in space. Warships ruled the void. Sending out ground forces to invade a planet proved to be a laborious operation. Seizing control of a foreign planet's population and assets often cost too much time and effort. The invaders found it more convenient if they rained down mass destruction and wipe out a quarter to half the planet's population. Humanity began to turn their weapons of mass destruction to their own race. The tragedies that ensued could not be counted even to this day. Too many atrocities happened in this period to keep track of. Once a state began flinging weapons of mass destruction against another state, the enmity that emerged between the two became irreconcilable. You hit me, I hit you back. The victims lashed out twice as hard and wiped out every inhabited planet they could reach. Historians had projected that humanity spread out over half the galaxy lost more than 10% of its total population in a span of 50 years. 10% might not sound so much, but this amounted to many trillions of wasted lives. The sheer amount of death and destruction changed the course of history and threatened to become a man-made plague. It was easy to start a fight. It was impossible to stop it once the cycle of revenge began to revolve. The emergence of the first mech piloted by the legendary Mech ended it all. His emergence, along with some other factors, led to the formation of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The two organizations heralded the age of mechs. Their strength awed the fractious states and suppressed the unruly parties that wanted to keep using their weapons of mass destruction. Human space quickly found out that it was not a good idea to incur their wrath. Two important changes happened at the start of the age of mechs besides the ban on weapons of mass destruction. First, CFA assumed sole responsibility for defending human space against the alien empires that pressured it from every direction. They straightforwardly confiscated every warship and formed their own defense fleet crewed by a variety of humans across the galaxy. States lost the right to wage their internal wars with ships armed to the teeth with colossal weaponry. It was too expensive to replace the fallen ships, especially since each of them cost a substantial fortune. Capital ships took up an extravagant amount of manpower and resources to produce. The destruction and loss of each major warship weakened humanity's ability to withstand alien incursions. Therefore, the CFA had been tasked with preserving these assets as much as possible. The second change revolved around promoting the use of mechs as the main mode for war. No longer would capital ships be allowed to orbit a planet and bombard it into oblivion with huge cannons or destructive lasers. The transition to mechs turned out to be very bumpy. Besides the immature technology that underpinned workings, states also found the mech to be a lackluster weapon platform. Compared to the destructive power of a capital ship, a single mech was an ant. The MTA overthrew a lot of states before humanity learned their lesson. VS recalled the last couple of 100 years and sighed. Right now, we live in the age of mechs. There was no place for a forbidden weapon like a gamma laser rifle in today's society. Only the most depraved and degenerate pirates used such a thing, and they never lasted very long. In truth, the destructiveness of gamma lasers or grazers couldn't quite compare against the might of a nuclear bomb. The weapon type worked best in space where it could only threaten spaceships or space station. For various reasons, the MTA and CFA added any laser weapon that weaponized some of the higher frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum to the list of taboo weapons. VS had to accept their stance without question. What could he do on his own? Should he visit the MTA's branch on Cloudy Curtain and ask for an exception to create a weapon of mass destruction because of a mission? They'll shoot me to pieces before I can even get another word in. VS shook his head. That is if they don't capture me and torture me to death. This thorny upgrade mission compelled VS to work alone. He absolutely could not trust a single person except for Lucky. Even his most trusted technicians such as Carlos or Chief Cyril would turn on him in a heartbeat if he showed any interest at all in producing a forbidden weapon. The fear of the taboo had set in deep nowadays. Forget about designing such a weapon. Fabricating it without tipping anyone off is the biggest problem with this mission. VS never traveled alone nowadays. People constantly kept their eye on him, and while he could obfuscate their observation methods with his privacy shield, it did not block any naked eyeballs from seeing what he was up to. Running his stealth augment was too costly to consider. His stealth only held up for 5 minutes before his calm ran out of power. VS could hardly work in short, 5-minute intervals, especially when he began his fabrication. The best solution for now would be to travel somewhere remote with a 3D printer. As long as he could do the dirty deed in the middle of nowhere, the system wouldn't quibble with him as long as he fabricated a successful copy. VS thought about his 2 production lines just then. The newer production line that centered around the Dortmund printer was absolutely essential to the LMC. The older one, however, had been relegated to a backup line. The Mech technicians mainly used the second-hand printer and assembly system to practice their skills, fabricate some replacement components, or fulfill some odd jobs. In other words, no one cared about it anymore. A plan formed in his mind. In order to design and fabricate a grazer rifle in peace, he planned to bring the second-hand printer along with a number of supplies and raw materials and move out to a remote planet, moon or asteroid, and work alone from there. VS figured that he could fit everything he needed in the Barracuda, if only barely. The printer took up the most space by far, but the cargo bay should have enough space left over for a couple of smaller containers filled with supplies. Fabricating a rifle doesn't consume a lot of resources. I don't have to bring too much. A complication emerged when VS tried to formulate which resources he should bring. If he guessed wrong and ended up missing a vital resource to produce a grazer rifle, then he had to halt the entire project and call for the Barracuda to ship the missing materials, which wasted valuable time and risked getting found out. He estimated that the entire design and fabrication process shouldn't take too long. In ideal conditions, he might be able to manage it within a week. The need for secrecy ate up even more time than the actual process. If VS wanted to apply his upgraded physics to his upcoming Rifleman Mech design, then he had no choice but to delay its design by several weeks. He considered skipping this troublesome upgrade mission for now, but ultimately decided to take the extra time to go through with it. He needed every advantage possible to narrow the gap against his competition. Hardly any apprentice mech designer managed to find their footing in the oversaturated market for rifleman mechs. Even though many buyers jostled for mechs, even more sellers hawked their wares at them. The dizzying amount of choices meant that new designs hardly gained any attention unless they offered something compelling. VS knew his current skills could only allow him to design a mech that underperformed compared to the mainstream model. Even journeyman mech designers hadn't been able to compete head-on against these highly developed designs. The only successful cases where they succeeded was when their designs happened to fill a niche through sheer strength. VS saw hope in this approach. The prerequisite, of course, was to upgrade a skill to senior level. Before he arrived at somewhere safe and isolated, VS absolutely couldn't risk begin his design work on a grazer weapon. "I guess I'd better get the ball rolling," he muttered to himself and closed the page. In the next hour, VS called Captain Sylvester to drop whatever the Barracuda was doing and come back to Cloudy Curtain. He also arranged the transport of the old second-hand printer and a number of supplies and raw materials. While his workers scratched their heads and puzzled over why the boss wanted to take the printer away, VS informed his company of his brief absence. As usual, his COO Jake disapproved of his random jaunt. "This is highly irresponsible. I thought we are clear about the consequences of any further adventures. I don't know what you are up to, but a chief designer who is constantly missing is not a good sign that the LMC is stable." "Does stability even matter?" VS retorted. He did not intend anyone to persuade him from his course. "This is not a public company. I don't have to answer to any shareholders except for myself. What I'm about to do is for the betterment of the LMC. Once I return, I'll be more than capable of designing a strong and commercially viable rifleman mech." Jake had to take his word for it. The old man still looked at him with disapproval. "Try to keep in touch over the galactic net if you can. Even if you are heading to somewhere isolated, we'd still like to know you are physically safe and secure." "That will likely be a problem. I'll be working well away from civilization. I can't afford anyone to stay close to me, including the Barracuda. I'll be out of range of her quantum entanglement node, so I won't be able to access the galactic net or call anyone with my comm during this period." In his planning, the Barracuda would only check up on him once every few days in case he needed to order more raw materials. The rest of the time, his corvette should stay far away from his work site in order to prevent his activities from being leaked to any spies. VS never forgot who made the Barracuda in the first place. He won the ship after winning the finals at Limar's open competition. The Limar Institute of Technology could have stuffed all manner of bugs and listening devices on the ship. Even Lucky couldn't do anything about it, as those features were integrated in the ship on a core level. The best insurance would be to send the ship far away while he worked. Relax, Mr. Jake. I won't be going anywhere dangerous this time. I'll pick the most quiet, forgotten star system in the Republic and do my thing for a couple of weeks. Nothing will go wrong, I can guarantee you. Chapter 340 Ripple Effects. The usually boisterous classroom in the academy abruptly fell into silence. Every potentate sat up straight as a uniformed mech pilot walked in front of the class. Joshua's eyes shone as he beheld the dashing man. The man swept his view towards the boys and girls and mentally shook his head. What was the use of visiting these teenagers? They were at least 5 years away from being qualified to pilot Mechs. Still, he had his orders. This is a time of war. The Vija Kingdom has invaded us once again, and it is the duty of every citizen to repel them with the best of your ability. As Mech cadets, your time has not yet come, but that is no excuse for you to slack off. The Mech Corps holds the front lines so that kids like you can train in peace. Do not squander their sacrifice and continue to improve your skills. The Republic depends on you. Every boy and girl thrusted out their chest in pride. A veritable wave of enthusiasm passed over the cadets as they imagined wearing the Mech pilot's uniform one day. Every Mech regiment utilized a different uniform scheme, which led to a lot of variety in the Mech Corps. Joshua himself only recognized a couple of them, and the man's black and yellow uniform eluded his knowledge. As a potentate of the Republic, the most talented of you are treasured by us. Certain individuals here have distinguished themselves in their training. I am here to invite a number of you to accompany me back to Bentheim and enroll in one of their most prestigious academies on a fast-track training program. I won't lie, it will be hard, and the amount of dropouts will be high. But if even one of you perseveres, you will have a bright future ahead of you in the Mech Corps. The majority of the cadets frowned or groaned. They knew their scores well enough to realize that they didn't qualify for such an extravagant program. Instead, they turned their attention to Joshua and a couple of other talented classmates. Out of all of them, their performance stood out the most. Cadets Joshua, Liz, and May, you are deemed eligible to take up this opportunity. Are you willing to serve the Republic? We are. The Mech pilots smiled. We will send out an information package to your parents. So long as your parents consent to the program, you'll be eligible to apply. The rest of the classroom envied Joshua and the rest. None of them scored remarkably well in their training courses. In fact, their academy actually ranked at the bottom in the Republic. It couldn't be helped since Cloudy Curtain lacked a rich mech scene until recently. The founding of the LMC and its subsequent rise changed all of that. Suddenly, their sleepy rural planet became a local hotbed for mechs as the LMC broke out of its shell with the release of the widely acclaimed Blackbeak model. The mech manufacturer's ascension initiated a sea of change. Local politics had been thrown into a mess, while the influx of tax income invigorated public services. Culturally, the insular citizens of Cloudy Curtain finally opened up to the wider Republic. Once stoked, the mech fever ran out of control. The enthusiastic younger generation flocked to the LMC like ducks and became the company's die-hard fans. The potentates among them formed a virtual fan club called the LMC Association. They established a presence in every virtual game, including Iron Spirit. Joshua owed much of his recent success to the association and the game. The only reason why he improved so quickly was that he wanted to pilot the LMC's higher-starred virtual mechs. V.S. Larkin's son published a handful of virtual mechs in his brief career. Over time, The members of the association flocked to one dominant model in each tier. It became something of a badge of pride if the members could master every bestseller mech. Currently, the list included the following mechs. 1 star, Fantasia 2 R Seraphim Aerial Marksman. 2 star, TOC-1S Old Soul Ambush Rifleman. 3 star, HPL-100S Young Blood Knight. 4 star, FFL-25P Dark Spear Assassin Mech. 5 star, CA-1C2 Mark Antony Mark II Hybrid Knight. The boisterous members of the association generally reached a broad consensus on the first 4 mechs. Each of them represented the best mechs of their tier. Most of them consisted of Mr. Larkinson's latest virtual designs. The only place the members couldn't agree on was the Mark Antony Mark II. As a hybrid knight, it was hard to pilot. Only the older members of the association had reached the Gold League where they could unlock the ability to pilot a 5-star mech, and they all encountered significant difficulties trying to control the Mark II's many weapons. Frankly speaking, the recently released Blackbeak Virtual Mech was much more suitable as a poster mech for the 5-star tier. As a pure knight mech, it lacked the complicated and uncoordinated weapon systems of the older design. While it didn't fare very well in small-scale duels, it still found a respectable place in war-torn instances and other larger game modes. The only problem was the price. As a premium design, the Blackbeak sold for a ridiculous amount of gold or Rio credits. Only a handful of longtime players accumulated enough gold to exchange for the mech. The rest could only stare enviously. In any case, Joshua had worked hard the last couple of years. Ever since he first came across Chasing Clouds mechs, he had no idea that he was piloting a product of a homegrown hero. After Mr. Larkin's son came into prominence, his drive to master Mr. Larkinson's mechs had grown into a deep-seated obsession. At his age, he should still be languishing in the upper Bronze League or the lower Silver League. Instead, he rocketed upwards until he finally broke through the Gold League. His hard work paid off. The moment he promoted to the Gold League, he instantly spent the credits he'd been saving so far on a virtual copy of the Dark Spear mech, which had gained some notoriety in the Bentheim mech scene. Joshua tasted bliss as he piloted the Assassin mech. He utilized the skills he gained from mastering the Old Soul and achieved a decent amount of success with the Assassin mech. Still, it had been rough the first couple of months. His ranking fell as he struggled to adapt to the higher pace of the Gold League. His game account even demoted back to Silver League at some point, but the skills he learned from the high-pressure Upper League allowed him to bounce back to Gold League in a brief amount of time. His performance in-game reflected back in his performance in the Academy. Joshua sat at the top of his year in Academy. Almost no one his age could match him in a duel. To be honest, Joshua only accepted the invitation to attend an elite academy in Bentheim because he'd be able to promote his ranking faster. "I'll be able to pilot Mr. Larkinson's 5-star mech sooner if I go to Bentheim." If the mech pilot who visited his class heard those words, he'd wring Joshua's neck. The Visions have invaded the Republic's borders, and all you can think about is playing a game? Across Cloudy Curtain, Joshua consisted of a small number of mech cadets that recently showed a lot of promise. Each of them owed their improvement to the LMC in some way. The passion the mech company engendered among its fans had lit a fire inside their hearts. If the LMC initially stoked the fire, then Walter's Whalers fanned the flames. Their participation and subsequent return from the Glowing Planet campaign had captured the minds of the locals. The proliferation of recordings from the Whalers and many other participants of the struggle to secure the Glowing Planet's resources had captured the minds of the entire Komodo Star sector. It sounded like an adventure drama. The Whalers arrived at the Glowing Planet and survived through several crises before they limped back home with a huge pot of gold. Billions of credits flowed into their account, and in the first couple of weeks they threw out party after party. The entire planet reveled in the success of the gang. Only a handful stood still at the losses. Walter, Dietrich, Fada, and the other cadre quietly consoled the survivors and set aside 200 million credits for their pensions. It was the least they could do, and they didn't lack for money now in any case. Once the partying had subsided, a contentious discussion ensued within the gang. Some of the older members wanted to retire with their riches, while others wanted to continue the good fight but with better mechs. "Haven't we struggled for years in the mud for a big score like this?" an older member asked. "Look at how much we earned. We're richer than most companies right now. I bet we're worth even more than the LMC right now. The time to pilot mechs is over. If anything, we can hire others to pilot mechs in our stead." Even though a couple of members agreed with that position, Dietrich quickly thumped his fist on the conference table. "Is retiring all you can think about? Then go ahead and leave, but don't expect to get a large share of the prize. This money belongs to the whalers. As far as I'm concerned, this is the time where our gang can flourish. With the Visions knocking on our borders, the last thing we should do is to put down our mechs." The argument went back and forth for both sides. While many whalers wanted to leave behind their old profession, others wanted to expand their organization and become more formidable in everyone's eyes. These hardcore members couldn't imagine a life of peace and leisure. Once the two sides entered a deadlock, Walter finally intervened. "Walter's whalers will continue on until we all drop dead or drop out. Those of you who wants to retire may do so. If you fought alongside me on the glowing planet, then I'll make sure you earned your fair share. As for the rest, don't expect us to be generous." A substantial number of members who advocated for early retirement had in fact been left behind on Cloudy Curtain. They never shed their blood on behalf of the whalers. Instead, they stared greedily at the tens of billions of credits the whalers had earned from the sale of their mining haul to the Republic. Walter's words instantly doused their greed. Most of the freeloaders subsequently quieted down and expressed no further interest in a retirement. Each of them could only expect to receive about 50,000 credits, which was a pittance. In contrast, Walter treated those who experienced the tough campaign on the glowing planet and wanted to leave for one reason or another more sincerely. Though the whalers still retained the lion's share of the pot, Walter issued 1 billion credits to the retirees, turning all of them into enviable pensioners. Once everyone who still expressed a desire to leave had left, Walter addressed the loyalists who stuck by his organization. "I won't lie to you. Much of the money we've made will be spent on mechs, ships, and equipment. If you think you'll be able to drink the finest drinks and eat cloud rice every way, then you're mistaken. We have a lifetime opportunity to become an elite outfit, and I won't squander it away by wasting it on luxuries." No one outwardly objected to his decision, though plenty of members complained within their hearts at Walter's excessive frugality. "In the coming months, we will build up our strength. Our first order of business is to fill up our roster and expand our scope. I hope we can grow our numbers to the point where we can field 1,000 mechs at a time." 1,000 mechs! That was half a regiment. So many mechs would turn the whalers from a rural bully into a regional powerhouse. Though they'll never be able to surpass the 3 tyrants who ruled over Bentheim, such numbers gave them the qualification to contest over other minor star systems. Each outfit that returned from the glowing planet intact experienced similar transformations. These lucky gangs and mercenary corps outpaced their rivals and competitors by far and began to recruit en masse. The balance of power in the Bentheim region decisively shifted in their favor. Chapter 341 Arrangements. In the past couple of days, VS fulfilled as many duties as possible. He discussed and approved the expansion plans with the officers of the company. In particular, he approved the procurement of 2 brand new production lines for the LMC's new manufacturing complex. Due to a lack of cash on hand, the company would have to go into debt to the tune of 4 billion credits, but this was easily bearable since the Black Beak models still sold like hotcakes for now. He also conducted his interview with Mercenary Central in his office. The interview was a lot more relaxed than the one he had with the Rimward Star Herald. VS mainly spoke some platitudes and constantly highlighted the benefits of the Blackbeak model. He tried his best not to trip over himself by uttering a gaffe. Overall, the interview with Mercenary Central had largely been forgettable. The LMC and its partners only received a minor bump in orders for the Blackbeak models. VS mainly treated the public exposure as a way to plant some seeds in the subscribers of the publication. Not every mercenary was short on mechs at the moment. Once the war heated up, their losses would begin to pile up. VS hoped that they remembered his words and took a closer look at the Blackbeak. It's difficult to raise more interest in my product at this time. The hype has died down. The Blackbeak ceased to be a news item among the public. The market had moved on to shinier toys that came out in the last month or so. Still, many professionals knew about the Blackbeak and what it could offer to its owners. Even if its sales started to slide, it hadn't cratered to single digits as of yet. After the interview, VS got in touch with Melker, who traveled to Bentheim, and instructed him to manage the avatars of Myth by himself for the time being. Are you having any trouble recruiting promising pilots? Melker grimaced over the projection. To be honest, I've come way too late. The Mech Corps and the Mercenary Corps have snapped up almost every competent mech pilot available for hire in the preceding months. The only ones who are left are failures or carry a black mark on their record. Take your time, then. I don't mind if you have to wait a few months to gather 7 or 8 good mech pilots. This first batch of mech pilots will form the core of the avatars of myths. It's vitally important to know that we can rely on them to lead our future recruits. I understand, VS. I'm actually reaching out beyond the Republic at this point. There are still some promising foreign mech pilots who express some interest in working for a mech designer. Mech pilots generally like to work with successful mech designers. Unlike mercenaries, they didn't have to go around from job to job but instead mostly spent their time in one place. They only had to go out for a few errands once every few years. Unlike company forces, mech pilots directly in the employ of a mech designer often received favored treatment with regards to the mechs they got to pilot. Mech designers always lavished their most loyal protectors with their best works. VS was no exception in this regard. In time, he planned to pair the entire roster of the avatars of mechs with his own designs. Have you also made a selection of mechs? Not yet. I'm eyeing a handful of models, but it's hard for me to decide which ones I should settle on. It will help if you can tell me how you plan to use the avatars of myth. The avatars will first and foremost act as my bodyguards. They should have the ability to act as my defenders and repel any Tom, Dick, and Harry that wants to take a shot at me with their mechs. The second priority is to be able to go on an expedition in hazardous environments far away from civilization. Think of the glowing planet or graining 4. The mech pilots of the avatars of myths should be mentally prepared to go on these kinds of arduous trips. Melker sighed. I can easily gather up some mech pilots who are eager to take up guard duty, but the latter is a lot more difficult to deal with. Not a lot of talented mech pilots are eager to gamble with their lives. Everyone knows of the danger that's inherent with every expedition into the unknown. I'll make it worth their while. You can offer as much salary and benefits as you want, though I hope you don't stray too far from the predominant market rates. Everyone had a price. As long as they threw enough money around, VS and Melker would surely be able to attract some poor but greedy mech pilots with some abilities. VS hung up on Melker after discussing some further details. The issue of the avatars of myth could not be rushed. It was not as if he had any need for them at this time, especially since he was about to embark on a solo trip to the middle of nowhere. Alongside his duties, Lucky often followed him as he went back and forth. Ever since he reached level 3, Lucky tested out his new abilities with the curiosity of a child. The most drastic enhancement had to be his gravity manipulation. With it, Lucky finally gained the ability to fly. In the first days, Lucky often raced around in the air like a dolphin in the water. Sadly, his control hadn't caught up with his enthusiasm, and he often flattened his body against a wall or some furniture. Everyone laughed when that happened, including VS. Lucky hadn't been hurt, of course. Even if he flew fast enough to hurt a living cat, his Rorica's bone-based body could endure a lot of punishment. "Lucky, stop flying around so much! You're damaging the furniture." "Meow!" His cat ignored him and continued to swim in the air. While Lucky started to get a hang of controlling his movements by manipulating his gravity, VS arranged some plans the LMC should follow in his absence. "I'm not certain we're ready to move into the new manufacturing complex. It's still a month away from finishing," Jake responded after he received the latest plan. "We can't delay our move for long," VS replied. "The war has already broke out. In the previous Bright Vision wars, the Visions always sent out raiding fleets to strike at vulnerable Republican infrastructure. For better or worse, we're part of the Republic's war industry and a valid target." The thought of an attack had always lingered at the backs of everyone's mind, but no one truly considered the Visions would spare a fleet to attack their meager workshop. Jake couldn't believe the Visions would resort to such a thing. "We only have a single production line after you dismantled the old printer. There are many other mech manufacturers that contribute a lot more to the defense of the Republic. All those companies with 4 or more production lines aren't stupid. They already bolstered their company forces in order to deter any raids. The Visions won't send out too many mechs in their raiding fleets, so they have to pick their targets with care. Our old workshop is a soft target in their eyes. Even if we don't amount to much for now, it might be different in the future." "I see. They might want to divert some resources at us in order to strangle us in our cradle." The mech industry regarded the LMC as a promising mech manufacturer. As long as VS didn't screw up and continued to publish quality design, its rise was already a given. Naturally, the Visions wouldn't like that. "I'll put my support behind the move. I'll make certain the manufacturing complex will be up and running within 2 months." Time would be tight, and mishaps were bound to happen, but VS truly prioritized everyone's safety. The sooner they moved into their fortified complex, the safer they would all be. VS didn't have to arrange many major instructions after that. Besides the development of new designs, the company ran by itself, exactly the way he liked it. He only spent some time to issue some reminders to the board of directors. They better not be making any major decisions without his presence. Getting Vaughn on board was bad enough. I won't accept any more dissension, even from my grandfather. Although he resented his grandfather for supporting that move, VS didn't have the guts to call him out on it. He avoided his grandfather and seemingly forgot about him during his brief stay on Cloudy Curtain. On the day of his departure, he shuttled over to the spaceport and boarded the Barracuda with only Lucky as his companion. As he reached the hatch, he turned around and beheld his planet. "It's too soon for me to leave again, but I don't have any choice. I need to do this mission alone." Once he stowed away his luggage, he entered the bridge. Captain Silvestre already instructed the Barracuda to lift off into space. The corvette hardly rumbled as it escaped Cloudy Curtain's gravity well, which was a testament to her well-trained crew. "I see you are all making your recent training to good use. Mr. Larkin's son, welcome aboard." Silvestre nodded to him from the captain's seat. "You haven't told us yet where you want us to fly. Where do you want to go?" "Set a course for Kvef 3438 for now. I'll feed you the next jump once we reach the next star system." Kvef 3438 was actually a lifeless red dwarf with hardly any planet to note. The galaxy contained countless of red dwarfs, and most of them held nothing of value at all. They only formed a somewhat convenient transition point for ships looking to evade the public eye. "Aye, boss. I'll set our next destination to QF 3438. Our estimated arrival time is 2 days. VS had already planned his route over 4 different stops, each of which consisted of 4 abandoned or empty star systems. There were too many of these star systems to count, even in a desolate place like the Komodo star sector. Although he knew that the Republic and other forces hid some observation equipment in these star systems, as long as his crew put their vaunted skills to use, they could easily obfuscate their readings and mislead them into thinking they had transitioned towards another star system. Any trained crew could pull off such a trick. Once VS became satisfied with Sylvester's arrangement, he returned to his stateroom and sat behind his desk. He pulled up a secure data pad that contained a book he recently ordered from the Clifford Society. With several hundreds of merits to his account, he figured that he should brush up on his knowledge on laser weapons while he traveled to his final destination. VS planned to acquire some sub-skills from the system as well, but he wouldn't be able to enlighten himself with the personal perspective of past experts. The books on his reading list consisted of textbooks and musings of various experts that had once made contributions in the field of directed energy weapons. Reading their thoughts and understanding their paradigms helped him digest the knowledge he learned from the forbidden research data on gamma lasers he unearthed a long time ago. Hopefully I can upgrade my skills or gain a new sub-skill at the end. Of all the things he enjoyed about his career, he loved to learn new things. His ability to design a mech had come a long way since the start of his career. Before, he had to rely on designing virtual mechs and variants of existing designs. Now, he became accustomed to designing his own original mechs. Even though he only had the black beak to his name, he maintained full confidence that he could repeat the magic of his first original design. My rifleman mech should be even better than the black beak, now that I'm about to work on upgrading my physics to senior level. I'll have to design a groundbreaking machine in order to attract a lot of sales. Though the challenge seemed daunting, VS never lost his fighting spirit. He believed he could succeed. Chapter 342 Citadel Havensworth. The Havensworth star system was one of the most important and strategic locations in the wars between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom. Situated right at the border between the two warring states, the fortified star system played an essential role in curtailing the advances of the aggressive Vijans. People once said that the Bright Republic couldn't exist without this star system. The Vija Kingdom is larger and more prosperous than the Bright Republic. The only reasons why we haven't lost to them is because their nobles are constantly stabbing each other's backs and because Havensworth is tying down a large portion of the Mech Legion. Most star systems of note consisted of a number of stars and some orbiting planets along with a couple of asteroid belts or clouds. What made Havensworth extraordinarily hard to invade was due to its two peculiar properties. As a binary star system, it consisted of 2 stars, a bigger one and a smaller one. The bigger one was a giant, which made it easier to travel to from a longer distance. Besides radiating a lot of electromagnetic radiation, it also ejected a fair amount of stellar wind, which made the entire Havensworth system a hazardous place for ships. Any invaders attempting to conquer the system's sole inhabited planet had to endure the grinding stellar winds that constantly emerged from the giant star. The strength of the stellar wind varied from time to time. Even a capital ship would buckle in front of the strongest winds. The giant's larger mass also widened the star system's gravitic field, which meant that a hostile fleet emerged out of FTL from a much larger distance. This provided the defenders with ample time to respond to the new presence. It also made it harder for the losers of a conflict to run away into FTL. If that wasn't bad enough, the smaller star emitted a strange disruptive field that blocked all means of communicating through a quantum entanglement node. This effectively meant that anyone that went inside would be isolated from the rest of the galaxy. No form of communication could reach any ship of base in the disruptive star's influence. Such stars were rare, but the Bright Republic happened to have occupied it before the Visions could get their claws on it. Ever since then, the Bright Republic always managed to hang on to the Havensworth star system no matter how much they'd been pressed. The Mech core turned the largest rocky planet in the system into a veritable fortification. Havensworth II, or Citadel Havensworth, formed the nucleus of the Republic's defense against the Visions. Although the Citadel planet lacked any signs of life, the Mech core comprehensively transformed its underground terrain into a deep and exquisite set of fortifications. It was virtually impregnable from above. The only way to crack this shell was to utilize taboo weapons or to invade the tunnels with a crushing amount of mechs. An illustrious member of the Larkin Sons commanded over the largest and most important bases underneath the surface. With Colonel Ark Larkin's son holding the fort, the mech pilots of the Mech Corps would never give in to despair. So long as the magnificent night still draws breath inside these tunnels, the Republic shall never fall. The Vision Mech Legion had never succeeded in taking over the Citadel planet, but they often tried again with each war. They faced a lot of difficulties due to the lack of instant communication and the stellar winds that pounded their ships. Only heavily armored ships would be able to linger in the star system, and only up to a month or so. This forced the Visions to divert much of their precious capital ships to the Havensworth system, leaving their lightly armored transports and logistics ships behind. The Mech Corps, on the other hand, built up an enormous stockpile of supplies in their underground bases. They could comfortably hold the Citadel planet for a decade, tying down their adversaries without any help from the rest of the Republic. Right now, the Visions pressed the Havensworth star system with 2 divisions worth of fleet carriers and mechs. They destroyed the space stations that orbited the various planets in the system before proceeding to surround the Citadel planet in a wide orbit. They stopped short at invading the dreaded fortified planet. Even though its exterior looked as barren as any lifeless rocky planet, an extensive reinforced tunnel network ran many kilometers underneath. They stretched for thousands of kilometers in every direction, branching out and converging back together in a random pattern meant to obfuscate even their own designers. Not a single Brighter possessed a complete map of the tunnels. Furthermore, the Bright Republic collapsed and rebuilt the entire tunnel network after every war. This meant that the Visions had to send out scouting parties to map out the upper levels of the tunnel at the onset of each new war. Such an operation took several years to complete. The Visions had already become familiar with this time-consuming task, so they spared no time in starting their mapping operations. Dozens of mech squads emerged from the fleet carriers and quickly dove to the surface of the rocky planet. They had to enter the planet's magnetic field as fast as possible in order to shield their frames against the stellar winds that occasionally penetrated closer to orbit. The aerial mechs did not require any assistance in descending onto the planet, though they needed help getting back up into orbit, which the fleet carriers would send out after they completed their mission. Once the squads of aerial mechs reached the surface, they fanned out towards the underground entrances the ships in orbit had already spotted. One squad consisted of mechs from the Grand Chasers Regiment. As a squad of light mechs, they excelled in scouting duties such as this. They swiftly flew inside the tunnels and mapped out the interior in rapid tempo. The Mech Corps quickly sent out their own response. A squad of mechs from the 6th Stellar Lancers Regiment emerged from an underground hatch. A mix of 12 light and medium aerial mechs flew out to block the Visions from going any deeper. The 2 squads encountered each other a couple of minutes later. The initial clash went poorly for the Grand Chasers as they struggled to dodge the incoming Lancers. At least half of the squad from the Stellar Lancers consisted of spearman mechs. Their mechs had all been designed to pierce through anything in their way. The dreadful opening clash heavily damaged 2 hapless light mechs from the Grand Chasers. The subsequent battle turned into a brief and intensive dogfight until the Vision interlopers finally managed to turn the other way around, dragging their damaged mechs with them as they fled like rats. The Stellar Lancers tried to catch up to their prey, but it was to no avail. TCH. They're too fast. The grand cowards are only good at running away. Skirmishes like these happened every day. Due to the abundance of tunnels in Havensworth, too, some of the scouts penetrated deeper into the tunnels before they met any opposition. It couldn't be helped as the Mech Corps only had so many mechs to spread around. The scouts emerged from the tunnels a handful at a time. They converged on the heavily armored transports that had been sent out from the fleet carriers in orbit. The mechs filed into the transports, which brought them back to their ships. This pattern repeated again and again as the Visions sent out squad after squad. The operation only stopped when the fleet carriers had to escape the brutal stellar winds that wore down its exterior armor. Fleets from both sides occasionally dropped in, but they never stuck around for long. Compared to the tame battles that took place on Citadel Havensworth, the other border systems encountered a lot more grief. Cities burned while civilians fled to underground shelters as the Mech Legion overran the token defenses put up by the poor and underdeveloped border systems. Frankly, the star systems situated at the border of the two states had changed their allegiance so often that the inhabitants possessed no intrinsic loyalty to either powers. Someone's parents might have grown up under Vision rule while they themselves grew up under brighter rule. Everyone born in these border systems had become used to shifting their loyalties at the drop of a hat. Once the fighting died down, the garrison shamelessly pledged to serve the Visions while the citizens welcomed the occupying infantry forces as liberators. Down with the Republic! Long live the Vision King! Even though the Mech Legion easily occupied these border systems, they held no strategic value at all. They offered very little wealth and except for a paltry amount of taxes. Instead, they acted as a drag on the Vision Kingdom. In order to hold on to the systems and push up the front lines, they had to allocate a significant amount of mechs to hold these worthless territories. The Visions didn't dare to be too negligent in occupying these systems, because the Mech Corps sometimes used them as outposts in their counterattacks in past wars. These were actually just the opening moves in the war. Both sides knew that the war would drag on for at least 3 to 4 years. In order to smooth the way for the subsequent years, the Republic and the Kingdom both held back the bulk of their strength. A pitched battle so early in the war benefited neither side, especially since they recently slugged it out at the tail end of the Glowing Planet campaign. Across the entire Republic, the drums of war began to beat its citizens into action. Several potentates that pursued civilian lives had been called up by the Mech Corps. They enjoyed a lot of privileges in times of peace, but in exchange they signed up as reservists. Every citizen who could pilot a mech had to be ready to fight for their state. A handful of reservists protested their reassignment during each and every war. They had become inured to the indolent life as civilians. They became scared at the prospect of piloting mechs in the middle of an active war zone. Don't take me away! I can do better at home! Unhand me, you uncouth barbarians! I am a potentate! It's illegal to touch me! My skills are atrophied! I'm hardly fit to pilot a mech these days! A portly man squealed. An armored infantryman bashed the potentate with the butt of his rifle. Oh, shut up! You spoiled potentates are always hollering the same things. Man up for once in your life and accept your duty. What duty? I never wanted to be a soldier. I'll faint at the sight of blood. The fat man received another thunk on his head. Hee, we don't care. By the time you've gone through your remedial training, you'll get used to seeing buckets of blood. Take this lard ball away. Alongside potentates, the Republic also drafted plenty of norms. Every war nowadays centered around mechs, but there was still a place for infantry in order to manage occupied or liberated territories. Mechs also needed a lot of servicing from support personnel, and turrets and vehicles had to be manned as well. Right now, the level of mobilization had only reached an early state. Even as the Republic shifted its society into war footing, it had to do so with care in order to prevent an overall collapse of its economy. Only a handful of sectors thrived during the war. Mech manufacturers benefited most as long as their designs had merit. Their suppliers also did good business so long they could operate their mines without interruption. The Visions knew this very well, and sent out a handful of deep strike fleets to harass their adversaries' infrastructure. As a center of Republican industry and commerce, Bentheim often received the brunt of these raids. But that was a story for another day, for the Barracuda had finally reached her destination after more than a week of travel. Chapter 343 Joe V.S. looked at his status page with pride. After more than a week of studying a couple of books from the Clifford Society, he managed to acquire a new sub-skill on his own. Rapid-fire laser weapon operation I. This sub-skill enhanced his understanding of laser rifles and was much more specific and comprehensive than directed energy weapon optimization 2. While the latter only allowed him to optimize an existing energy weapon design, his new sub-skill enabled him to design a laser weapon from scratch. Specifically, rapid-fire laser weapon operation I focused on delivering quick pulses of laser beams. A series of pulses as opposed to a single, long-burn beam. This mode of firing came with its own challenges, but it enabled laser rifles to use up less energy and slow down the buildup of heat. The books he read also inured him to the perspectives of the authors, both of whom reached the senior level in their lifetimes. One author advocated that laser rifles should be as efficient as possible, while the other author preferred to unleash as much power as possible with each pulse. Both of them approached laser rifles from different directions, allowing V.S. to make up his own mind about the topic. Laser rifles have a bad reputation for being unable to penetrate the shell of a heavily armored mech. That will certainly change in the next generation, but for now it's too hard for laser rifles to punch through the armor of a striker or a knight. In his opinion, laser weapons excelled at outputting a steady amount of damage. Heat concerns limited their ability to burst down an opponent, but they generally lasted longer than ballistic and kinetic rifles both used up bulky ammunition, and mechs only possessed a limited amount of carrying capacity. There are some who believe that laser rifles will replace kinetic rifles entirely. Many wide-eyed theorists prophesied the phasing out of melee weapons in favor of ranged weapons. They also stated that the relatively low-tech ballistic rifles had no more place in this day and age because their fundamental principles hadn't really changed since their initial emergence on pre-space Earth. Too bad they're wildly wrong. Even as laser weapons continued to grow in power and efficiency, those who specialized in armoring mechs had also tried to keep up. They blended various exotics together into unique formulas that underpinned the rise of energy-resistant armor. Mechs that specialized solely against countering laser weapons performed extraordinarily well against a barrage of lasers. Sadly for the armorers, most energy-resistant armor proved to be highly vulnerable to physical damage. A couple of cheap, low-tech explosive shells would easily be able to tear down such a fragile shell. Low-tech weapons still had a place in the age of mechs. From the lowest rung of third-class frontline mechs to the highest reaches of cutting-edge mechs, mechs of all shapes and sizes found a use for barbarically primitive weapons. Besides, these weapons had progressed with the times as well. Even though they hadn't experienced a lot of changes in their fundamental workings, the development of smaller technologies and the use of exotics enabled these arms to compete favorably against laser weapons. Laser weapons are only a single means to damage a target. V.S. scratched his messy black hair. Even while I'm focusing on them, I shouldn't buy into the viewpoint that they are higher tech than ballistic weapons. Besides working to acquire rapid-fire laser weapon operation I, V.S. also sneakily reread the research notes on grazer rifles he stole from the underground base a long time ago. With his enhanced intelligence and journeyman-level physics skills, he easily grasped the points that eluded him the previous times he read the disparate collection of notes and data. It helped that the researchers who produced the documents started from roughly the same foundation as him. While they possessed a much deeper foundation in this field, VS still managed to keep up with the theories mentioned in their analyses. The textbooks he perused earlier proved to be the key that allowed him to fully decipher the contents of the research notes. At a certain point, everything clicked in his mind, allowing him to fully follow the trains of thoughts of the researchers. It's pretty admirable what they've accomplished in a couple of years. They started out with a conventional laser rifle and enhanced it step by step until it became capable of firing gamma lasers. The amount of engineering challenges they faced required a cross-disciplinary approach to solve. VS benefited hugely from reading about the development of specialized components such as high-capacity energy cells and extended heat rods. Heat sinks shaped like rods fit a long, narrow object such as a rifle better than a thick rectangular block. The researchers opted to make the heat rods disposable. This meant that Mechs could eject them from their rifles once they became too hot and replace them with a fresh one which they carried on their backs. Personally, VS understood the necessity, but he wasn't a fan of this solution. Their gamma laser rifle design needs to be fed with both energy packs and heat rods. It's going to be an awful mess trying to cycle both of them during a pitched battle. The actual rifle was more impractical than practical. While it functioned well enough in space, it hardly lived up to the likes of actual taboo weapons such as nuclear bombs and biological plagues. Well, the researchers did work from scratch, and with the technology level of a third-rate state. I'm sure that researchers from a first-rate superstate can develop something much more destructive. Whatever the case, the system demanded that VS design and fabricate an actual working grazer rifle. He guessed that the system didn't care too much about its actual performance so long as it worked. That still didn't mean that VS planned to skimp on the design. He suspected that the lessons he learned from developing his grazer rifle could be put to use when he designed his second original mech. So with a renewed focus on laser weapons, VS fully digested the research notes until the system deemed his studies sufficient and updated his status page. Gamma laser weapons I. Finally, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. I was hoping I could make it before my ship makes it to my destination. He turned off his privacy shield and removed his comm before placing it on his desk. 10 seconds later, the comm regained its full charge, allowing VS to place it back on his wrist. After freshening himself up, he stepped out of his stateroom and headed for the bridge. Once he entered it, he looked at the projected screens and saw that the Barracuda still had 2 hours left before it reached a lifeless planet in this generic abandoned star system. Welcome back to the bridge, Mr. Larkinson. VS tipped his finger on his chin. Has there been any activity in NCJOEV 646? Nothing has pinged our sensors as of yet. That doesn't preclude any stealth drones or ships that are masking their emissions, but I'm fairly certain this system is as quiet as a mouse. Nothing ever happened in NCJOEV 646, or the Joe as everyone called it. Joe consisted of another run-of-the-mill red dwarf. What was special about Joe was that the star system contained no planets at all. Instead, it featured a rather extensive asteroid cloud, although it was largely flat. This meant that ships positioned above and below the disk would have no trouble navigating in the vicinity of Joe. Currently, VS ordered the Barracuda to head in system through the sparser portion of the asteroid cloud. While the loose-flying asteroids posed a significant risk to the Corvette, the sections she flew through wasn't so dense that she wouldn't be able to escape any sticky situations. VS had decided upon Joe as his final destination because the asteroids contained a lot of junk metallic contents. This would scramble any sensors trying to pick out ships. While a larger transport or carrier would still stand out somewhat, A slim and tiny corvette was virtually indistinguishable from an equivalent-sized asteroid as long as it didn't generate too much heat. Joe would have been a perfect smuggler's hideout if it hadn't been situated close to the center of the bright republic. It neighbored several major star systems with substantial military patrols. There was very little opportunity for smugglers and pirates to do business out of Joe in these circumstances. Perhaps only desperate criminals escaping the law from those major star systems took advantage of the asteroid cloud. Much like VS in this case, he did intend to break one of the most fundamental taboos of human society, after all. "Have you fixed the location of my end stop?" VS asked. "As far as we are aware of, the asteroid you're looking for is still orbiting close to the red dwarf. It hasn't been bumped into for thousands of years." He nodded. A lot of collisions happened in the asteroid field, but it happened less in certain places. Surveyors paid to scan desolate star systems had partially mapped out the asteroid field, though they didn't even try to register each and every single floating rock. A couple of collisions would make their overly detailed map out of date anyway. Instead, the surveyors focused on mapping out the largest asteroids. They eventually recorded over 100,000 asteroids with cavities, valleys, or holes large enough to hide a corvette. VS picked out an asteroid that carried the abbreviated name of Joe 2364343 as a place to work on his gamma laser rifle in peace. The large asteroid just happened to offer a deep cave from which VS could spend his next weeks out of sight of any peeping sensors directed at the asteroid field. Even if someone placed some sensors inside the cave, he trusted that Lucky would be able to sniff them out beforehand. Almost 2 hours later, they arrived at the asteroid in question. It loomed over the Barracuda like a cruiser. Its dark, rocky exterior appeared ominous in the dim light of Joe's red dwarf star. Nothing had changed since the last survey. Joe 2364343 hadn't suffered any impacts that pushed it off course. The cave also looked intact enough for VS to inhabit. "Everything looks okay." He nodded as he finished studying the sensor readings. "Let's get closer." The Barracuda maneuvered close to the cave in reverse. This allowed the corvette to orient her rear cargo bay hatch with the entrance of the cave. Once they came as close as safely possible, the hatch opened up, revealing the cargo bay that had been depressurized beforehand. Several sensor bots emerged from the cargo bay. They swiftly entered the cave and scanned it for any unpleasant surprises left behind by someone else. Following that, a series of hauler bots began to lift the cargo containers from the bay and into the cave. Once they finished with the smaller containers, they returned and carefully brought out the old second-hand printer that VS had been prepared to write off after this impromptu expedition. "Careful now, bots!" VS called out, even though the bots weren't smart enough to understand his words. He floated out of the open cargo bay in a hazard suit. Lucky floated alongside him. During the previous week of travel, his pet finally managed to get the hang of flying. The white cat nimbly drifted up and down and back and forth. "Go on ahead and track down any hidden recorders or spy drones." Lucky didn't slack off and began to dart into the depths of the cave. VS believed that Lucky's recent advancement had improved his intelligence and detection capabilities. "He should be all right," VS muttered to himself as he floated above the asteroid. The asteroid was large enough to dwarf the corvette, but exerted practically no gravity at all. VS had already prepared some anti-gravity platforms beforehand for him to do his work, but it would be difficult for him to last more than a month. He only brought enough fuel to feed the power generator for a month. "Let's hope nothing happens in Joe while I work." Chapter 344 War Crime. While the war between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom flared up, a much bigger battle ensued out of the eye of the public. After the passing of the 70-day deadline, the glowing planet and its immediate vicinity turned into a forbidden zone in the truest sense. This time, the danger didn't come from the unnatural phenomena radiating from the planet. This time, the true rulers of the Komodo star sector had arrived. Bright Republic? Vija Kingdom? Never heard of them. Two enormous armadas spanning more than 50,000 ships and more than 1,000,000 mechs collided against each other. Their so-called skirmishes easily dwarfed the most pitched battles the Vijans and Brighters had ever fought. On the side of the Friday Coalition, every major partner chipped in their forces, leading to an eclectic mix of ship and mech models. Of all the partners, the Gage dynasty and the Kansa clan fought the best, and thereby claimed the biggest share of the proceeds of the strip mining operations. As for the Hexadric hegemony, the matriarchal society imposed a complete uniformity of its military forces. Their fleets looked like clones as they used the exact same ship and mech models throughout their entire navy and mech forces. Both approaches had their good and bad points. The 601. For the hegemony, imposing the same designs for all of their war material vastly simplified their supply chains. Production, maintenance, and training activities reached an unprecedented level of efficiency. The hegemony also centralized their design work to an unprecedented high level. A committee of master mech designers inspected and approved every single new design regardless if they incorporated it into the military or released it to the civilian sector. If even one master disapproved of a design, then it had no future in the hegemony. Rebirth through adversity. As for the coalition, their abundance of designs fostered a culture of innovation. Their researchers often trumped their counterparts from the hegemony due to their hectic pace of development and production. Sometimes, they published designs that flopped. However, with each failure, the developers and their competitors learned something new. Their next products definitely surpassed their previous ones. The two second-rate states held diverging views on how humanity and society should be ruled. Their relations had always been poor, and the fact that they each occupied vital resource-rich regions in the center of the Komodo star sector added fuel to the flame. The glowing planet merely provided an early window in how the two second-rate states would struggle over supremacy in one of the most remote star sectors in the galaxy. Both of their armadas slipped into smaller fleets that maneuvered around the glowing planet in complex patterns meant to preserve their mobility. Large-scale mining ships passing by from orbit deployed special apparatuses underneath the surface of the glowing planet. These devices promptly blew up or cracked apart a humongous chunk of land into space. These remnants would subsequently be captured by other mining ships that had orbited into pre-calculated positions. Chunk by chunk, the two states visibly chipped away at the glowing planet without any mercy. As a non-life-bearing planet, the glowing planet was not protected by the treaties imposed by the MTA and CFA. No one cared whether it survived at the end of the clash. Both sides pursued the maximum amount of benefit in the least amount of time, hence they employed the most destructive methods of strip mining the hapless rogue planet. It could only blame itself for bumping into a trade convoy when it passed through the Komodo star sector. Even though the Bright Republic and the other third-rate states wanted to peek at the battles raging around the glowing planet, the two overbearing combatants had deployed a significant amount of machines that blocked and obfuscated any attempts to observe the surrounding area. Any ship that strayed within a light year of the glowing planet would quickly be pursued and destroyed without any appeal. Far away from the glowing planet, but well inside the borders of the Republic, VS floated at the entrance of the cave in his hazard suit. He looked out at the dim, red-tinted asteroids that streaked in front of his current abode. The lonesome sight inspired him. He had not been truly alone for many years now. Hardly any human could be found within the Joe star system. Once the Barracuda dropped a VS and his supplies, she flew towards another major asteroid well out of range. For the time being, VS wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone, but neither would anyone be able to locate him and observe his work. Which was exactly the way he liked it at this time. This damn mission. Sure, it's a C-grade mission under normal circumstances, but why the hell does it want to saddle me with a war crime? The seriousness in which every human treated taboo weapons nowadays had reached a hysterical level. Just the mere hint of it could spark an immediate panic in the entire star sector. Forget about the MTA and CFA, even the Bright Republic would deploy all of its forces to squash those who flouted this rule. In the first day, VS did not immediately embark on his design work. Instead, he installed and inspected all of the gear he brought. He spent the most time on partially disassembling his second-hand 3D printer for any hidden spying or recording components. With the help of Lucky, they sniffed out over 24 different bugs. This is a lot worse than I thought. He had no doubt that most of the bugs came from his hired help. Sanyal Iblin never promised to respect his privacy when he contracted them to provide security. Privacy? Did that word even exist in the age of Mechs? VS ultimately had to delay his timetable and spend a vigorous amount of time catching each and every microscoping spy drone. He thanked his lucky stars that he redeemed his privacy shield from the system early on when he hardly attracted any attention. The device had quietly shielded him from electronic observation during his most crucial moments, when he interacted with the system. Now that the LMC grew into a multi-billion credit behemoth, VS attracted much more attention than before. He couldn't even go to the toilet or take a shower without being spied on by a dozen different parties. Every public figure had to deal with such an intense level of scrutiny, including VS. Once he finished combing over every device including his hazard suit, he finally became comfortable enough to embark on his actual purpose for traveling to the middle of nowhere. Let's start designing. According to the mission, VS would pass its requirements if he successfully came up with a practical grazer rifle design. Implicit in the description was that he wouldn't be able to pass the mission if he plagiarized the existing designs from the research notes that set him on this path. The spirit of the mission appears to be driving me towards pushing my physics skill and related sub-skills to the limit. VS had never designed a laser rifle before. His only practical experience with laser weapons was when he repaired them during the Glowing Planet campaign, and when he modified an existing model for the 2-star Old Soul virtual mech. Anyone could tweak an existing design. At the simplest level, a modification could be as simple as replacing one material for another or to shift a couple of components by several millimeters. By working from the safety of a proven design, the person who performed the modification could be as sloppy as he wanted as long as his work remained within certain boundaries. In contrast, designing a weapon from scratch entailed a lot more work. VS had to take into account 1,000 different aspects when he made his design choices. It's actually a lot like designing a mech. Designing a weapon fell a bit out of his expertise, but VS managed to stay on track by borrowing from his experiences with designing his first original mech. First, I'll have to set a vision for my grazer rifle. Distasteful as it appeared, VS had to force himself into imagining the use of his weapon. He envisioned a frigid duel in space. 2 space-borne riflemen Mech circled around each other as they traded potshots at each other. One rifleman Mech utilized a conventional laser rifle adapted to space. It fired infrared beams from a bulky rifle that featured a much larger heatsink. Due to the lack of gravity in space, the rifleman Mech wasn't overly hindered by its weapon's increased mass. In comparison to the moderately bulky laser rifle, the gamma laser weapon wielded by its opponent resembled a miniature cannon. It featured a much bigger weapon frame in order to accommodate its jumbo-sized battery, heat rod, and internal mechanisms. With my skills, I won't be able to design a rifle that's as compact as the one developed by the research team, VS quietly judged. The grazer rifle's firing rate was a lot lower than a conventional laser rifle, but each energetic beam traced by a small amount of waves from the visible spectrum. Each time it hit the enemy mech, its armor hardly buckled, but an extremely large amount of energy got absorbed or passed through the layers of armor. Whenever the gamma rays passed through an electronic system, they got fried. Once it reached the cockpit and passed through the pilot, the outcome of the battle became clear. The stricken and irradiated mech turned into a lifeless entity after getting hit by only 5 high-powered gamma laser beams. VS pulled his mind back from his construction vision. A grazer rifle kills the pilot before the machine. As long as the weapon pumped enough power into the beam, it could pass through any amount of armor and irradiate the enemy pilot. What a horrible way to die! He knew very well how the human body fared against the might of a grazer beam. Dr. Kawasaki, who originally compiled the research notes, had cruelly experimented on live subjects to satisfy his sadistic power trip. The thought of following in Dr. Kawasaki's footsteps put VS in a difficult position. Should he even proceed with this mission? What was the system's intention by setting him on this potentially ruinous course of action? Laws and rules of convention constrain a mech designer. By purposefully incentivizing me to break a taboo, the system seems to be telling me that I shouldn't take the rules for granted. The system set itself above the rules that governed human society from the onset of the age of Mechs. Would the system push him to breaking another rule in the future? VS mentally shrank from the idea. Even though the system acted deviously, VS had no choice but to play along its tune in order to harvest some benefits out of it. For better or worse, he became an accomplice of the inscrutable system and its unknown goals. As long as I get to reach the pinnacle of mech design, I'll commit any number of war crimes if I have to. VS had already stepped aboard the ship. If he stepped out now before it had reached its destination, he'd end up choking to death in interstellar space. He turned his attention back to his design. Now that he formed a vision of his weapon, he began to draft a design for his laser rifle. Unlike with Mechs, VS did not employ his triple division or any other technique related to X Factor. A grazer weapon doesn't deserve the X Factor. Even he had his limits. If the system set him on the path to committing a war crime, he wouldn't do so with a smile. VS treated his design like a chore to be performed as soon as possible. He decided not to take any excessive care with his design choices and instead stick to a basic, workhorse design with plenty of tolerances for failure. The bigger the weapon, the more leeway I'll carve out for myself. VS spent 2 days on his draft design. After that, he spent 5 more days refining its schematic into a precise and functional product. In theory. In the meantime, the Joe system was as quiet as a mouse. Not a single ship transitioned out of FTL during this time. Just the Red Dwarf, the Asteroids, and the Barracuda kept VS company in the unremarkable star system. The only excitement happened when Lucky decided to pass his boredom by boring straight towards the center of the asteroid. Once there, the Gem Cat encountered a peculiar rectangular substance. Lucky curiously pawed what looked like a crystal window. Chapter 345 Decahedron. While Lucky prodded a clearly artificial object buried inside the asteroid, VS began to test his initial grazer rifle design in a simulation. The simulated weapon immediately blew up in the hands of the mech. What? VS was sure he nailed the design. It should have spat out at least an anemic gamma laser beam. To blow up in the face of the simulated mech was out of the realm of possibilities. Thinking that the environment may had played a role, VS repeated the simulation in different environments. He shifted from space to terrestrial environments such as forests or ice-capped terrain. The grazer rifle continued to explode without fail. I thought I was so close. He underestimated the technical challenges involved with turning a concept of a weapon into reality. He derived the bulk of his work from the research notes. Evidently, he made a mistake at some point. Perhaps he derived too much from the research notes, and failed to adjust them to his own design. VS performed the simulations again and called up some data from the moment the simulated mech pulled the trigger. Everything went fine in the start. It only started to go wrong when an abundance of power ran through the mechanisms responsible for generating the actual grazer beam. Certain components couldn't handle the load and melted down, leading to a variety of awful effects that cascaded into a dreadful explosion. Damn it, this mechanism isn't strong enough. For some reason, Dr. Kawasaki made it work. The research notes abundantly laid out the detailed design process for the internal mechanisms. When VS followed the instructions to design his own version of the mechanism, it failed to withstand the load. Let's see what happens if I dialed down the power. The grazer rifle kept exploding until it reached a threshold where the mechanism failed to perform at all. Gamma-ray lasers demanded a lot of power. Without a sufficient amount of power, the mechanisms failed to work at all. This is a problem, VS said as he pressed his fists against his waist. The constant isolation was getting to him somewhat. If not for the bumbling presence of Lucky, he might have turned erratic. More than the lack of people, his inability to access the galactic net and stay connected to the rest of the galaxy irked him a lot. I have no idea how the war is progressing. Historically, the Visions cautiously probed the Republic's defenses. Their most destructive actions consisted of raids against Republican infrastructure and industry. The Visions loved to take out soft targets early in the war before they could be of help to the Brighters. He didn't worry too much about the LMC. It wasn't a high-priority target, and his workers should have already started moving his assets to the underground manufacturing complex. Sonya Lablin's substantial presence there was sufficient to deter any casual raid. I should focus on completing my own tasks. He spent the next hours trying to puzzle out the exact failure point. He uncovered a number of components that performed well below their theoretical parameters. He'd been far too sloppy in his design work. Rather than say I've been sloppy, it's more fitting to say that the grazer rifle can't tolerate any failures. VS deliberately designed a bigger rifle to make it easier for him to design a workable heat rod and battery, but the design choice introduced its own complexities. Certain components couldn't be scaled at all. Other parts performed strangely when VS had increased their size. It took several more days for him to solve these problems. He ran over each component one by one and tweaked them until their parameters fell within the expected range. To be honest, he had to resort to a lot of kludging and improvisation in order to get the mechanisms to work with each other. VS had never designed a conventional laser rifle from scratch. Trying to design its big brother in a single go turned out to be highly unrealistic. As the days passed by, VS began to get a hang of trying to get his laser rifle to work. It started out with a maze of problems, but by tackling the most obvious issues one at a time, he steadily reduced the unworkable nature of his homegrown design. He put his weapon to the test yet again in another basic simulation in space. The weapon fired a grazer beam without problem this time. The only issue was that the beam's power fell well below his intended output. Too much energy had been wasted in the conversion process. I'm getting close. In truth, he could have already started to fabricate the current design, but his perfectionist streak started to take over. His interest in getting his grazer rifle to work had engulfed his mind. He unconsciously poured his passion into improving his design. In the meantime, Lucky threw the asteroid and encountered more rectangular crystals. In its eyes, they looked a lot like windows. However, they couldn't be broken or melted at all. No matter how many times he scratched them with his energy claws or chewed them with his mineral-breaking teeth, the panes of crystals remained as whole as ever. Lucky meowed angrily at the latest crystal window barring his tunnel. Couldn't a gem cat burrow through an asteroid in peace? No sound actually escaped from his maw, as the vacuum environment couldn't convey any sound. It was the thought that counted. Nevertheless, the crystals annoying him to such an extent that he began to dig them out of the asteroid and carry them out of his tunnels. With a modest application of his gravity manipulation, he sent out the indestructible crystals out into space. One by one, they escaped their resting place and flew out into the asteroid cloud. In time, many of those crystals bumped into other asteroids. They burrowed rather deep in their new abodes. After thousands or millions of years, they would continue to rest inside the asteroids without incident. Strangely enough, that didn't happen. The crystal windows thrown out onto other asteroids began to grow active. They shone with light as some unknown alien systems embedded into the transparent crystals wearily turned active. Eons had passed since they last became active. As the asteroids brought them tumbling away from each other, the crystals finally unleashed a portion of their might. They connected to each other with bright, intangible strings of energy. The asteroids they resided on suddenly stopped their senseless tumbling. Their trajectory came to a halt as these heavy objects had been fixed into a forceful stop. Then they began to move. The energy strings forcefully rearranged the positioning of the asteroids until they formed a decahedron relative to their original resting place. This place just so happened to be the asteroid that held the cave where VS holed up at the moment. Both VS and Lucky ignorantly continued their usual routines. The outline of the decahedron started to turn solid as the spaces between the lines turned opaque. Once they finally turned into a solid pane of white, everything inside had been captured. The energy panes cut right through the other asteroids as if an atom blade had passed through them. Many chunks became loose and spun away. Some even bumped into the asteroid in the middle. VS hardly noticed a tremble as his hazard suit held him aloft. Once the activity died down, the decahedron began to glow even brighter. It also started to pulse. The pulse began slow, but sped up over time. This time, Lucky noticed something amiss and stepped outside the tunnel he had dug. Once he saw that the asteroid had been surrounded by a lot of panes of light, he immediately meowed in alarm and flew towards VS. The cat bumped straight into VS and pawed at his hazard suit. Ouch! Lucky, I told you not to bump into me again! VS had been knocked out of his highly focused state. He almost finished his final design. Lucky kept acting like a crazy cat. VS took note of his pet's behavior and figured out that something was wrong. Show me the way. Lucky led him out of the cave, upon which VS stumbled upon the amazing sight in front. What is this? Everywhere his eyes could reach, what looked like solidified light had trapped his asteroid in a cage. He grew scared at the sight of the unknown. Did you do this, Lucky? His cat acted like this had nothing to do with him. Lucky merely stared his big eyes up at VS, hoping that he could come up with a fix. I don't know what's going on myself. This must be some kind of ancient alien contraption. The 10-sided object surrounded the asteroid from all sides like an inescapable prison. VS contemplated summoning his Amistenderet to shoot at the panes, but ultimately held off on this decision. Who knew what might happen if he tripped some sort of failsafe? The main characters of those adventure dramas trigger alien traps all the time. I never expected something like this would happen to me as well. What awful luck! VS picked up a rock that had been embedded into the surface of the asteroid and threw it at the nearest pane. According to Newton's first law, an object in motion stayed in motion. Deep in space and away from any major gravity wells like stars and planets, the chunk of rock continued to sail forth in a virtually straight line. Once it reached the pane, it abruptly flashed and disintegrated out of existence. VS gulped in his hazard suit. Alright, so it's not a good idea to go through this wall of light. He threw another rock at one of the corners which formed the anchors of his light prison. He encountered the same result. With an increasing amount of alarm, VS tried to test out a number of ways in which he could open a gap in the decahedron. Nothing worked. All of it failed. Desperate times called for desperate measures. After half an hour of procrastinating, he decided to take a risk. He summoned the Amastendera from his inventory and dialed it up to the highest setting. I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope it will work. A bright beam flashed out from the barrel of the Mastercraft laser pistol. The thick beam carved a hole straight through the pane of light. Everything changed at that moment. The decahedron grew unstable while a wild storm of light happened just outside the hole. VS grew dizzy staring at the nonsensical sight. It felt a lot like looking straight out of a window of a ship traveling in FTL. He closed his eyes and tried to suppress his headache. Once he opened his eyes, he emerged in an entirely different location. Gone was the asteroid. Gone was the decahedron. The cave behind him disappeared as well, along with the 3D printer and supplies he had brought. Only Lucky remained. His cat had hung onto his shoulder in fear. His paws tightly gripped his hazard suit to the point of scratching its coating. Where am I? He asked as he looked around his completely different surroundings. VS somehow emerged on a Terran jungle planet. The environment mimicked the Terran standard, and when his hazard suit tested the air, it found it breathable, though there were traces of poisonous substances in the air. A human might be able to survive for a week. As for VS, his hybrid human physique should comfortably be able to breathe the air, not that he intended to do so for the time being. Gravity also started to act upon him. It hadn't acted on his body immediately, but rather eased him to it, as if he didn't entirely exist on this strange location. VS had the sense that the decahedron only partially transpositioned him to this location. Did I interrupt some kind of spatial shift? His spontaneous and reckless decision to shoot the decahedron with a high-powered laser beam had disrupted what he suspected to be a teleportation process. VS could have easily turned his body into noodles or fractured it in tiny pieces across multiple light years. That he came through this disaster with his body somewhat intact was a miracle. Still, that didn't mean he was out of the woods just yet. He still had to figure out a way to get back to his asteroid. Now what? Chapter 346 Alien. The decahedron brought him to an unknown planet without warning. If that wasn't enough, his intervention had screwed up the transfer process, stranding VS in a strange state. His body, his gear, and Lucky only partially existed on this jungle planet. He could breathe the air and stand on the ground, but when he tried to touch a tree, his hands went right through as if he was a ghost. Am I turning into my mother? VS quickly shook his head. This was no time for jokes. He performed some more experiments, and found out that besides breathing the air, he could only interact with the environment in a couple of ways. The most important observation was that he couldn't go through anything thicker than the leg of a mech. Anything bigger became an obstacle to him. On the other hand, it also allowed him to interact with the object. Lucky, come try to scratch this big old tree. The jungle was overgrown and ancient. It possessed a peculiar desolate aura that pinged his sixth sense. The trees had lived through countless standard years. Some of them even reached a thickness comparable to an office building. When Lucky floated over and raked the bark of the tree with his energy claws, the tree had definitely become scratched. Something changed at that moment. Their surroundings whooshed as the giant tree trembled. The other trees began to sway as well. The entire forest became agitated as if Lucky had affronted them all. Lightning suddenly flashed between the trees. Thick, bright lightning bolts interweaved the entire forest as if it had been turned into a lightning storm on the scale of a gas giant. Just when VS thought he would be fried to a crisp, the lightning bolts all harmlessly passed through his body and gear. Not even Lucky suffered a single burn. The lightning storm only persisted for a couple of seconds before subsiding. Even though VS got off unscathed, he still felt all of his hairs turn stuff. He could have died just then. The entire incident could have killed him if he hadn't entered a semi-corporeal state. These aren't regular trees. This isn't a terraformed planet. VS became aware that he fell into the trap of relying on his preconceived notions. Just because an alien tree looked like a tree didn't mean it behaved the exact same way as a Terran standard tree. Humanity came across many cases of convergent evolution in the galaxy. Countless of habitable planets that revolved around yellow suns grew trees that grew green leaves in order to make the most out of photosynthesis. That didn't mean that all of these trees evolved into passive, unmoving lifeforms. Having learned his lesson, VS towed Lucky away towards a random direction. He wanted to get away from this frightening forest as fast as possible. Who knew if they retained a means to affect a semi-corporeal entity such as him in his current state? VS and Lucky ran for half an hour. The forest seemed endless, and the canopy barely allowed him to glimpse the pale blue sky above. Throughout his passage, he never came across a single native insect or wildlife. Had the trees fried them all? Had the indigenous life forms evolved to instinctively avoid this forest? The all-encompassing presence of the trees put a fair amount of mental pressure on VS. These trees hadn't held back their might when one of them suffered a scratch. Even now, his mental senses perceived a subtle wave band in the air that carried a vague, threatening flavor. No outsiders allowed. Thus, even if he didn't see an end to the forest, VS still ran as if his life depended on it. Fortunately, his partially alien physique provided him with a boundless amount of energy. Although his internal energy cycle still hadn't fully recovered since meeting his mother, it still provided more than enough of a push to sustain his run. Even my Jutland organ is acting strangely. The organ responsible for most of the changes in his body became more active all of a sudden ever since he ended up on this unknown planet. VS had the sense that it leached some of the ambient energy emitted by the trees. VS did not like where this was going. His body already carried an excess amount of internal energy. Thus, he continued to run in hopes of exiting the scary forest. In order to make sure he ran in a straight line, he utilized his hazard suit's navigational functions. Although it temporarily hadn't been able to make sense of the planet's magnetic field, it still featured other settings that could keep track of his route. Even without his hazard suit, his comm offered similar functionality, so he wasn't helpless from the start. After another half hour of running, VS finally reached the edge of the forest. The trees abruptly grew less dense until they stopped growing entirely. Once he finally escaped the forest, he stopped and caught his breath. Even with a strengthened body, he hadn't conditioned it to sustain an hour-long run. After he straightened up, he beheld the dreary brown landscape before him. A wide valley stretched before him. Unlike the forest behind him, the valley was completely barren of any growths. Neither plants or animals came into his view. While that relieved him somewhat, it also puzzled him. Why would the forest abruptly stop its growth in this direction? He swept his gaze over at the hills and mountains and caught a single location that shone and sparkled with a brilliant luster. The location sat on top of a low hill a fair distance away from his current location. To VS, it looked like a sign of civilization. Finally! A potential clue! VS had always kept his eye out for any signs that could explain his impromptu teleportation. The sudden appearance of the decahedron, and its strange light show came too abruptly for him to draw any clues on what had happened. Whatever the case, the decahedron definitely fulfilled some sort of purpose. It wouldn't dump him on a virgin planet without purpose. The act of transferring him from the Joe system to a completely different one with a yellow sun and a habitable planet must have used an enormous amount of power. The technologies that made this possible also made it clear that this was not a casual event. Rumors swirled around that the first-rate superstates developed a means of teleporting something from one star system to another. Whether these rumors spoke the truth or not, most people considered such technologies to be out of reach of the general public. Thus, VS held a definite interest in the alien device. What was its origins? What kind of aliens constructed it? What was its purpose? Why was it buried in a desolate red dwarf system in the galactic rim? Why did it trigger now? He racked his brains over the last question and couldn't figure out an answer. He pushed his questions to the back of his mind and jogged towards the sight that glistened in the alien sun. He controlled his pace since it would definitely take a few hours to reach his destination. All the while, he kept observing his surroundings for any further clues. This valley is completely barren. There's not a hint of life in this place. Now that he distanced himself from the forest, VS sensed that the ominous waves he caught before had faded away. Nothing else brushed against his sixth sense, so he slowly let down his guard. There shouldn't be anything I should be worried about here. Just as he took another step forward, the ground underneath broke apart as a massive mouth ripped upwards. Some kind of two-clawed worm emerged from below and tried to snap his body in a single bite. Fortunately, the worm was just small enough to pass through his body, but the hole the worm had dug caused VS to lose his footing. He started to slide into the bottomless well until he hastily engaged his hazard suit's anti-grav function. After the clawed organism failed to bite him, it crashed back down into the earth, turning around for another go. The soil beneath the worm's passage bucketed as the alien creature forcefully dug close to the surface. You won't get me this time! VS hovered higher and retrieved a white block made out of exquisite alloys and composites. It quickly unfolded in the majestic gold-crusted Amastendera. He dialed the power setting to a moderate setting and pointed the muzzle in the direction of the disturbance in the soil. Come on then! Take a bite out of me if you dare! Even Lucky stood ready on his shoulder. The cat had been caught off guard with the first strike, which shamed him to no end. If VS couldn't take down the worm, then Lucky would definitely follow suit. The clawed worm emerged from below yet again. As far as tactics went, the worm primarily appeared to be driven by instinct. Some things always stayed the same. Worm-like creatures never exhibited any notable level of intelligence in the galaxy. A thick golden laser beam seared the worm straight into its maw. Its internal organs received so much damage that it instantly broke the beast. With an agonizing wail, the worm collapsed on the soil, having reached just short of engulfing VS. The ugly worm's appearance repelling him on a primordial level, so VS quickly shot it again until he became sure of its demise. After that, he spent a couple of minutes inspecting the dead creature. As much as he wanted to leave the sordid corpse behind, VS still had to find some clues on what went on in this place. A brief inspection of the corpse revealed that the worm wasn't as long as he thought. It was roughly as long as a mech. It featured no obvious organs besides the claws. It didn't even possess any eyes as far as VS had seen. Underneath the cutting burns left over from the Amastendera, VS spotted a number of unknown but disgusting-looking organs. He didn't dare to come any closer. He might have been able to figure out a wealth of information if he was an exobiologist. Sadly, his expertise only extended to mechs and machines. He remained as clueless as a bystander when it came to alien life. This is one scary creature, though. It's likely not the only one that's around here. VS looked back at the barren valley and imagined the clawed worms lying dormant underneath the surface. The thought instantly sent a chill down his back. He checked the power, water, and oxygen reserves of his hazard suit. I only have 2 days left until my oxygen reserves run out. Water will last a little longer, but my suit is able to recycle my waste. If people had to leave their hazard suits every time they needed to go to the toilet, then they wouldn't be so widely used. VS tried not to think he'd be drinking water filtered from his own bodily waste in a couple of days and focused on his power reserves. My battery will only last for a week. After that, his suit would run out of power. The motors that eased his motions would lock up and the waste management systems would stop supplying him with recycled air and water. VS did not relish the thought of devolving into a savage that lived off the land. I have to find a way out as soon as possible. He left the corpse behind and continued to run towards his destination. Along the way, he encountered several more ambushes. The clawed worms really didn't like it when someone stepped over their heads. VS solved each and every one of them with a single laser beam. The creatures possessed no resistance against this type of energy damage. Added to the fact that the Amistendera's battery constantly regained its charge on its own, VS showed no scruples against the primitive beasts. He finally reached the site atop the hill after 4 hours of running. The marathon took its toll on his body and he stopped again to catch his breath. Once he looked up, he observed a clearly artificial sight, something he had never encountered since he ended up on this planet. He came across a city of crystal, Chapter 347 Crystal City. The ground abruptly turned into an opaque white crystal that stretched from one end of the city to the other. It formed the base for the majestic spiraling structures that stretched out into the sky for at least 200 stories. A large number of statues had been placed between the spiral structures. Most of them consisted of strange geometric shapes that resembled runes of some sort. They shone in a soft white light but otherwise showed nothing special at all. The city would have looked impressive if not for its size. The tallest spiral structures merely reached a head above his own heights. The streets were so narrow and small that VS would have to walk sideways if he wanted to squeeze between the spiral structures. It's like I'm the giant now. He found the shift in perspective to be odd and amusing. VS remembered some of the dramas he saw as a kid. Back then, giant aliens often showed up to threaten human cities. The diminutive size of the ruins filled him with a bit confidence. It was hard to fear a dead alien species the size of his finger. After shrugging off his idle thoughts, he resumed his attempt to find a way back home. The alien city would certainly contain a clue. VS tried to decipher the meaning of the runes but came up nothing. Not even his comm had been able to match the runes to its database of languages. Humanity had never encountered these ruins before. The aliens who built this place must have lived a long time ago. The galaxy was old. Aliens rose and fell since the birth of the galaxy many billions of years ago. It was a different time then. The universe was smaller, and space seethed with excitement. Countless stars came into being and clumped together in vast agglomeration of galaxies centered around the largest black holes known to man. Many theorists believe that the vast majority of exotics emerged from this time of cosmic turmoil. The first aliens who emerged from their planets and gained the ability to traverse the stars took advantage of the abundant amount of exotics within their reach. Many aliens also evolved with the help of certain exotics, granting their races an unprecedented level of power in exchange for becoming dependent on their supply. These early forebearers of the galaxy erected mighty mites that lasted for eons and changed many planets, and even stars to suit their own species. Monuments of their works could be found everywhere in the galactic center. Much of it had already been discovered and dismantled by humanity. As a race in ascendancy, it wouldn't do to leave the relics of other races alone. What if humans started worshipping the aliens? Thus, true alien relics became something of a rarity in the galaxy. The galactic center had been scoured long ago, while the purging of the galactic heartland still continued to this day. The only place where people could reliably bump into undiscovered alien relics was the galactic rim. It was too vast, sparse, and barren for humanity to control in its entirety. The Komodo star sector happened to be one of humanity's most remote star sectors. Lucky prospectors constantly uncovered a handful of alien remains every standard year. Most of them consisted of lifeless ruins, but a couple of remnants still possessed enough power to work. Sometimes they even killed their discoverers. VS almost shared the same fate. Thus, even if the miniature city looked dead and frozen, VS still kept his vigilance. Even if they're small, their technology surpasses humanity's in many areas. VS experimentally fired a spiral with his Amastendera. He dialed down the power setting to the lowest one possible. The laser beam hit a spiral, and instead of destroying it, the spiral absorbed the entire beam. What? The spiral structure glowed and pulsed until it released a strange white energy in every direction. Its spiral shape allowed it to hit every other spiral in sight without fail. Those spirals started to glow as well until they pulsed out their own lights, affecting other structures that hadn't been touched by the light before. The entire city appeared to have been built like an array. The strange phenomenon continued until each spiral structure glowed with white. They pulsed and pulsed, but the excessive splitting had dimmed the overall luminosity of the glow. There was too little energy to go around. After half a minute of flickering, the glows died down, and the miniature city fell back to sleep. VS almost had a scare when the entire city lit up. Something wonderful or awful might have happened, and he hadn't been prepared at all. Who knew why the aliens turned their own abodes into energy emitters? He didn't understand their purpose. He lacked too much context to make sense of the city. The only thing he knew was that if he pumped a sufficient amount of energy in the city, something drastic would happen. Is this a way home for me? On second thought, he didn't think it would be so easy. The entire arrangement appeared to be a defensive measure. If an enemy race came and tried to bombard it with directed energy weapons, they would probably receive a nasty surprise. As for other weapon types, they looked tough enough to withstand kinetic strikes. VS experimentally picked up some rocks and threw them at the spirals with force. The crystals never showed signs of breaking. After this, VS considered his options. In order to escape his strange state, he should be doing everything he could to find a way back home. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He decided to brave the unknown because he lacked any alternatives. Without a map or any kind of overview of the terrain, finding another artificial settlement like this would take weeks or months. Perhaps this planet might not even host any other signs of alien presence. Thus, VS distanced himself a fair amount and raised his Amastendera. He dialed it to a moderate power setting and fired again at the spirals. The light show that ensued this time carried more energy. The spirals glowed as bright as the sun that had yet to fall below the horizon, a sign that this planet spun a lot slower than the Terran standard. Rays of light bounced from spiral to spiral until it engulfed the entire city. The lights then began to pulse in unison as if they followed the beat of a drum. The pulsing pattern mesmerized VS and Lucky, and if not for taking a lot of steps back, he might have temporarily blinded himself. This time, the city gained a sufficient amount of energy. A small portal emerged above the sky. VS could tell it was a portal straight away because it led to another location entirely. The portal cut a circular portion the size of his head straight above the center of the city at what looked to be some kind of open temple ground. Is this a religious ceremony of some sorts? The mystery deepened as VS cautiously walked closer in order to peek at the other side of the portal. It was dark there. Only the lights from the city illuminated the terrain on the other side. The portal on the other side appeared to look down on an empty plain that might have been the other side of the planet. No spiral city existed at the other side. It was completely empty except for a single depression in the middle. The bowl in the ground appeared to house some sort of monument made out of alloy. The object resembled a series of runes that strung out into an alien sentence. If scaled to a human, it would have been as large as a house. As for now, he could comfortably pick it up with his hands if he felt inclined to do so. Nothing else appeared on the other side of the portal. Just as VS lost interest, Lucky became excited all of a sudden. His cat meowed and jumped from his shoulders and flew straight towards the portal. "Lucky! It's dangerous!" VS hesitated to come forward but eventually gritted his teeth and spent his diminishing amount of power to activate his suit's anti-grav modules. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep up with Lucky's speed. His cat deftly reached the portal and squeezed his body through the other side without bumping at the edges. Once he reached the other side, Lucky cut the base of the monument with his energy claws. The alien alloys parted easily this time, allowing Lucky to grab onto the runes with its teeth. Once he secured the monument, Lucky manipulated the gravity being exerted on his body and flew back to the portal. He quickly emerged back above the Crystal City before its energy fizzled out and it disappeared into the void. "That was close, Lucky! What if you became trapped on the other side?" Lucky behaved as if he never heard his scoldings and bumped the monument into his grip. VS looked at the thing with a strange expression. "What is this?" Although he called it a monument, it might not have served such a purpose to the aliens that originally constructed it. Why would they go through the trouble of constructing a crystal city that could open a portal to another place entirely? Why would they leave nothing behind on the other side except for this string of runes? As he inspected the metallic monument, he realized that the monument's runes corresponded to the runes placed across the city. "Is this a key somehow?" VS had the sense that he got a hold of a passphrase that allowed him to unlock a secured datapad. He frowned a bit. All of this smelled like a puzzle or a test. What kind of alien species was bored enough to set all of this up? These long-dead alien pranksters left a hell of a mess behind for him. If he wanted to make some progress, he had to follow the clues laid out before him. The runes looked like a good start. Hitting the spiral structures with a laser activates a mechanism. Since the rune monuments in the city are made out of the same kind of crystal, then I bet that they can be activated in the same way. The aliens erected hundreds of rune monuments, each with their own unique shapes. VS had already tasked his hazard suit to map them all out, so he understood their distribution. Looking up from above, the runes corresponded with a spiral, but in the shape of a galaxy. It didn't quite conform to the galaxy's appearance in modern times, which made him suspect that this species must have lived an extremely long time ago. How many hundreds of millions of years have passed? This city stands as timeless as ever. How come it hasn't been buried beneath a mound of soil? Perhaps this planet used to be dotted with crystal cities, but time and neglect had buried them all under the forest and the soil. Maybe the place I originally emerged from also contains a means to go back. If the Crystal City didn't offer any solution, then he could only return to the deadly forest and excavate some clues from there. He stepped closer to the city and tried to touch a crystal rune monument, only for his fingers to slip right through them. Seems like they can't harm anything in a dormant state. VS stepped back again and shot a random monument. Just like with the spirals, the rune monument glowed and pulsed in white. It persisted in this behavior for over 10 minutes before fizzling out. I see. Nothing happens if only one of them is active. He thought he should be able to get a result if he transferred power to the correct sequence of runes within this time span. VS looked back at the metallic string of runes in his hand and started to gain a headache. Do the aliens read from left or right from left? Do I need to read top to bottom or bottom to top? What would happen if he lighted up the wrong sequence? What if he blasphemed the tiny aliens' religion by enacting their ritual in reverse? After several minutes of procrastinating, VS decided to go out on a limb and read the runes from left to right, going down a row at the end. He started to raise his Amastendera. Hopefully, he didn't invite a cataclysm with this experiment. Chapter 348 Vulcan Eye. When VS was about to fire the rune monuments in the sequence displayed by the key, he suddenly removed his finger from the trigger. Wait a minute. Am I missing an opportunity here? He looked back on his recent experiences and realized he only fixated on the danger. The fearful environment, dangerous organisms, and incomprehensible alien ruins had pushed him out of his comfort zone. He became so sensitive to danger that he only thought about getting back as soon as possible. There's no question that it's dangerous here, but am I really at risk right now? His semi-corporeal form had already saved him from being electrocuted by the storm trees and being eaten by a giant clawed worm. It might be able to save him from every other threat on this planet. He hadn't considered taking advantage of his unusual state up to this point. Now that he calmed down, he thought that it would be a waste to miss the opportunity in front of him. How could he forget that the Crystal City was a product of a highly developed alien civilization? It was chock full of advanced technology. Danger and fortune goes hand in hand. The Komodo Star sector fostered a lively community of treasure hunters and fortune seekers. They constantly plowed the unclaimed space beyond the star sector for the opportunity to encounter rich exotic deposits, or the remains of alien races. VS had practically hit the jackpot. If he didn't reminded himself of that, he might have left without picking up the prize. This is a marvel of alien engineering, he exclaimed. His eyes gazed hungrily at the dormant Crystal City scaled for an alien species that he could easily pinch with his hands. Diminutive they might be, their mastery of materials, electromagnetic radiation, and spacetime surpassed the standard of the Komodo Star sector by a very wide margin. If VS took some time to study these ruins, he might be able to decipher some of the principles that underpinned the Crystal City. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. VS understood that humans actually didn't invent most of the technologies they use to this day. Although their race possessed a formidable capacity for research, they derived most of their advancements from reverse engineering the efforts of other advanced races. There was nothing wrong with this approach. Many of these ancient alien species used to be formidable, but almost none of them survived to the present. Rather than reinvent the wheel, humanity might as well take a shortcut by stealing the homework of their seniors. The Age of Conquest had only been a smashing success due to the theft of many alien technologies, such as the FDL drives. By now, most alien technologies had already been fully explained by the top researchers of the galaxy, but that didn't mean the knowledge was available to everyone. The MTA, CFA, and the first-rate superstates monopolized the most groundbreaking technologies, leaving everyone else with an insurmountable disparity. Hence the need to explore other ruins. The big players provided lavish rewards for anyone who discovered wholly new technologies. Sadly, humanity had already seen practically everything the galaxy could produce, so realistically it wasn't possible to surprise them anyone. The big boys only provided a modest reward to those who handed over alien technology that they could already reproduce themselves. Still, even if the MTA and CFA already understood the principles, they still held a lot of value to the smaller players such as the Friday Coalition or the Bright Republic. Something as strange as teleportation and portal generation should be of prime interest to these states. VS didn't plan on revealing this treasure to anyone. First, I don't even know what triggered the decahedron. It's unlikely I can replicate the phenomenon again and return to this virgin planet. He had to make the most out of this accidental trip. He wasn't a professional treasure hunter, after all. He still had to design a new mech and grow his company. Second, I won't gain much of an advantage if I share these technologies. Many stories circulated from the frontier on how treasure hunters got stiffed by their clients. The disparity in power between a bunch of nobodies and the apparatus of a state meant that anyone who offered technology had to swallow their ambitions. Most of the time, the technology in question wasn't remarkable enough to foster mutual competition between states. It was nice to get to know it, but they wouldn't go the extra mile to attain it. Established states already possessed sufficient confidence in their technology base. Unless he could explain and reproduce the ability to generate a portal, VS figured that the Bright Republic wouldn't attach any importance to his discoveries. It's better to keep my advancements to myself. Many older mech designers often kept their specialties to themselves. The technologies they grasped might not be unique in the perspective of the galaxy, but they likely wouldn't have to face a direct competitor that mastered the same advancements. This is a way for me to step ahead of the competition. In light of his intentions to design a rifleman mech, what would be better than to enhance his laser rifles with a new mode of laser propagation? Not only that, by studying the way in which these crystal builders utilized light, he might be able to enhance his gamma laser rifle and thereby exceed the grading standards of the system's upgrade mission. The system always gives me something good whenever I go the extra mile. From his long interactions with the system, he knew that this ice-cold machine couldn't be cheated. On the other hand, it also wouldn't hold back if VS aligned with its ideals. Let's start grasping the inner workings of these ruins. VS approached the Crystal City. Even though his state protected him from physical damage, he hadn't ruled out the possibility that the crystal builders mastered a way to harm energy beings. Nothing happened, thankfully. He pulled out a portable multiscanner from the tool belt attached to his hazard suit and began to sample the crystals. The dinky little thing beeped in alarm. Error. Unidentifiable substance detected. VS waited and waited, but the scanner only managed to measure some basic properties such as the dimensions and the opacity of the crystal. The machine lacked the capability to accomplish anything more, such as telling him what the crystals actually consisted of. Too weak. This wasn't any regular old multiscanner. He took it from the Barracuda's lab. This multiscanner had been built according to the standard of a second-rate state. He frowned at the scanner. These ruins are too advanced for this scanner. The only way for me to get results is if I get something bigger or something higher tech. Not every treasure hunter possessed the funds to afford a fancy multiscanner. They often compensated by buying a large, shuttle-sized multiscanner. Their larger size afforded these Devic a lot more power and capabilities, and essentially brute-forced their way towards understanding the things they measured. VS hadn't expected to go on a treasure hunting expedition when he traveled to the Joe's system. If he knew something like this would happen, he wouldn't have left behind the large-scale multiscanner back at Cloudy Curtain. As for a portable multiscanner that offered more strength than the one he currently held, VS had no chance of obtaining anything better. The Friday Coalition definitely developed better models, but they never sold them to foreigners. Wait a second. I still have another source. He couldn't forget about the system. The convenience it brought to VS couldn't be understated. Even if he was cut off from civilization and taken away to a completely unknown planet, he could still buy his way out of a problem. Perhaps VS could even return to the Joe's system if he bought the correct item. Now is not the time to be too anxious. I can think about returning home later. I should first find a way to increase my benefits. He activated the system and went to the store page. Since he already destroyed all the spy bugs, he didn't bother activating his privacy shield. VS quickly browsed the multiscanner section of the store and came across a variety models. His face quickly turned a little black. 100 million DP? Really? Why show something like that to me? Many of the multiscanners offered by the store made him drool, but their exorbitant price tag scared him off. He had no choice but to consider something cheaper. I currently have over 130,000 DP, so I can still buy something that's reasonably capable. He checked out both the large-scale scanners and the portable versions. The large-scale scanners promised much better performance, but VS wasn't inclined to buy them due to their bulk. This won't be the last time I'll come across something strange. A portable multiscanner is an essential tool for treasure hunters and mech designers alike. It's best to start investing early in this kind of gear. After half an hour of browsing, VS had made his choice. Vulcaneye Multiscanner Level 1. Price 100,000 DP. This multifunctional scanner is able to scan and determine the parameters of a large number of substances. It contains over 1,000 different measuring modes, and it is extremely sensitive up to the nanometer scale. The Level 1i of Vulcan contains a database of over 100,000 different exotic materials. If the Vulcan Eye encounters any unknown material, it will update its database and slightly improve its scanning capabilities. The Vulcan Eye caught his attention due to its upgradability. Not every item offered by the store possessed this trait. From his understanding of the store, the items that provided this option usually started weak, but became incredibly formidable when it reached its 10th or higher upgrade tier. The only downside was that their cost exceeded every other item in the same tier. They weren't really cost-effective in terms of DP. The only reason why VS hung on the Vulcaneye was the possibility of fostering its growth if he bought it early. It's much like Lucky. Any piece of technology can be improved along the way. He could even use his special upgrade voucher, machine, on the Vulcaneye if it came down to it. VS had been saving the ticket due to a lack of viable options. Most of the important machines he owned were either too large or too advanced for the voucher to display its full value. If this scanner isn't advanced enough to resolve the crystals, I can always use up my voucher. This would be his safety net. It decreased the risk of making a 100,000 DP mistake. After all, a non-upgradable scanner only cost him half as much. VS essentially gambled that the extra 50,000 DP paid off handsomely in the future. This is an investment. I shouldn't be too sparing with my DP at this point. He gritted his teeth and confirmed the purchase. He put aside his old scanner and grabbed hold of the newer one. It appeared a lot slimmer, and the scanner module affixed to its front looked like a burning eye. Vulcaneye indeed. Let's see if the gaze of a god can make sense of these crystals. When VS pointed the Vulcaneye at the nearest crystal spiral, the gadget instantly projected a whole laundry list of data. The raw data confused him for a bit, but he quickly became ecstatic once he realized that the Vulcaneye easily smashed through the crystal substance's mysterious defenses. VS began to pore over the wealth of data projected by the scanner. He also saved a copy of the readouts to his COM for later study. While he obsessively scanned different crystals from different angles, Lucky began to grow bored and wandered around the inert crystal ruins. The cat yawned and began to rest his body in the middle of the temple at the center of the city. VS had no time to play with his pet. The scans excited him beyond measure and pushed beyond the limits of his existing base of knowledge. While he couldn't make sense of most of the readings right now, he still retained a modest reserve of DP. Should I still save up the rest of my points? Chapter 349 Spending Lavishly. VS always treated his DP like treasures. After a spate of troubles early in his career, VS developed the habit of retaining a reserve of DP. Points meant power. He could immediately spend his DP on a variety of benefits, from extra skills to life-saving objects. Ever since he'd been whisked away by an unknown alien gadget, VS unconsciously treated his DP as a final failsafe. If he couldn't find a way to get back home, he'd spend his way out of this fix. The more DP he saved up, the higher the odds of escaping this perilous situation. Many objects became available once he saved up more than 100,000 DP. Right now, he temporarily shut that door by buying the Vulcan Eye. While he could still come up with a couple of solutions with the 30,000 DP he had left, his options became a lot more limited. If nothing else, I can still wait until my points climb back up. The LMC, Yimi and Vaughn constantly sold a substantial number of Mechs each day. Each sale generated a little bit of DP, so as long as the black beak design stood strong, he didn't have to worry about his income stream. If I don't spend anything now, I'll regret it later on. What was the use of holding back his spending at this point? He constantly saved it up in order to respond to any threats beyond his capability to solve. Yet at his current state, VS feared very few threats. His shield generator and intangible state neutralized most attacks, while Lucky and the Amastendra could kill anything that posed a threat to him. Did he truly require an additional safeguard? Let's take this opportunity while I can. It's never unjust for me to invest in my skills. His skills broadened his knowledge and remained useful throughout his entire lifetime. The skills and sub-skills he planned to acquire not only helped him understand the Crystal City, but also came into use when he moved back to his design projects. As VS worked to scan and understand the readers, he bought a number of different skills from the store. Materials Science Incompetent, 200 DP. Materials Science Novice, 500 DP. Materials Science Apprentice, 1000 DP. Materials Science Journeyman, 2000 DP. Crystallography I, 2000 DP. Crystallography II, 4000 DP. VS acquired another major skill by acquiring Materials Science and upgrading it directly to Journeyman. At his level of intelligence, the enormous influx of knowledge and data hardly strained his mind at this point. He needed this skill in order to understand the readings of the crystals in their inactive states. He also threw in Crystallography 1 and 2 in his shopping list because he realized that he was dealing with a complicated composite crystal made out of several exotic and mundane materials. It's not a monolithic block of crystal. It's actually something of an array. I just can't see it with the naked eye because it's all transparent. The discoveries continued to fascinate him as he peeled back layer after layer of their inner workings. He suspected that the highly complex patterns and arrays acted as circuits that acted according to the intentions of the designers of this creation. Deciphering these circuits is beyond me. He shook his head. He had to take a step back and focus on the materials and the way they interacted with energy. I'll be satisfied if I can figure out how it's able to manipulate light. VS suspected that the circuits formed part of a massive system responsible for generating portals. They likely carried out a lot of other functions as well, but VS knew his limits. Once he stopped gaining any harvest from scanning the crystals, he considered scanning them when they entered an excited state. Lucky! Get out of the city! His cat appeared to have fallen asleep. VS had to float to the center of the tiny city and haul his cat out of the danger spot. Lucky instantly woke up and yowled at being drawn away from his comfortable perch. Just stay put over here, will you? After VS dumped his cranky pet well outside the city, he began to perform his first experiment. He shot a random rune monument at the edge with his Amastendra, causing it to light up without affecting any of the other crystal structures. He then proceeded to point his Vulcan eye at it. The rune monument's active state provided his multiscanner with a lot more data, most of which muddled his mind. Since he still had some DP left over, he might as well solve his confusion with more lavish spending. Optics I, 200 DP. Optics 2, 1000 DP. Optics 3, 4000 DP. Crystal laser propagation I, 2000 DP. Crystal laser propagation 2, 5000 DP. The cost of the optics sub-skills ramped up hard, but VS urgently needed the knowledge to make sense of the way the crystals treated electromagnetic radiation. While it helped a lot in finding out how the crystals focused their output, it didn't explain how the crystals converted other sources of energy and turned them into potentially deadly light. After a brief rundown of his skill tree, he settled on crystal laser propagation and immediately upgraded the expensive subskill to the second tier. VS discovered that the crystals could even convert pure electricity to light, so they were definitely able to propagate lasers. This is what I'm looking for. I have to understand this process. Crystal laser propagation 2 provided him with enough knowledge to crack the mystery. The veil in his mind had finally been parted. The workings of the crystal was exceedingly complicated, and VS only brushed the surface of how it worked. Still, what he gained up to this point more than made up for his extravagant spending. I understand now. It works like this. Ha ha! He always enjoyed it when he learned something new. Now that he grasped something exclusive to most of his peers in the mech industry, how could he be reserved? To make the long story short, VS learned a number of new tricks. First, as long as he reproduced the basic makeup of the crystal, he'd be able to repurpose it into any kind of laser weapon no matter the scale. The crystal functionally replaced at least half of the internal mechanisms of a laser weapon. While the expense would be considerable, it took up much less space than conventional solutions. What did this mean? He freed up a lot of space for additional features such as larger batteries and heat sinks. He'd be able to pile them up while avoiding any bloat. VS thought about how such a weapon looked like. His cheer disappeared somewhat when he realized that such laser rifles already existed in the Komodo Star sector. I'm not the first one who came up with this. In fact, some of the more expensive mainstream models wielded laser rifles that worked on the same principles. The crystals that formed the core of their weapons' performance might utilize vastly different materials and patterns, but the principles that govern their workings shouldn't be any different. VS cursed at the alien city. Stupid aliens! Invent something original next time! It couldn't be helped. The fallen alien race wasn't to blame for this outcome. The human race advanced too much and worked out the principles behind too many pieces of alien technology. Even if I'm not the first one who discovered these principles, I still obtained enough of an advantage. Knowledge about these special crystals should be hard to come by. VS bet that not even the Clifford Society offered anything like this in their moon library. Limar's Club of Talents didn't hesitate to offer basic knowledge, but it always kept the best for their inner circle. After deciphering the special crystals, he also understood why it hadn't become ubiquitous in the Bright Republic. It's extremely hard to design these crystals. It's even harder to fabricate them, and expensive to boot. Without understanding all of the theory behind it, anyone who tried to pirate it would likely end up wasting their time. Only true understanding opened the way towards employing the special crystals in their own products. VS was very glad with his harvest up to this point. He finally put away the vulcanite because he didn't think he could learn anything else. He already scanned the city from top to bottom, so he could always study the readings later. Right now, VS hungered for a different kind of harvest. Through his extensive studies of the Crystal City, VS gained the idea that the rune monuments acted as a variable input mechanism. It's too extravagant to place hundreds of runes but only use a dozen of them or so. Even if it's some kind of lock or puzzle, it still doesn't justify the cost. While he couldn't make any judgments on the rationality of the crystal builders, he thought they should not be wasteful to that extent. The Crystal City appeared to be a marvel of efficiency. The crystal builders hardly devoted any space for leisure or other activities. Thus, if they built extra runes, they definitely served a purpose. And VS thought he grasped the secret. It's much like a keyboard. The runes present certain meanings, and by lighting them up one by one, I can form a complex meaning out of any number of simple ones. The only problem was that VS had no clue on how the rune language worked. He was a complete stranger with regards to this long-dead alien construction. He decided to employ the dumbest method of testing them out. He'd shoot a random sequence of runes and see what the Crystal City spat out. It's not like I can be harmed. I can keep activating the runes until my laser pistol runs out. The Amastendera never ran out of charge as long as VS rationed its power carefully. Since he put down most of his worries, he enacted his makeshift plan. VS shot 15 runes in succession, the same amount depicted by the key. He didn't choose any of the runes displayed by the recovered object, though. If it turned out this sequence brought him back home, then he didn't wish to trigger this procedure early. After lighting up the 15th rune, the crystal spirals began to glow as well. Sure enough, the Crystal City accepted a fixed input of 15 runes. Light stretched out from the 15 runes and hit a number of different spirals. Some spirals got hit by multiple beams of light. Once the rune monuments kept up their channeling for a couple of minutes, something majestic happened. The spirals shot out several beams of light straight towards VS and Lucky. The beams ran through both of them and scorched the ground underneath their feet. Lucky panicked and jumped, and VS almost pissed his pants. If not for their intangibility, the lasers might have fried them to a crisp. That was close. These aliens sure didn't mess around. Even after their death and descent into obscurity, these tiny aliens hadn't held back their hostility. After VS calmed down Lucky in his own heart, he began to try again. He shot out another random sequence of 15 runes, making sure to record their shapes and the order in which he lighted them up. This time, a different set of spirals lighted up. His hopes momentarily went up, but quickly fell back down when the spirals attempted to kill him again. That's a dud. He proceeded to repeat this experiment again and again. He held a faint misconception that he was constantly buying lottery tickets that failed to deliver any prizes. The only reason why he kept on buying them was because he could buy them for free. The only thing he really spent was time. As long as I have time, I don't see why I can't win. He tried out hundreds of sequences. It became such a chore that he stopped keeping track of which runes he hit and at what order he hit them. It hardly mattered as the chance of hitting the exact same runes was minimal. The spirals shot at him so many times that the ground beneath him had become charred beyond recognition. The Crystal City finally displayed a different reaction at the 865th attempt. For once, the spirals didn't shoot at him. Instead, it opened up another portal in the sky above the temple. This time, it led to a different location. Chapter 350 Spirituality. VS vaguely imagined sitting in front of his terminal trying to browse the galactic net by pressing 15 random keys. The difference between browsing the galactic net and trying his luck with the Crystal City was that the former at least returned something. As for VS, it took more than half a standard day to persist in his gambling. It had been incredibly mind-numbing for him to repeat the same routine for more than 800 times. At the very least, VS got to practice his marksmanship. He began to get used to wielding the large but elegant Amastendera. Despite being a little larger than a regular laser pistol, it weighed remarkably little. He had the sense the gunsmith made it for a woman. As a designer himself, he easily picked up the clues. The weapon carried a feminine touch that would put any woman at ease once they wielded the amastendera. Still, it had also been designed for an expert. The complete lack of targeting systems and aim assistance made the weapon difficult to hack, but the wielder had to rely on their own skills to make the best of the weapon. His marksmanship hadn't improved all that much even with all of the practice. He possessed no talent in this area at all, though part of it could be blamed on his below-average dexterity. He did manage to get comfortable with wielding the amastendera. The muscle memory he built up would allow him to wield the weapon with much less hesitation during battle. There's got to be a purpose in these runes. So long as the light beams can't hurt me, I should keep going. Evidently, the Crystal City's galactic net was a lot smaller than that of humanity. It took more than 800 random lottery draws for VS to draw a prize. VS had not expected the Crystal City to open another portal. He walked closer to the city with Lucky in tow and peered through the gap. This time, the portal led to a lifeless moon-like area. The area beyond the portal was obviously in some sort of vacuum environment, but the portal somehow prevented the air from this side to leak to the other side. These aren't simple portals. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. VS quickly whipped up the Vulcan eye and began to scan the active rune monuments and crystal spires as well as the small portal. His fancy new multiscanner hadn't failed him so far and spat out a bunch of raw data that he saved into logs for later study. Just a simple glance at the data from the Vulcan eye's observation of the portal made him dizzy. This was far beyond his range of expertise. There's no point for me to understand this stuff. He closed the projection of the readouts and let the Vulcan eye work on its own. Instead, he turned his attention to what lay at the other side of the portal. To the small-statured aliens, the moonscape appeared to host some kind of palace. The majestic structure adopted a very different aesthetic standard than the Crystal City. The crystal possessed a bluish tint and the palace incorporated a lot of hexagonal shapes. It looked like a honeycomb gone mad. Did it belong to a different ethnic group or class? Or a separate state? He lacked the context to figure out the relations between the Crystal City and the Crystal Palace, but obviously the two shared some relations. Why else would the Crystal City possess a rune sequence that led to this moon? In any case, VS figured the Crystal Palace might be hiding something good. He wasn't about to let the tiny portal stop him from attempting to loot what looked to be another alien ruin. Even if the Crystal City is empty, I don't believe the aliens cleaned up every ruin. This time, the portal on the side of the moon hovered fairly close above the Crystal Palace. While he could still stretch out his arm through the portal, he didn't want to take the risk of cutting off his limb when the portal abruptly closed. It's safer for me to find out first how long the portal lasts. VS waited for another 2 minutes before the glowing crystal spirals dimmed and the portal fizzled. The portal lasted a little bit less than 3 minutes. He suspected that this might not be the end of it. VS shot the same sequence of runes again, but this time he used a higher power setting on the amastendera. Fortunately, his comm had recorded every sequence and even pointed out the location and order of the runes. Once the portal emerged yet again, VS patiently waited at the sides with a timer keeping track of how long it stayed open. This time, the portal lasted over 5 minutes. So my guess is correct. The portals last longer as long as I pump more power into the Crystal City. While he expected this result, he actually hoped for a different outcome. At this time, the portal was only wide enough to squeeze his head through the gap, and only if he took off his hazard suit's helmet. The diameter of this portal was more than ample enough for the crystal builders to convey an army or a convoy of transports. It was wholly inadequate for VS to slip to the other side without cutting himself into a sausage. He did not want to find out what would happen to him if he brushed the edges of the portal. All right, Lucky. Go on and dig out that palace. If you see anything interesting, bring it back to me. Lucky resentfully meowed at him, but obeyed his instructions anyway. VS reopened the portal again with 15 powerful laser beams. That should provide Lucky with an ample amount of time to root out the Crystal Palace. Once the portal stabilized, Lucky curiously flew to the other side. He momentarily lost control due to the lack of air resistance and the differences in gravity, but he quickly regained control of his floating body. His cat looked around a bit and didn't spot anything on this moonscape besides the palace. Lucky floated to the top of the palace and curiously landed his paw at it. The limb went straight through the hexagonal roof as if it didn't exist, but Lucky didn't let that stop him. A faint glow appeared on the limb, and this time the cat managed to pat the roof. Nothing happened. VS figured if the Crystal Palace possessed any defenses, it had long been drained of any power. Unless VS shot his Amastendra at the palace, it shouldn't be able to rouse any defenses. Wait a moment. VS abruptly realized an important fact. Why is Lucky able to touch the Crystal Palace all of a sudden? He realized that Lucky had already done something similar by cutting off the Rune Key monument in his previous portal jaunt. VS hadn't thought about it back then, but now it was more than obvious that Lucky possessed a way to interact with the material world if he chose to. How did he do it? Then he thought back to the time on the glowing planet when Lucky repelled the semi-corporeal Devourer King with his energy claws. His cat already gained the ability to straddle the divide between the lower and higher dimensions back then. Is that because he ate all of those exotics and Rorica's bone? Lucky hadn't eaten any of the higher grades of Rorica's bone at the time. After that, he ate a whole bunch of medium-grade ores as well as a sumptuous piece of high-grade Rorica's bone. Rorica's bone is especially valuable because it's one of the few exotic materials that's able to facilitate and amplify the resonance between a mech pilot and his mech. What did resonance actually mean? Does it refer to spirituality? VS recalled that Lucky's status contained a skill called Spirituality I. Was this the secret to resonance, the X factor and semi-corporeality? A bomb exploded in his mind as various clues, suspicions, inferences, and conclusions melded together into a single overarching hypothesis. Ever since the system set him on the path to understanding the X factor, he always felt he tread a path that few had ever walked. Even if others suspected that spirituality lay at the root of these amazing phenomena, humanity possessed no means to observe or interact with this nebulous concept. Only VS gained the ability to interact with this concept because he possessed a nascent sixth sense. As one of the few people who could see in a crowd of blinded people, he constantly progressed towards a unifying set of assumptions that he could tentatively gather into a convincing theory. Right now, it was as if the last pieces of the puzzle had filled the gaps that annoyed him for ages. If VS previously parted the veil, now he fully managed to pull back the curtain. It's all in the mind! As Lucky attempted to chip away at the Crystal Palace with his energy claws, VS turned his attention inward as his knowledge on spirituality finished sublimating in his mind. An unprecedented feeling of satisfaction ran through his intangible body. He felt as if he solved the problem that trillions of humans had puzzled over ever since the age of mechs came into being. No one understood how apprentice mech designers advanced into journeyman mech designers. Similarly, either did humanity figure out how to transform an advanced mech pilot into an expert mech pilot. VS believed that both of these rare and highly valued professions required a breakthrough into a person's spirituality. Mech designers had to possess spirituality to design a mech that fostered resonance, while mech pilots used spirituality to activate the resonance lying dormant in their mechs. I see now! They're both connected! He already uncovered the pieces, but fitting them all together required a bold step in thinking. Even though VS hadn't fully tested out his hypotheses, he strongly believed he was on the right track. The importance of his conclusions couldn't be overstated. The issues that VS figured out had stumped humanity for over 400 years. If humanity had already mastered spirituality, then a lot more higher-tiered mech pilots would exist at this time. Right now, even the mightiest human entities in the galaxy can't reliably pump out expert mech pilots. Sure, compared to a tiny state like the Bright Republic, the big boys like the MTA and the first-rate superstates had a lot more elite pilots on their retainer. But that was simply a function of their influence, and the amount of people they could draw on. The MTA recruited their mech pilots from all of human space, while the first-rate superstates occupied the largest and most densely populated star sectors. If VS looked at the amount of elite pilots relative to the total population, then the more prosperous states and organizations didn't hold an overwhelming advantage in this area. In his eyes, their much vaunted secret training regimes had a lot of things in common with quackery and superstition. They fumbled blindly in the dark and figured out a handful of tricks that increased the odds of allowing an advanced mech pilot to make a breakthrough to the next tier. VS had progressed beyond that stage. Had his breakthrough been enough to finally receive the system's acknowledgement? He quickly summoned up his status. Status: Name: VS Larkinson. Profession: Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations: None. Design points: 8,353. Attributes: Strength: 1.3. Dexterity: 0.8. Endurance: 1.9. Intelligence: 1.8. Creativity: 1.9. Concentration: 1.7. Spirituality: 0.4. Neural aptitude: F. Skills: Assembly, Journeyman, 3D Printer Proficiency 3, Assembler Proficiency 3. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Night Mech Mastery I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration 3, Energy Storage 4, Conductors 3. Materials Science, Journeyman, Crystallography 2, Crystal Laser Propagation 2. Mathematics, Journeyman. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging 3, Speed Tuning 4. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression 3. Metaphysics, Novice, X Factor 2. Physics, Journeyman, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Gamma Laser Weapons I, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 4, Melee Weapon Optimization 4, Rapid Fire Laser Weapon Operation 2, Optics 3. Salvaging Apprentice. Signals and Communications, Journeyman. Abilities: Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: a post-human mech designer pioneering the field of metaphysics. He did it! His metaphysics skill had advanced to novice. The system also acknowledged his achievements in the X Factor by turning it into a formal sub-skill. What's this? Another attribute? His attributes section received a curious new addition. Only 0.4 spirituality? Oh, come on! VS understood that all the other attributes scaled around 1. A score of 1 meant his attribute was average compared to the rest of humanity. The abnormally low score of 0.4 in the case of spirituality obviously didn't fit in with this standard. Unless an entire civilizations of humans existed with a formidable amount of strength in this attribute, VS figured that the system didn't wish to inflate his current strength. Indeed, VS had a lot more to go before he could imitate Lucky's strengths.